or you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Morgan. Is that enough? She did. Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultula.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the wind catch when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know it's over.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We are live in Sweden for our 6th regional championship of the 2025 season. Gosh, we're so far through, aren't we? My goodness. But what a more appropriate place to be than Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, and the place of the Nobel Prize ceremonies as well. So I'm sure we'll be handing out a lot of prizes here this weekend. I'm David Partington, and I'm of course joined by Lee Provost, Ben Kiriakou, and Costa Didymos as well. And we're going to be bringing you so much hype action this weekend for our VG scene. So, as I said, obviously, we are in Stockholm here for a regional championship, but where have we been before and where are we going to for the rest of the season as well? Just in case you're thinking about attending one of our future regionals here too.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a great run so far. We're here in Stockholm this weekend. It's going to be super exciting, but we've got a lot of events to go. We've got Seville, Utrecht, we've got Bologna here in Europe before we head to our next international championships in New Orleans, before we get to that World Championships in Anaheim. So plenty more action to come, but we've got to concentrate here this weekend in Stockholm, where our players will be battling it out for that regional championship title.
They certainly will. Not many opportunities left as well here, but as you can see, there's plenty of amazing cities that we've been able to check out across our journey as well. Now, obviously, we're about this weekend, though, right now, here in Stockholm. This regional championship is going to be very important for a lot of trainers who are here trying to get those championship points that they can to be able to get to the World Championships too. Costa, why don't you tell us a little bit about what these trainers need?
I mean, they do need to make sure they are in the top 75 if you are in the Masters division across most of the regions, at least in particular in the EU. However, the placements themselves speak with the amount of championship points available, 350 from first. But not only do you get that, there is that coveted instant Worlds invite if you are able to come out on top above everyone else over this weekend.
100%. Like, you've really got to keep pushing it as much as you can here in this season at the moment, because you don't know what that bar is going to be. But we don't just have championship points here, we have prizes too as well at this regional championship. So let's take a look at what they're going to get.
$6,000 for our Masters Division player that makes it all the way to the final and wins, as well as, of course, 108 booster boxes as booster packs. As 108 booster boxes.
That would be amazing.
Brilliant.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
It is booster packs, not boxes. But of course, that prize money and booster packs do trickle all the way down to top 16 as well. So lots of prizes on the line for our trainers. It's not just about making sure that you're in the top 75, and as we get through the season, making sure that you stay in that top 75 is what's on all of our trainers' minds here, but it's also taking home that little bit of a prize as well.
100%, Ben. I mean, you can always try and aim for that win, but if you just aim for top 16, then yeah, you've still got prizes. Even less than that, you've still got championship points too. But obviously, a win is pretty nice, obviously. Getting yourself on that graphic is super good. But if you're a little bit unfamiliar as to how the tournament structure works here, then we're going to show you a little bit about how it actually does. So take a look at this video.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokémon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Our trainers here this weekend are just about finishing up their round 1 already here, so we will very be shortly getting into the action. But first, we need to talk about a little bit what has happened across the pond recently in Vancouver, because I think a lot of trainers felt like maybe after EUIC, there was a lot of kind of solving of this format, like, oh yeah, we know what's good right now.
Nope.
And then out of the gate completely comes Lunala. Like, as soon as people were starting to lay low and relax, no, someone comes out and absolutely destroys the competition.
Cali Who Rider?
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
Well, you say that, but we may be having a bit of a preview later on usage stats. But I guess we do have the event winners of Vancouver Regionals, of course. Bezard, Muntaze in particular, rocking that Lunala, which definitely no one, I don't think, was actually expecting.
No, 100%. Like, it was a really cool composition as well, similar to what the Tang squad were using a little bit a while back as well. But instead of that Calyrex Ice Rider with the semi-trick crew mode, it's that Lunala instead, which obviously made huge waves in the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, we can't just look at that team, because you've got to look on the other side. Alejandro's run as well. Absolute tear in that top 8 with that Imprison on the Calyrex, which was just locking out opponents throughout. Just amazing to see, and it was a really great final. But 2 really unconventional teams coming to the floor, performing so well and taking everyone by surprise. Hopefully we have a similar story this weekend here in Stockholm. I'm kind of keeping my fingers crossed, but it has been the trend recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, like, you can only go in so many different game plans with your team that you end up going to with a tournament. But, like, Hard Trick was one of those teams where you kind of prepare for at the start of a format, don't you? You kind of go, right, how many Hard Trick options have we got? And then we're at our 6th regional now, and people might have forgotten about it, and suddenly, bam, there it is. But here we have a look at the top 8, which a lot of trainers might be looking to for inspiration for maybe this weekend, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, look at all of the variation in teams as well. There's a nice mix of restricted Pokemon, but also supportive options. There's lots of Indeedee female, some Clefairy going on there. Ditto is both a supportive and an offensive option that Giovanni was running the weekend. There's Clefairy's coming in. James's Mean Shower as well was something that I was really excited to see, actually making a bit of a splash here. So back when Calyrex Shadow Rider was used previously in the Sword and Shield era, Mean Shower was one of the Pokemon that it got used with really commonly, but it hasn't found its really place here. But James showing that, like, some of the old strategies still have their place in Regulation Set G.
Yeah, they really do. There's so much to be gleaned from these standings here. Every single time we have one of these tournaments. I also love when you have a look at there as well. You can see on that 4th slot, so many Urshifus. And where you don't see an Urshifu, it's a Sun team. So it's like, right, if you're running a water type, it's got to be Urshifu. Like, so maybe we'll see a different water type. That's especially what I'm hoping for this weekend. Kyogre is going to be on my predictions for this weekend. I think there's something has got to mix it up, and something has got to, like, make that Urshifu Rapid Strike go from, like, very good to, like, absolutely incredible. Isn't that right? Like, Costa, like, what do you feel like is going to be, like, super popular going into this weekend?
Well, I mean, I don't think Lunala is going to be super popular, but I definitely do think the usage of it will increase, especially because of Vancouver. It's got a lot of viability when it comes to its ability, its stats, its utility tools as well. You know, you got the Meteor Beam Power Herb sets running
So many tools, hasn't it?
Quite literally. Yeah.
Literally got so... And it's so easy to overlook. When you've got Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's the same typing, but it's one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, and you're like, well... Yeah, Astral Barrage is a pretty easy button to click a lot of the time. That makes it strong on paper, but if you can get Lunala into the right position, it's proved how strong it is.
It certainly has. But can our trainers here prove that too? Well, we're going to get into the action really shortly for our round 2, but you let us know how you're feeling at home. Where are you watching from? Who are you watching with? Show us your drawings. We'd love to see those too. We may be able to feature them on stream, but you can catch this broadcast and all of our future ones at Pokemon.com/broadcast there at the bottom. And you can follow us on multiple channels across the internet, /Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon on Twitch, and of course, using that hashtag PlayPokemon on X and on Instagram, and /Pokemon on Facebook too. So make sure you've got an account for all of those because we are posting on all of those all the time. You do not want to miss a second of this VGC action. So, are we ready?
We're ready.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get into it.
Cannot wait.
See you there.
The 2025 European International Championships was the largest VG event to date. Let's take a look back at what went down during this historic event. It was a champion showdown to start off the day in the juniors division, with previous LASC champions Fabian Musikant and Ismail Ogi taking the stage. This was the 8th time these two have faced off at a major event, and everything was on the line. Calyrex Shadow Rider for Fabian was a strong pick across divisions, and it would prove to reign supreme once again as it took down Ismail's Calyrex Ice Rider in 2-0 fashion, earning Fabian his 2nd international title. In the seniors division, Louis Fonvier was on a tear, winning 3 regionals back-to-back and looking to earn another title. On the opposing end was Ian Larson, who had beaten Louis in Swiss and was looking to defeat him once again. Miraidon for Ian, Calyrex Ice Rider for Louis, and an exciting 3-match series ahead. Draco Meteor from Ian was key, taking massive KOs in games 1 and 3 and brought Ian to victory. In the Masters Division Finals, history would be made either way. After 6 years, Wolf Click was in the finals of an international yet again and was coming off not 1 but 2 major title wins, having revealed himself to be the Global Challenge 1 champion. Dill Yeomans was the hometown hero, the underdog looking to keep the trophy in the UK, with the crowd standing firmly behind them. Electric duo Miraidon and Furgraph paved a path to victory in the first game of the set, and Wolf was down but not out, utilizing Miraidon to great effect to even the score. In the final game, Miraidon was taken out early for Wolf, and the match was closer than ever. In the end, Dill brought Wolf down to his final Pokemon, Incineroar, but it was just the perfect piece, being able to 1v2 the endgame and make Wolf Click your EUIC champion.
1,400 people showed up to this tournament hoping and dreaming to win the entire thing. But it wasn't enough!
With history made and new stories always emerging, you could be next. Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
But it wasn't enough. However, we are here now in Stockholm, ready for our day 1. I am Costa, this is Lee, and we are so excited to be able to start this weekend off. Lee, I mean, we saw there's been a lot of hype ever since EUIC within the meta. How are you feeling going into this?
Exactly the same as you, Costa.
Yeah?
Very excited. I think it's because we're at that turning point of the season where this is where everything really matters, doesn't it? I mean, the players have done a lot of work up to this point to kind of get themselves into a good position, into those top spots to get that Worlds invite. But really, the points from this weekend are going to contribute to that really significantly, probably more than what a lot of people kind of maybe think otherwise. I think finishing good here, securing those spots in that top 75 for the Masters Division, so crucial, and you can do it this weekend.
Yeah, it truly is, because you need to make sure that you're still within the race to be able to win the race. Who would have thought that would be the case? But, you know,
yeah,
you got to keep on going to the events to an extent. Obviously, that might not be 100% the case when there's different BFLs and other scenarios going on, but regardless, you want to be able to make sure that you position yourself to the best of your capability to ensure you're still within the top 75.
Well, talking about the best of the best,
oh, yeah.
Well, we had EUIC recently, of course, and we had 2 players in the final that took the show by storm. It was incredible to see Wolf take the championship, but how good was Dill as well, and the run-up to that final, and what a final they delivered as well.
Yeah, and I think the way that they were able to force the set into a game 3 when it truly did just come down to the final turn between whether the Koraidon was going to be allowed to pick up a KO or not within the Trick Room conditions. I think that was just a really true testament to the capabilities and fantastic potential Dill has yet to be able to show us furthermore onto future events.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see as well if players are taking inspiration from Dill's build in particular. I'm sure there are a lot of players that are taking inspiration, bringing Wolf's team into tournaments like this weekend. But Dill had some really interesting concepts there with the Iron Treads. We saw how impactful that could be. And I think you've got to be really brave with your convictions of how you're using that Pokemon and not give your opponent any room to kind of maneuver around it. And the Urshifu as well, the single strike with that Focus Sash, it gives your opponent a huge headache because you're almost most of the time having to say, which Pokemon am I trading for this one? And I think because you're doing that, it puts you at a real deficit sometimes because it can be a real key component to your structure of your team, you know?
And that's sort of one of the roles that the Iron Treads did have, you know, being such a big damage wall breaker, essentially, especially against those Iron Hands, where I was able to pick up that one-hit KO that I was genuinely...
Phenomenal, you don't see that too often, do you?
Really don't, an Iron Hand. But regardless, we are here now. We want to go ahead and check out the dividends of the previous events. EUIC, we've had a couple across the pond too, in regards to the leaderboards. Who is still vying for the top? Who has already snatched up their World's Invitation?
Yeah, I mean, Marco's having a phenomenal season. Mr. Consistency himself. I mean, we've got a lot of consistent players here, but look at that tally. 2,000 championship points is incredible. But you go right down the list, there is a lot of familiar faces here. And this is only the top 16 at the moment in Europe. Remember, it is the top 75 secure those World's Invites. But there is players on there that have either got themselves a World's Invite at a regional, locked up, or at an IC previously.
Yeah, and I think going into this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, there are around 12 to 13 of these top 16 players. So really showing that the level of competition going into this weekend is going to be phenomenal. Everyone's still trying to make sure they can lock up and guarantee those slots as well as contribute to future travel awards.
Yeah, and a lot of the players that are on this board, on this top 16, are actually in attendance this weekend, which is very exciting. So we'll hopefully get to see and feature a lot of these players throughout our journey to crowning that regional champion at the end of the weekend.
Oh yeah, it's going to be so good, especially checking out how the meta is going to vary, especially coming off from Vancouver. We saw that, understandably, there was the Lunala that was going up against the Calyrex Ice Rider in Prison hard Trick Room variation.
Yeah, and...
Who'd have thought?
Well, who would have thought? But Alejandro played it so well throughout that tournament, and I think the ability to have the way to just lock out your opponent, especially going up against the opposing Calyrex Ice Riders, where you're thinking, I don't really mind because, once I get there in Prison, they can't go for any of their big attacks. They can't even change the dimensions once you've got that Trick Room set up, and we saw how useful Pokemon that we don't see so familiar use, like the Hatterene and that Magic Bounce, when we had that situation with the Spore into it, Magic Bounce back into the Amoonguss, put it to
where
sleep.
did Terastallize?
Yeah, you think, so there was a lot of like little key elements there and techs, and I'm hoping we kind of see a trend go forward this weekend with a lot of our players. A lot of them will just rely on those teams, though, that are tried, tested, and consistent, of course, as well, which is, of course, the right thing to do.
Yeah, however, we are going into Swiss round number 2, if I'm not mistaken, but we do have a couple of notable matches in order to go ahead, show on the graphic, see what we have got in store, and we've got the reveal of our stream match number 1 for the day. Marcus Co versus Francesco Piapero, UK representative, versus an Italian who is at the moment absolutely on fire. The #1 ranked player in EU that does not have their World's invitation just yet. Of course, ranked #4 overall.
Yeah, Francesco, you know, going 10-0 in Swiss and EUIC, having an absolute a brilliant start to that tournament and bringing the same 6 to this tournament. So we're talking about consistency, using the same things, tried and tested. That's exactly what you get from Francesco, and having a great season so far. And, you know, I think almost but guaranteeing their World's invite with their placement and their championship points that they've acquired. But I'm sure not enough yet. They want to push on and get a little bit more, maybe even lock up a World's invite.
Exactly, but there are some great other matches as well. Maurice Uteg versus Mark Cotter over there. Some really interesting teams as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we did see Marcus Hammann as well, a fellow co-caster, right at the bottom there. And bringing a Smegel, so I'm feeling very proud of him right now.
Yeah, definitely. And the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, we talk about that. Yeah. I mean, you and your caster predictions, you chose Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yes.
It is your Pokemon, I feel. You are the reigns of the ice.
So don't look at the Koraidon on the chest right now. But yeah, that was just for the theme.
Yeah, and I had Shadow Rider because I felt that this weekend, I think it's probably time, I think, for that one to do well. So good to see Marcus running that. And there's a lot of other players, I think, in the field as well.
Yes, and we do have our trainers on the left-hand side, Marcus versus Francesco on the right-hand side. So Francesco, definitely no stranger whatsoever at the stream stage front. He's gotten so much momentum, and he's on stellar form as well with his consistency, which is absolutely ridiculous. I am so jealous of him. He's got to tell me how he does it. But
what is the secret sauce?
What is the secret sauce, please, Francesco? But I think at this point, he's really just like chasing after that title. He came so close versus Eden Bachelor at Stuttgart just before the new year did come about too. So he's going to be going straight for the title.
Well, I think one thing about Francesco, we talk about secret sauce a bit. I think it's nothing but hard work and determination. I really admire Francesco for that, because I think it is that has put him into this position over the years of knowing him as a player. He consistently putting in that hard work. He's got the desire, and I think it's really all paid off this season, and hopefully, you know, goes even further as we get deeper into the next few events. But of course, we've got Marcus on the other side of the field as well, playing a really interesting team.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's not going to be easy start for Francesco in this round 2.
Yeah, and I think Marcus, on the other hand as well, really going ahead and having great success in the recent Grand and Global Challenges. Top 32 in Global Challenge #1, most recent Grand Challenge #2, top 32. So really well versed on the best of one format means that, in my opinion, you need to have a lot of expertise on different sets and whatnot. But Singapore Regional Championships, top 4 too.
Yeah, an incredible achievement. So not unfamiliar either with the setting, the pressure that you get from being on the stage in front of the world, as we say.
Yeah.
But we can take a look at the team. The Calyrex Shadow Rider, Indeedee, Tatsugiri, Dondozo, Weezing, and a Roaring Moon. So you've got that Galarian Weezing there with that neutralizing gas. A big talking point, I think, outside of the Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting to be able to see the Covert Cloak. You want to make sure that you're not falling susceptible to any sort of fake-out pressures from the get-go. You could try to get either spikes set up and start laying the land for the Dondozo later on. But that Calyrex Shadow Rider actually having Terra Blast, Terra Fighting alongside Life Orb. That is a big threat going into Pokemon such as Incineroar and just general fighting weaknesses.
Especially when you look at Francesco's side of the field and they're restricted, is that Terrapagos. Not really going to appreciate that at all, so has to be very cautious around going up against that terrestrialization if it is chosen. Of course, we do have tried and tested from Francesco's side of the field, Terrapagos, the Rillaboom, Incineroar, really strong supporting core between the two, with that fake out support, being able to pivot around, get the grassy terrain on the field, help that leftovers recovery on the Terrapagos. Then you've got the Scream Tail, that booster energy, going to put itself above everything else once that is activated and be the disrupting force it can be. I do like the Dazzling Gleam on there as an option to just damage. Sometimes you see no damaging option on the Scream Tail, but I think it does give you a little bit more ability just to get Chip onto the field.
Yeah, contrary to, I would imagine, if I'm not mistaken, Wolf's winning Screamtail as well from EUIC, which did not have any damaging output whatsoever. It was just purely there for disruption. So Francesco, I know that he's actually been rocking this team quite a bit recently, even before EUIC to an extent, because he was really understanding that the Heatran element into this core, you've got the fire, water, and redirection support for the Terrapagos. Grassy terrain works so synergistically nice with the leftovers Terrapagos. You could get that Terra Shell back up and sort of try to identify the opportune moment to go into the Stellar form.
Yeah, the one thing you're going to have to worry about a little bit is that wheezing, though. As long as the neutralizing gas is active on the field, when you do terrestrialize with the Terrapagos, you're not going to be able to remove the terrains and things like that. So you have to be a little bit careful around it.
Ooh, but we do have the leads. Starting off in our first stream match, Marcus rocking the Calyrex and the Galarian Weezing as a lead versus Francesco's Terrapagos and the Incineroar. Fake Out, not going to be useful at all when facing against Ghost type as well as the Cloak.
No, but I think if you're Francesco, one thing that you have to be cautious of is that terrestrialization into the fighting type and then the Terra Blast into the Terrapagos. The problem is the Terra Shell there, there's not really too much of an issue with that Galarian Weezing on the field, of course, right now. So you can, if you're Francesco, go for the Fake Out into that Calyrex, but to get around that, potentially, we're seeing a Protect come straight out from that Pokemon.
Yeah, and the Fake Out actually trying to identify and pick up that cheeky little Terra Fake Out flinch. However, Terrapagos has gone for the ever so safe substitute right now, which will allow it to avoid any sort of poison gas if it was to come out. However, Toxic Spikes is what we're sort of talking about, Lee. You're wanting to be able to set the ground up in order to most likely bring the Dondozo mode later on towards the mid-game.
I think the big important thing here is how pivotal it is to get that substitute up on the Terrapagos, because you need to avoid the poison against these Weezing teams. Once you've done that, it's kind of mission one accomplished, right? You need to then protect the Terrapagos, probably get that Incineroar out, get something like the Rillaboom onto the field, maybe support with another Fake Out to allow you to get that Calm Mind set up. You need to really protect this Terrapagos more than anything, and we do see that Incineroar leave the field, and maybe the Rillaboom is coming out. Yes, you need to get it onto the field, get that Fake Out cycle going early on to get around these big threats.
Exactly, and of course it will be succumbed to a poison status there because of the spikes being set up. However, we do have the terrestrialization. It is looking like it's going to be from the Calyrex going for the Terrapiding. It's ready for a fight. It is ready to try to target down. Most likely, I'd say the Incineroar, but at this point, you never know. You might want to try to identify just picking up the substitute if there's no Protect. But no Protect indeed. Terra Blast does target down the what was Incin, now Rilla.
Yeah, it's a great switch from Francesco, kind of identifying that both Pokemon on his side of the field have that weakness. Switching in the Rillaboom, able to take that, and now it opens the door, the opportunity for that Terrapagos to get that Calm Mind, start setting up and becoming a big threat, especially after the Calyrex is now terrestrialized. It's going to take super effective damage from that Terra Starstorm.
Yeah, double up as well. Strange Theme just wanting to try to make sure it can finish off the job, or if there is going to be any sort of switch in, it's able to try to deal as much damage as possible as the poison will keep on ticking. But the Terrapagos, like you mentioned, Lee, it's just sitting quite nicely in a very calm, serene state behind the substitute with that Calm Mind boost.
Yeah, and now you've got the Fake Out from the Rillaboom active. You can stop the Calyrex from attacking this turn, or even the Weezing if you want to get around that toxic threat that you're going to see the poison coming onto it. And the Terrapagos now on +1 special attack in that position where you could almost lock in with the terrestrialization, get that Terra Starstorm in. +1 might be enough to get that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So are we going to see an adjustment from Marcus's side, because Calyrex doesn't feel like it's in a really secure position now. Maybe wants to protect this turn just to get around that Fake Out, burn that, and maybe utilize the Weezing here if it isn't the target for the Fake Out, into the Rillaboom, remove that. The problem doing it is, of course, you're allowing the Incineroar to come back onto the field with another active Fake Out.
Oh, and we're most likely actually going to see the terrestrialization from that Terrapagos going into its stellar form right now. It will be dealing so much damage if there is no Protect from that Calyrex. At +1, surely it must be going down, but we're going to find that out shortly as substitute will stay intact. Protect. It does indeed come out. So Calyrex not wanting to fall short of that situation, followed up by another protect from its partner.
Yeah, really safe play here from Marcus, because I think you kind of tend to want to try and get some value out of the Weezing, maybe protect the Calyrex here to get around that fake out. But I like it because if you do leave the Weezing open to a Terra Starstorm here, you're taking that unnecessary chip damage for it to potentially get picked up the next turn, and that puts you at a huge deficit. Of course, that neutralizing gas still very important to stop things like Intimidate coming onto the field, things like the grassy terrain that, you know, Francesco will rely on quite heavily as we get deeper into this match.
Yeah, and the HP of the Rillaboom is whittling down ever so more. Looks like it's just going to survive for this turn and one more if it does stay on the field without getting KO'd by that Calyrex. But at this point, I think the fact that Terrapagos is nearly filled up back to its Terra Shell to be reactivated, although there is a Terastallization, of course, that has gone through, is sort of an indication that it's still being left to its own devices. You need to be able to break that substitute very quick in order to better position yourself.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think you need to be careful. Although you feel like you're in control at this point with Francesco, you still need to be cautious around that poison gas that could come out from the Weezing. You don't want to get your Terrapagos poisoned. We said that at the top of the match. You need to preserve that substitute, that Terrapagos, as best as possible until that Weezing is dealt with.
Yeah, and the Dondozo is actually going to switch in right now. It wants to make sure, like you said, the Calyrex is preserved. We're going to have the double switch, so you want to be able to capitalize off of having the Omni boost in effect due to that Tatsugiri's Commander boost. So, and especially because the Grass Terrain is now available via the Grassy Surge, and the withdrawal of the Weezing just means that it'll be able to tank so much more damage and recover a bit more in favor of it.
Yeah, it's really going to benefit that Terrapagos. If the Rillaboom can get off the field, you can maybe preserve it for a little bit later on to try and get that Grassy Terrain up a bit later. It's taken so much damage so far, you would probably now think it would be the perfect Pokemon to do some good damage, but a huge critical hit coming out from that U-turn, pivoting out and just trying to reposition, but it does take a little bit of damage from that Rocky Helmet, of course, and goes down, so losing one of those Pokemon that could be so useful against this Water-type Dondozo.
Yeah, and the Starstorm will be coming out. It is going to be double target, regular damage. Not going to be doing that much because obviously we've got the Unaware ability on Dondozo, so it's going to be completely ignoring that +1 in the special attack boost.
Yeah, and it's all about that fourth and final Pokemon that you've got for Francesco. Is it going to be something that can come in? We are going to see the Incineroar come in now. It's going to obviously activate that Intimidate.
Yep.
It's going to weaken the attack power a little bit. The Grassy Terrain on the field, though, going to weaken the Earthquake anyway. Then it has to rely on the Ice Fang to get good damage off. But on +1, is it going to be enough to deal with that Terrapagos? And I think if you are Francesco, you could almost weave the Incineroar out and cycle those Intimidates over and over to really kind of get a grip on it, because it hasn't got a way to boost its attack outside of those Omni boosts that it's already got. The problem is, if you get caught with something that you've got with that final fourth Pokemon, Francesco, get caught with it switching in from an attack from the Dondozo, it's not going to be good. And you're on a timer now with that Grassy Terrain as well before that Earthquake does become a bit more impactful. So you've got to really time these turns pretty well, and you haven't got the damage output with the Terra Starstorm like we've just seen. You're going to have to consistently chip down at it. But now Marcus has got that setup. He is locked with that on the field.
And I think at this point, you need to be able to try to position yourself to the point where you're able to sustain the Dondozo, at least against the barrage of attacks and, you know, like detrimental switches that Francesco's Incineroar could go for. Does, of course, get put to sleep. But the Calm Mind coming out from the Terrapagos, seeming like it's wanting to play towards the end game scenario and say, right, okay, I know that I'm probably going to be able to whittle down your Dondozo at some point, get the parting shot, Intimidate cycles going. I want to make sure that when the Calyrex comes back in with that Weezing, I'm just going to be able to pick up a straight KO.
Yeah, and the rest makes it a lot easier for Francesco to execute that plan. Yeah. It's a really great way to just take your time a little bit now, stack up those boosts to the point where even when the Calyrex comes back onto the field, if you are open to going for an attack from that Terra Blast, then you're not going to take as much damage. Now we see the Scream Tail end of the field, and this is not the Pokemon that Marcus wants to see because of that Encore, that disable. You're going to be able to lock that Dondozo into that rest, and now it's not going to be able to really do much else throughout if that lock between the Encore, the Disable gets activated, which most likely will.
But there is still a scenario for Marcus to be able to force this Screamtail to not be as effective, and that's via the poison. The grass terrain turns will at some point end. We already see that the incremental damage being dealt at the end of the turn is going to start stacking up, but yeah, it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, and we can see as well, to get around the sleep condition, it's not as bad as it makes it out because you've got Sleep Talk. Problem is, it just picks a move randomly, so you can get caught out. But if you lock into something that's more preferable, it would be better. Can you do it before the Encore's locked in, though? Because I think that if you want to do anything, you might want to lock in that Encore. But you're seeing a Protect coming out from the Screamtail.
I think it might actually be more beneficial for Francesco to try to lock in the Sleep Talk at some point if it's able to get it off, because then...
When it wakes up.
Exactly, when it wakes up, it's just not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, and we do see that Earthquake coming out from the Sleep Talk, randomly selected. Grassy terrain going to weaken that, though, so unlikely to be enough to break this substitute on the Terrapagos. It's sitting in such a comfortable position right now. And another Calm Mind taking it to +3. That special attack, and more importantly, with that Calyrex looming in the back, +3 on that special defense.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be able to tank so much damage to the point where, you know, it's just absolutely going to be able to wall this Calyrex, and there's no way for you to be able to break the substitute at this situation unless you're able to try to get another Earthquake off. So this Terrapagos may even be inclined to try to go for a Protect here.
Yeah, and I love the way you pointed out, it might be more preferable to lock it into the Sleep Talk than anything else, because if you're locking it into the rest, then it's going to be doing that every 3 turns, really, isn't it? It wakes up, rests again, and yes, it's not doing any damage, but it's eating up your resources. It almost gives you the opportunity to go for those Calm Minds, of course, get set up there, but then it slows the game down. I think the Sleep Talk locking it into that definitely makes things a lot easier, and you don't have to contend with any RNG or anything like that around moves, critical hits, and things like that.
Yeah, but we do have the failed mechanic of the Encore not being able to execute it, most likely because of special interaction, perhaps, but the Sleep Talk at the current moment is going to go for rest, and it's also going to fail because I believe it's at max HP, if I'm not mistaken, as the third Calm Mind will be coming out. So, battle of attrition, I would say, between both of our trainers right now.
Yeah, and even though you can't lock it into that Sleep Talk at the moment, I think it's just giving the room for the Terrapagos. That's the big talking point here. It is slowing the game down, but I mean, the Terrapagos in such a safe position, right? Behind that substitute, it can take at least 1 to 2 attacks before that's going to fade. You're going to you're probably not going to outspeed the Dondozo, but you're not going to be in any danger of getting knocked out while you're getting those boosts set up. And I think you're +4 at the moment. You're going to be in a position now to start really firing out if you so choose to. Those Terra Starstorms, and they're going to do way more significant damage. Make it difficult for this Dondozo to get any sort of grip in this game.
Yeah, and in the scenario that it's at, we've already had 2 Sleep Talks go ahead, so there's going to be a guaranteed wake up here as we do see Marcus trying to eye out that Earthquake and selecting it, because like you said, you just want to be able to deal as much damage as you can. But no, the Dazzling Gleam actually coming out right now wants to be able to do I would say, respectable amount of damage, but it's not that much. However, it is still something. Earthquake is going to be launched out right now. We'll be dealing a critical hit, actually, on one of the Pokemon. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Screamtail, but it didn't deal as much damage, just showing how bulky this Pokemon can be, especially with the drops in attack from the Incineroar prior turns. Terra Starstorm, though, now targeting down. It will be doing around a 30-ish damage count. So like we've seen, this truly is the battle of the calmest minds, because you need to be able to have the patience to be able to go through these grogging sort of turns.
The problem is as well, with that Unaware ability, you can stack as many Calm Minds as you like, but you see the damage isn't going to increase onto this particular Dondozo. It's useful against the other 3 remaining Pokemon that Marcus has got, but as long as that Dondozo's active, you're not increasing your damage output. Yes, you're setting yourself up for later, but the issue that Terrapagos has got, it's only got a low amount of those Terra Starstorms. You have to be very careful with them. I think 8 in total, so you can't waste all of them just chipping away at this Dondozo. You're going to need to utilize the Screamtail, the Incineroar to come in. Marcus, really, when you look at it on reflection, yes, you're setting up the Terrapagos, but if you don't lock it down, if you don't shut it down somehow, it's going to be a real issue to deal with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a substitute selection from the Terrapagos right now, as Earthquake will be encored by that Screamtail, most likely subsequently going to be disabled as well, but Terra Starstorm actually being utilized right now, still wanting to deal a bit of chip damage. The fact that this Dondozo doesn't have leftovers will mean that aside from rest, if it is unable to select that move, it's going to be locked in to not being able to recover its HP over time.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that you can probably rely on more than anything else is that Encore Disable lock now that you've got the opportunity to do, where you can start allowing the Dondozo to go for the struggle, and it will then start to damage itself in turn. You have to then preserve that Screamtail, though, because it's on a timer, right? It's got the poison tick going down every turn. It hasn't got long left, especially if it is going to take the struggle from the Dondozo. It's still going to take damage from that, of course. Maybe utilize that Incineroar now that you've got that set up, and then try and pivot it out once again with the parting shot, get it back onto the field to go one more round, and maybe with that Terra Starstorm, with the little chip that it's doing, it might be enough to stack up to get rid of this Dondozo.
Yeah, and then at that point, I think that's the main sort of goal right now, because you've got enough Calm Minds to be able to forego any sort of, I would say, decisive damage from that Calyrex, even though it is, of course, that Terra fighting. But yeah, I think Dondozo is going to now be forced to struggle, and we've got the scenario where it's just going to be dealing damage to itself, like you said, so that should surely, if it goes to the point where it has to struggle for 2 or 3 turns in a row, maybe it might be within range of getting KO'd, but there's a chance that it might not, because it's just it's got so much HP.
Yeah, and this is where you really would have loved to have preserved that Rillaboom. I think if you are Francesco, where you have that Grassy Glide, you have that Wood Hammer to do super effective damage into it, that it's going to be more than the Terra Starstorm. You've got the Incineroar on the back, of course. You can bring it in. It has got knockoff, so you can utilize that, get rid of that the Rocky Helmet that it's got access to, do a bit more damage, of course. And then you've got the Will-O-Wisp as well that you can maybe lean on and put a timer onto that Dondozo. All the time, though, you've got to be thinking about this lock that the Dondozo's got at the moment, and you've got to get the timing right if you want to get that lock back on, because it's only a matter of time before that Encore, that Disable, wears off. There we go. See that struggle coming out. It is into the Incineroar, not doing too much damage, but the Rocky Helmet is so crucial here, and that recoil on top of that.
Yeah, it was a great switch in there, because you're able to get further reduction of the damage output whilst having the Rocky Helmet interaction deal a bit more damage as well. Maybe that might be enough with the additional variable to consider, but no, not just yet. However, that will mean the following turn will. And now you've got Fake Out against a Pokemon Dondozo that does not have Protect, so you're surely going to be able to guarantee picking up the KO if you want to on Dondozo. But like you said, Lee, and pointed out before, the PP usage and availability left on that Terra Starstorm is really running low right now, and there could be mind games of Marcus bringing in that Calyrex and playing around with Protect in the subsequent turns.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think you've got to get those timings perfectly, even if you've only got 2. If Protect comes out, it makes it a lot more difficult, and the Terrapagos then becomes null and void. It can't do anything if it's run out of its main attacking option. You've got the perfect scenario like you outlined here. You Fake Out into the Dondozo, and then you get rid of it with that Terrapagos. You prevent it from being a threat or a thorn in your side any longer. And then you've only got to deal with the 3 remaining Pokemon, plus 4 special attack and defense. You would think the Terrapagos has enough in the tank, as long as it's got enough of those Terra Starstorms left to be able to deal with the remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, and we do indeed see the Terra Starstorm, so it wants to just make sure to guarantee finally picking off that Dondozo before allowing it an opportunity to get that rest and maximize and refill all of its HP. So the Titan is finally down. Tatsugiri will pop back outside of its mouth and be able to provide, I would say, some support potential for whichever Pokemon does choose to come in. But regardless, the most important thing right now is Marcus needs to try to be able to get these turns right in terms of the predictions of the Protects versus the Terra Starstorm PP depletion.
Yeah, and the one problem is with the Screamtail as well. Now that booster energy has been used, it's going to be slower than the Calyrex when it comes back onto the field. So there is the opportunity where if there is any opportunity of switching from Francesco, you catch that Screamtail on the switch in, you get yourself one of those very tasty special attack boosts through Grim Near ability that the Calyrex has, and that could be a little bit detrimental, of course. The other problem is the Tatsugiri, once that's on the field now, it has got the Focus Sash, so it's got that extra layer that you're going to have to use an additional attack to break the sash and then be able to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, and I think there was a play that Francesco may have identified on switching the Terapagos out in order to preserve its PP usage over time and maybe be able to pick up a KO with the Dazzling Gleam if the Dondozo was at low enough of a HP, or even lock it into any sort of on-call disable scenarios. But we do need a call out. Timer is running very low. The overall game timer has 2 minutes remaining. Marcus has 47 seconds remaining of his own in-game time.
Yeah, and both players have 3 Pokemon aside, so it's coming down right to the wire here. We are going to see the Muddy Water come out from the Tatsugiri. It's going to be super effective into the Incineroar, but a huge avoid!
Oh, huge avoid from a double fake-out, I would say, attempt there, which did, of course, fail from the looks of things. I think wanting to try to forego, or maybe even a misclick, we'll have to see, depending on timer, but we've got another Calm Mind setup. Can this turtle ever be felled by the Calyrex is the real question. Maybe with some helping hand, but I still think it's just too bulky to go down at this point.
Yeah, it's got those defense boosts now. It's going to be able to take those even with that Life Orb boost. But the problem is how many Terra Star Storms are left. You've got to make use of them, and then if you run out of them, you're relying then on a weakened Incineroar on a timer and an even weaker Screamtail on a timer as well. And Screamtail, one of those really disruptive Pokemon, not really known for its offensive output. We are on the back of this situation right now. The timer running down, Incineroar switching out, Screamtail coming in.
Oh my lord, this is going to be so close, even though, you know, it's coming down to time. The fact that it's coming down to time, it just is a bit of an indication of how close it is. 40 seconds going. Astral Barrage will be coming out. No Protect from the Calyrex. I don't think I saw a Protect either from the Terapagos. The Screamtail is now felled. It will be giving that +1 boost to the As1/Grim Neigh ability. But most importantly, the Terapagos, is it in a prime position to be able to pick up the KO? Yes, it does go for the Terra Starstorm. Surely at this point, it will be able to pick off that Calyrex, but there's still the Tatsugiri and the Galarian Wheezing.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to 2 versus 2. The trades there. The Calyrex gone for the Screamtail. Is it enough? And I believe that was the last Terra Starstorm that the Terapagos has. But at the same time, the battle timer is about to end.
Oh my god. I think it's going to come down to the maximum HP availability between both of these trainers' Pokemon. They've got 2 aside on their end, but most importantly, I think Terapagos has a bountiful pool, should I say, of HP availability, but the Incineroar is down to half of his HP, so we don't even know who's going to win at this point.
Well, it all comes down to this. The time has run out, battle is over, and
Marcus was able to go ahead and pick up game 1 in what was an incredible, tantalizing first match of this best of 3.
Wow, what a game for us to kick off this regional this weekend. A war of attrition throughout that one was absolutely incredible. And that Dondozo, when it came onto the field, you thought, okay, well, now we've got an opportunity where this Terapagos has the room, it has the support with the Incineroar, with that fake out, with the Screamtail to lock things down, to get those Calm Minds set up. But really, that unaware ability is the biggest thorn in side for Francesco. And I think, like we mentioned throughout that end game, if the Rillaboom had been active still, it was the one Pokemon that you could bring in around that other disruption to really start doing the damage that you needed, remove that from the field, because we saw Francesco use that last Terra Starstorm on that last turn to get rid of the Calyrex, but not enough. What a game in really, really fine margins, but that's what this regional is all about.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of trainers prep for a flowchart like that, but then again, these are the top experts of the game, so they might as well have.
Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, if we're going into game 2, I don't think there was much that Francesco did wrong in that game. I think it's really difficult. You saw the things that you need to do against that Galarian Wheezing with the poison threat, right? You need to protect your Terapagos. You need to prevent that from getting poisoned. But I think you need a better way to deal with that Dondozo. 100%. Whether that's bringing something like the Ogerpon as an option in that situation, but then you don't bring the Screamtail, you know, and it's like, I think the Screamtail's necessary to make life a little bit more difficult.
You need a disrupt.
For the Dondozo, of course, and you're going to be in that position with the booster energy to be ahead of it, even after the boost that it gets to its speed, that you can put pressure on with that disable, with that encore, and really lock that Pokemon out and prevent it from being such a threat It was just a wall in that match, though. It was impossible for Francesco to really break through it, though, at a lot of points. And we saw it had to rely on the struggle in the end and the Rocky Helmet chip from the Incineroar to be enough to get rid of it. And but at that point,
smooth to switch in, by the way.
it was a really good switch in. Yeah, just wasn't enough, though. It wasn't enough, and you think, whoa. What am I going to do? What would you do going into game 2, Costa, to mix it up, to change things?
I'm not sure, because I think the toxic spikes, even though they were set literally on turn 1, and that was probably like a 15-turn game, if not more, was able to just whittle away the Pokemon so well. 3 of Francesco's Pokemon, not the Terrapagos, of course, and that could really prove big dividends. So maybe if you get rid of the Galarian Weezing straight off the bat, play a bit around with it.
I think that's a good call. I think if you can remove that sooner, but it's
hard to do it, though, right?
Looking at options, what have you got?
Exactly.
I think Heatran's a really good option to bring to this game, but again, it's going to really struggle against that Dondozo, and you're almost forced to Terrasilize that when you really want to be most of the time Terrasalizing your Terrapagos to make full use of that Terra Starstorm, especially if you can get in positions like we saw Francesco do in that game 1. So it's going to be difficult all around, and I think the thing is with Terrapagos, it is one of those slower to set up Pokemon. Maybe one of the reasons why we haven't seen more players lean on it a bit more, because it is a slower pace, and especially it doesn't really match up that great into the slower Pokemon that are hard to break down, like the Dondozo in particular.
Yeah, I think the Heatran, even though it looks like it could be a good way to go about it, it depends on the probabilities and how you want to roll the dice in a way, because you got the Magma Storm, right?
The Magma Storm will chip down every time. You can switch the Heatran in. It's not going to be affected by the toxic spikes because of the steel typing. But like you say, you're forced into that Fairy Terrasalization. Even if you've got the Grassy Terrain up, you're still going to take, 4 times super effective damage from that Earthquake, and it's going to be kind of wiped out pretty quickly if you're not careful with it. So it's a very risky one, but I feel at this point you've got to kind of start looking outside the box for other options. I think the Ogerpon's probably a safe option with that Power Whip. If you can get that on the field with the Grassy Terrain set, then that might be enough next to that Terrapagos to get the damage that you need to get rid of that Pokemon a little bit quicker, because that's what you're going to have to do. I don't think Marcus really needs to change too much up going into this match. You've got the threat with that Calyrex, with the Terrasalization there. You really pressure that Terrapagos early on. You've got the Galarian Weezing with the neutralizing gas. You disrupt a lot of the things that Francesco wants to do, and then you've got that Dondozo Tatsugiri, and I think how effective that was in game 1, I don't think you change that up.
Yeah, and I do think that the fact that we've got Cobra Cloak on the Weezing has proven to be such a disadvantage in the matchup for Francesco, because you've got the, revolving door of Rillaboom and Incineroar, right? That you'd always rely on, the good old trusty. But not in this scenario, because you're not able to slow it down from actually getting one of the truly most important parts of this matchup, those spikes, or maybe even just the general ability of not allowing Intimidate and Grass Terrain to go off from the bat. So, yeah, honestly, we could split hairs all day long. I think we'll agree that Marcus is probably just going to be bringing the same 4. I don't see any reason to deviate going for the female Indeedee or that Roaring Moon. But Francesco, there could be some room, but you got to be able to utilize... Do you even bring the Terrapagos? I feel like you still have to naturally, right?
I think that... For me, I think you do bring it. I think there's a lot of emphasis about protecting it, though, so it takes a lot of resource and a lot of kind of attention away from the other Pokemon. One thing that I would look at as Francesco in particular would be maybe leading out with that Screamtail with the Terrapagos. Maybe double protect turn 1, and then you've got the option to really shut down that Weezing the next turn, where you can put pressure on it with a Disable and Encore. And you can do the same if the Calyrex leads as well in that game, where you make it life a little bit more difficult, especially just because the cover cloak's there on the Weezing, so the fake out users don't feel as important in that first turn as they would normally do, because of the cover cloak just getting around that flinch effect that you do naturally get. So I think maybe that is an option where you could potentially utilize the Screamtail in that respect. I don't think you're able to fully shut down that Weezing, though, and the possibilities that it's got to be able to poison at least one thing on your field. You might be able to protect the Terrapagos, but then whatever's next to it is going to be subjected to that.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have our trainers prepping up both physically as well as, most importantly, mentally, because this can be one of those sets, and it has already proven to be, from the fact that that was a game 1 quite mentally exhausting. They need to be able to refocus, get back into it, make sure that they do rely on their flowcharts here. I think it's an uphill battle, for sure, in my opinion, for Francesco versus Marcus's composition, but there are still maybe some ways he needs to try to explore to be able to capitalize and take advantage off of the core four that most likely Marcus is going to be bringing.
Yeah, of course, and I think one of the things that you will look at is the experience that Francesco's got with this team in particular. We've seen him play it at many events in the past to good success. Yeah. So I'm sure it's not the first time coming up against this collection of 6 Pokemon. Yeah. Of course, it might be the first time coming up against this 6 Pokemon against Marcus, who pilots it maybe a little bit differently to others, and has piloted so well in this first game, made things difficult. But I think you've got the tools if you're Francesco. It's just picking the right ones, and it's such a difficult one to go into because you need to win this next match to take it to a game 3.
I mean, and he forced it down to timer for crying out loud.
It couldn't get closer, could it? It could not get closer.
Truly, and I think it was the fact that the Incineroar had income so much damage from the poison over time as well, with the switch in, switch outs, that, you know, it just wasn't able to have enough HP to, you know, supplement the Terrapagos's max HP, which is fantastic. It's great. It was hidden behind a substitute. It had like 3 or 4 Carmine boosts across the board, but it just wasn't able to utilize all of that setup.
No, and I think the problem was that Marcus just protected those Pokemon that were a little bit vulnerable to those Carmine boosts so well, and really took the trade at the right time when they needed to. Taking that Scream Tail and sacrificing the Calyrex didn't really matter, knowing that they had 2 full health Pokemon to come onto the field, active protect. And of course, even the Focus Sash on that Tatsugiri that was still intact, knowing that I've been counting those Terra Star Storms. I know you've got none left, so yeah, here we go. But like you say, I couldn't have got any closer in that match.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think our trainers had originally been having a couple of disconnection issues in between that game 1 going to set up in game 2, but we've got confirmation. Things are going ahead. We're going to go ahead and get straight into game 2. I'm so curious to actually go ahead and check out the leads. Will Marcus be bringing the same 4, and what adaptations can Francesco bring from his side?
Yeah, there we go. We're going to see that Terrapagos and the Incineroar lead out for Francesco, and again the same run back from Marcus of that Galarian Weezing and the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
So we do have a bit of a rewind back to game 1. Most importantly, you just want to be able to have the initial setup. It seems like Francesco's wanted to go for a very similar strategy. Maybe he's identified a couple of turns that could have been a bit more efficient, that he could have maybe optimized from going into game 1 into this game 2.
Yeah, and I think you have to go for that, maybe that same turn where you go for the fake out into the Calyrex to get around a potential Terastallization there and get that substitute up as soon as possible to get around that poison. We've talked about it so much, but it is the big thing for Francesco. When you're playing Terrapagos, it's a centerpiece of your team. You need to protect it at all costs, and I think that's a pivotal move, maybe because that is the line that Francesco has to go down. Marcus could maybe adapt to that and take advantage of that situation, knowing that the Terrapagos isn't going to attack here. Maybe go for something like an attack into it to try and break the substitute if it is coming out.
But it's actually going to go on the defensive. Goes for the protect. We see the fake out, wanting to make sure it checks for the Terra fighting potential to try to capitalize off of momentum, as we see another run back to the substitute being set up from that Terrapagos, and yet again, toxic spikes. Mirror versus mirror scenario of this turn 1, going from game 1 into game 2.
Yeah, like you said, you know, Marcus's game plan in that game 1 worked out, so why would you change that? You stick to it, right? I think getting the toxic spikes up puts everything else coming in, especially if we do see the same sort of switch out from the Incineroar this turn into that Rillaboom. It is going to be on a timer straight away, and we do see the Terastallization as an option for Marcus. Exactly how game 1 played out, maybe playing out exactly the same. Francesco, though, do they switch the Incineroar out here? Because I think you could maybe say, oh, are you going to maybe scout the Rillaboom coming in? Do you go for something different? Could I get a parting shot off? That might be quite valuable in this situation, but we're not seeing any chances taken.
No, it is going to be the Rillaboom yet again. So far, a quite literal blueprint copy of game 1 going into game 2. We're going to have to see if there's going to be any sort of deviation, perhaps from this Terrapagos, maybe wanting to go on to the offensive, but that's not going to be revealed just yet. Calyrex will be opting in for that Terra fighting. It will be targeting down the what is now Rillaboom slot.
Yeah, and we saw the Rillaboom take this quite comfortably earlier on. But again, the big thing is for Francesco preserving it for when that Dondozo eventually comes onto the field. If that is what Marcus has chosen, Terra Blast into that slot.
Oh!
Huge critical hit.
Hello! It's going to deal so much damage, and if this is going to be a strange steam coming out from the Weezing as well, I don't know if it's going to be quite enough. It might be very marginal, but before then, Calm Mind has been set up from this Terrapagos, +1 special attack and special defense. It just wants to get the setup going. And Strange Theme will be coming out. This is exactly the same scenario of turn 1, turn 2, identical to game 1 and game 2.
The big difference is that critical hit, though. It makes life so much more difficult for that Rillaboom. We're kind of skipping a turn ahead almost, because that Rillaboom now, next turn, the poison is going to take it down, and then Francesco immediately going to be down a Pokemon and at a deficit straight away, and it's not the best situation to be in. You wanted to utilize that Rillaboom a little bit more and make use of it in this match the best you could, of course. So not able to do that. Has got the active fake out now, can pressure the Calyrex, can pressure the Weezing, but are we going to see a repeat of maybe the switch out to the Dondozo like we saw in that game 1, but maybe not this time. Maybe there is an adaptation from Marcus's side to say, no, I'm going to just try and get some damage onto the field, try and remove that substitute as soon as I can. If I can get rid of that, it makes life easier to deal with that Terrapagos, and I don't need to go down the route of taking the timer into consideration.
Yeah, and it is going to be yet another run back. We're going to have the Terra Stellar form coming out from this Terrapagos, and just wanting to try to go on the offensive, utilize the fact that this Calyrex will potentially want to go onto the offensive and be able to try to go for it. Yeah, Terra Blast will be coming out. It's going to be targeting down the Rillaboom and wants to make sure it picks up that KO and gets that +1 boost in its Grim Neigh ability, which of course it will be able to do. And the Galarian Weezing does have the option of either trying to go for a Strange Steam, hope there's somehow a critical hit that could break this substitute, or go for another layer of Toxic Spikes.
Yeah, we are going to see the Terra Starstorm. It is going to be a double target attack now after the Terastallization. Going to be super effective into that Calyrex, and probably more likely going to be enough, doing some really valuable damage to that Weezing along the way.
Yeah, it's going to finally be able to go ahead and deviate from this game 1. Aside from the critical hit on that Rillaboom, that is a big KO right now. It does introduce the Dondozo to be brought onto the field, as we do have a second layer of Toxic Spikes now set. Rather than the poison status, any Pokemon arriving, being grounded onto the field, will now succumb to a toxic status.
Yeah, and that makes things way more difficult, because rather than just taking that one little bit of tick every turn, it's going to be incremental. Every turn that Pokemon stays out in the field, that's going to be getting more and more and more, and meaning that they don't have as much time, especially if you're looking at Marcus now. With that Dondozo, that Tatsugiri in the back, it is going to be a problem, because the Unaware, like we saw from game 1, ignores any of those Calm Mind boosts. So the way to be able to boost that damage on the Terrapagos means nothing in front of a Dondozo with that rest and that sleep talk. And there's no grassy terrain now as well. One of the drawbacks of that Rillaboom not sticking around until the Weezing's been dealt with is the fact that the grassy terrain is not active, so the Earthquake going to be hitting for maximum damage, unlike it was in game 1, and making that Dondozo a way, way, way bigger threat than it was previously.
Oh, Marcus is going to bring the Tatsugiri, maybe not wanting the Intimidate drop onto the Dondozo if there's going to be any sort of switch outs of the Weezing. But most importantly right now, we got the scenario where, like we said, that critical hit onto the Rillaboom was so big because it meant that you guaranteed a Terra Blast with the fighting type into that slot. You picked up a KO on the Rillaboom and you dealt so much damage onto Incineroar, so it was a bit of a pin that Marcus was able to capitalize off of.
Yeah, definitely that. And I think you've got the option, if you're Marcus here, just to switch that Dondozo straight in from the back to activate that Commander boost, but not wanting to rush things. Doesn't need to now. You've got that Toxic Poison status on the Incineroar. You're going to allow that to tick down as much as possible and just waste those Terra Starstorms potentially that are coming out from this Terrapagos this turn. We just see the double protect there, slowing the game down, killing any sort of momentum that has been got by Francesco so far.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Francesco going for the safe Calm Mind here, wanted to just make sure he's able to utilize the I would say, most optimum preservation of the PP usage of Terra Starstorm, because that, honestly, the fact that you've got maximum 8 really proved to be quite detrimental, because he's got to really calculate and anticipate any sort of defensive protects coming out from Marcus's side and try to get that right every single time.
Yeah, and it all comes down as well, I think, to what that final 4th Pokemon is that Francesco's got in the back. We've seen pretty the blueprint from Game 1 taken into Game 2 so far. There has been some variations in move options, of course, but has Francesco changed it up? Have they brought the Scream Tail to this game? If they haven't, maybe the Ogerpon is in the back lurking. It could be utilized, especially if that Dondozo decides to make its way into the field anytime soon, but not yet.
Oh, Muddy Water does miss on the Terrapagos, not giving any sort of additional damage onto the substitute, which could really prove to be quite crucial. You see Francesco having a bit of a minor celebration there for the miss. I don't blame him. He does get another Calm Mind boost right now. Believe that is number 2. Strange Theme will be targeting the Incineroar. Not enough to initially pick up the KO. If it were to remain on the field, that parting shot is going to allow it to survive another turn at least.
Yeah, the really nice pivot out here just to preserve that for later in this game. Keep those numbers intact that Francesco's got at the moment. And it will reveal the 4th and final Pokemon. And it is going to be that Scream Tail, going to be subjected to those toxic spikes and get that toxic status condition. So again, it is going to be on a timer, but it is going to be able to come in and do a little bit of an effective job of breaking the sash in particular onto that Tatsugiri if it decides to stay on the field this turn and go for an attack.
Yeah, and I do quite like the fact that Marcus does still have that Dondozo in the back. You want to be able to try to bring it in the correct situation where you're not going to fall short of an immediate on-call disable strategy, whilst you're going to be able to start getting that additional damage incurred at the end of each turn, especially with now the toxic status applied to this Scream Tail.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to sit on the field like it did that first game and kind of pick that opportunity perfectly to lock down with the encore disable. It's just not going to have the time to do that. And even if you switch it out, the Incineroar comes in, it takes any bit of damage, it's going to go down. And as we see, Marcus aware of the timer in this game, taking their time, not wanting to jump in 2 feet first, wanting to just take it 1 step at a time, double protect.
Yeah, and I think it makes the most sense, especially because of how that Game 1 did unfold. But more importantly, because you're able to further sustain the presence of that Dondozo. So most likely, subsequent turn right now, it may well just be a Dondozo switch in, and we've got another PP usage of the Terra Starstorm from the Terrapagos. So already just big difference in retrospect versus Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, you've got 2. So right now we're looking at the board state, and Francesco has 6 of those Terra Starstorms left, used 2, sitting on +3 special attack, +3 special defense. Going to be enough to take that Tatsugiri down to its sash if you double that up with a Dazzling Gleam, and it'll be more than enough to take down this Weezing. So taking it down to a kind of a 2 versus 3 situation.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if you go for that Dondozo switch like we're seeing now, Dondozo just going to ignore all those boosts and just start eating up those Terra Starstorms that you've got remaining left.
Yeah, and that's sort of the strategy, right, that Marcus has identified. Sure, it doesn't have leftovers, but it does have that rest, like we've mentioned. And because of that sort of hidden mechanic that we saw with the encore interaction of the Sleep Torch, because the Sleep Torch does summon another move, it means that it's not going to fall short of being susceptible to that effect.
Yeah, exactly that. We do see that Dondozo now enter the field. That Commander ability activates, so it's going to get the boost across the board, +2 to all of those stats, making it very difficult to remove, especially with that Unaware ability, going to ignore all of those Combine boosts. The encore coming out from the Scream Tail, not going to be effective into that newly brought onto the field Dondozo, and another Combine taking this Terrapagos to heights unseen, +4 across the board, special attack and special defense.
Exactly that, but it's not like Dondozo cares, really. It's just...
It is unaware
of the situation. But most crucially, you're starting to see the ticks of HP build up because of the toxic status. We're in a scenario where most likely because of the incremental increases per turn, there may be another 2 to 3 turns remaining for the Scream Tail if it stays on the field. And that Incineroar, we saw it just had a slither of health left. So Francesco really needs to make sure he's utilizing his resource as best as possible right now.
Yeah, and you can see Marcus here just taking their time, not wanting to dive in like we've said before, not wanting to rush into turns, think through everything methodically before locking in, especially when you're doing this and being conscious of the timer as well. The Earthquake is the move that you want to lock into. It's going to do good damage across the board to everything on Francesco's side. Is it enough to break the substitute? If it is, that makes a big difference here. We are going to see a bit of a switch up, preserve that Scream Tail for later on this game, drop an Intimidate onto the field with the Incineroar. It will go down, unfortunately, to an Earthquake that comes out, but it means that the Scream Tail's Toxic takes are kind of been reset, so it can come back onto the field for maybe a little bit longer than it did previously.
Exactly, that Earthquake will be able to knock off that Incineroar. Most likely not going to be able to break that substitute. I think Marcus may have been wanting to hope for maybe a cheeky critical hit there, especially because it had been its attack dropped by the Intimidate. Terra Starstorm, however, will now be launched. If I'm not mistaken, this is the third that has been launched. We've got 5 more left in the tank for the Terrapagos, and Lee, that is absolute pathetic amount of damage dealt onto Dondozo, if I do say so myself.
The 5 remaining is not going to be enough.
No.
I think now you need to use the Scream Tail lock. Get that Encore Disable lock in.
Yeah.
Because if you can get that locked on now, the problem is getting the Scream Tail off the field, that booster energy to the speed's been lost. So the Dondozo may be fast enough to outspeed that Scream Tail, and if you can lock yourself into a more preferable move and not have something like that Earthquake disabled and Encore, so you're in that situation where you're kind of end up struggling everything. But Scream Tail still outspeeding even without that booster energy active.
Speedy little thing. It's going to be able to get that Encore going, lock the Dondozo into Earthquake rather than allow it to lock into a potential rest that it could have tried to go for. Now you want to try to make sure that you get the Disable online. You force the struggles as quickly as possible in combination with Terra Starstorm damage, even if it's 30 damage worth. With struggle in play, it will potentially come to be quite important. I think at least that's what Francesco's most crucial tactic is, but Lee, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it. This Scream Tail, it's going to be taking more and more damage each turn that passes.
Yeah, probably take one, be able to get the Disable now, lock it out, but the struggle coming out, it's going to do significant damage, and then on top of that Toxic condition that's there, it's probably going to be enough for the Scream Tail to go down here. And then the other thing that you've got to consider if you're Francesco, you're in a good position theoretically with that Dondozo locked out in that position where it is struggling, but you've got to worry about the timer. The battle timer is running extremely low right now.
Yeah, exactly. Disable will be launched. The Dondozo will not struggle just yet. This turn is going to be the subsequent one. Terra Starstorm will come out yet again. You see Francesco knows he has to try to go for as much damage as possible to try to pick up this Dondozo KO as quickly as possible. We've got 5 down, 3 more Terra Starstorms remain, and most likely 1 to 2 more turns on the Scream Tail.
Yeah, maybe 1 at most, I think. In the Dazzling Gleam, is it going to be the difference between knocking this out with a struggle or not? We are going to see it come out now. How it does...
yeah, not a lot.
Nowhere near enough.
Okay, struggle though, not enough to pick up the KO, but because it was able to deal damage, I think it will still go down to this Toxic at the end of the turn. Terra Starstorm, number 6, will be launched. It will be able to bring the Dondozo down a bit more, but it's not enough. We have got 2 more Terra Starstorms remaining on Francesco's side.
Yeah, I do think the situation now with that struggle locked in, I think one more struggle into that, the Encore ending at the wrong time here, where it is not locked in, and we do see, because of that, Francesco forfeit.
Francesco forfeits, and Marcus Crow, your winner of stream match number 1.
Incredibly well played from Marcus. You know, you can't take it away from him. Cool, calm, and collected, and patience was the key in that match to overcoming the threat on Francesco's side of the field. Not only that, but the Dondozo was the key to unlocking the door to victory.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely sweating bullets, so imagine what the trainers have had to go through and how intense of a match that is. Not only is it a tough match because you're on stage, and not only is it because it's round 2 and you're still 1-0 in terms of wins for the day, you're having to go ahead into a matchup that's very sort of slobber knocker-esque, where you've got to try to play to your outs, not only flowchart-wise, in order to be able to get, let's say, not as immediate and high momentum KOs. You need to be able to rely on like environmental effects, such as, the toxic spikes in order to force the poisons and the toxics, but most importantly, the timer.
Yeah, the
saw
timer
how crucial
it
it was.
really came into consideration in both of those games, and Marcus aware of it the whole time. I think the one thing that really went against Francesco in that game too was the critical hit on the Rillaboom, and the fact that you never got that grassy terrain set up there, and that almost alleviates a little bit of those toxic conditions. But the fact that the Galarian Weezing was able to get 2 layers of those spikes up made it even more tricky, and really testament to Marcus in that situation, identifying that I've probably got an opportunity here to get these set up. If I can, it's going to make this game a lot easier than it was in game 1, than where we saw it come right down to the wire.
Which it truly did. And I think Marcus just being able to know that sort of matchup and the approach towards it, sticking to the 4 that they chose from game 1, just goes to show the confidence that Marcus has in their team as well, right?
Yeah, of course that. And, you know, we can take a look at the replays here. The Terra Starstorm coming out. You know, enough to get the Dondozo eventually in that game 1 there. But not quite enough. The trade there between the Calyrex and that Screamtail was just, you think at the time you don't want to trade for the Screamtail, your Calyrex, you're big restricted, but it was the right option because the Tatsugiri and what was to come back in, the Galarian Weezing, full health, and had that active protect just to take Marcus over the timer running out.
Yeah, and there we go. We saw the pinned Terra Blast fighting type into that slot because of the previous crit that had actually been quite crucial against Francesco's gameplay, but trying to go on the offensive immediately after, picking up that Calyrex Shadow Rider sort of gave a bit of hope, but the fact that the Dondozo was still in a situation where it had the Toxic Spike support, as well as the fact that you got the PP usage of the Terra Starstorm whittling down per turn, really proved why Marcus knew what he was doing, and he utilized that strategy.
Yeah, and I think it was a bit of a double-edged sword as well with how game 1 played out for Francesco, being probably a little bit more conscious going into that game 2. I need to be not wasteful with these Terra Starstorms, and there were opportunities in that game 2 after such an offensive kind of attack into the Calyrex, taking that Weezing down to half of its health, where you think, okay, now we're on a roll, get rid of that Pokemon. But the problem was, I think because of that, Marcus was aware of that a little bit more and really utilized the position where I know you're not going to use these Terra Starstorms as freely as you may have done in game 1. Capitalized on it perfectly, you know? Yeah,
and I think that's sort of what you need to be able to do. Not only do you recognize your own outs, but you need to be able to recognize your opponent's outs. And if you're able to do that, you have a heightened level of comprehension of what needs to be done and what the best situation is per trainer.
Yeah, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider was not as impactful as you kind of maybe think it would be in that match, especially with that fighting terrestrialization, but it did enough to get the damage onto those partnering Pokemon, identifying the game plan overall is to protect the Terrapagos, get it behind the substitute, get it set up, but knowing that you've got that unaware Dondozo on the back just makes things like, it makes life so much easier in that match where you think, I don't mind so much, you can waste your turns going for those Calm Minds as much as you like, because when the Dondozo comes onto the field, it's not really going to worry about them at all. Yeah, exactly that. But I think that was a lot for us to go ahead and check out. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have a winner's interview because we saw, you know, that was a lot of effort and time that went through with both of our trainers. We want to make sure we give them the best of a break as they can going into Swiss round number 3. So go ahead, get your own refreshments, and we will be back very shortly. And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Marine. I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the on. What's it going to be?
Luca Ceribelli.
Ceribelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community, helping each other and building up experience at local events. Just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Ceribelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to 2 had shifted. He was pleased to reach day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luka went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luka won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luka's favourite Pokémon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luka Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luka did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luka becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luka, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning Worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the World Championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new World Champion.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de Pokémon muito bem.
We're back for Swiss round number 3 here at the 2025 Pokémon Stuttgart. Stuttgart. Wow, that's a blast from the past.
Throws us back.
I know.
Yeah. Thinking of the past. Right, anyway,
Stockholm. But hello, everybody. I am joined by ever so lovely Mr. David Partington. Suikun took a bit of a dip right there. Apologies. David, thank you so much. It needed a max revive.
There you go, buddy.
So caring. Thank you so much. Anywho, David. That was a bit of a roller coaster of emotions of our first stream match for the weekend between Marcus and Francesco. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was. It was a really cool match because we've seen Francesco pilot this sort of team at previous tournaments as well, and EUIC obviously doing so well to get all the way to that top cut with that very similar team. So it made sense that he kind of brought it to this match as well, going, right, hopefully the meta's not changed too much. We can just kind of push forward and go with exactly what I know works, what my game plans are.
Yep.
But it seemed like versus this kind of Calyrex Shadow Rider Dondozo team, which we've seen a lot of, but we haven't seen a lot of the Rest Sleep Talk version.
Right, I know, and Ice Fang as well.
Ice Fang too, which can really kind of throw some game plans off, and maybe that's why it wasn't able to quite make it in that round.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just the fact that, you know, it has Rocky Helmet as well, if I'm not mistaken, rather than Leftovers, so it is a really intriguing sort of way to be able to try to capitalize off of, I would say, consecutive damage options that you've got over time, you know, like you've got the Toxic Spikes, whatnot, Rocky Helmet, you've got different ways to set it up, but I guess then, regardless, that was the previous set, Swiss round number 2. We're looking forwards right now, Swiss round number 3, and we do have a couple of notable matches available as well.
So here we go. Then there you can see at the top who we are featuring for round 3. That's Tio Team Masu, who got top 8 at EUIC just a month ago, versus Huan Chi Kuo. Apologies for any mispronunciations there, but running also Calyrex Shadow Rider and that Galarian Weezing too. But obviously, a few different pieces there.
Yeah, it's got a lot more offensive prowess when it comes to its different roles. The good old-fashioned Chien-Pao, Dragonite, potentially even a Scarf Urshifu. We're going to have to see what variant it is, but those are not the only, that's not the only set that we've got available out of the notables. We've got Victor Jimenez versus Giuseppe Musico, a good old-fashioned Calyrex Shadow Rider versus Terrapagos yet again, Javier Signorena versus Salahatin Storm, and Ruben Gianzini versus Javier Frier.
Yeah, interesting to see Javier Signorena running a very similar team to what he used at Birmingham Regionals and was on stream with as well, doing very well. Iron Leaves, really cool Pokemon with that Quark Drive ability to really make use of the electric terrain that Miraidon sets up, but also really offering a lot of coverage and speed that a lot of the other grass types that people don't have so much in like Rillaboom and Amoonguss.
And I think it had Mega Horn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it did.
So it wanted to make sure that it could absolutely dunk on grass Terra options over on the other side of the field. I think predominantly we saw a Kyogre that wanted to switch from its regular water typing into a grass Terra, but it's still threatened by the options that the Life Orb boosted Iron Leads had.
Yeah, and also very good into Farigiraf as well, which is a very annoying Pokemon too, which doesn't have many weaknesses at all. Like, you've got Dark, obviously, and you've got Urshifu for that, but, like, yeah, if suddenly you can hit that with a bug move, like, we just don't see bug types at the moment. So if you can afford to run that sort of offensive coverage where people aren't expecting it, then just go for it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's sort of the surprise factor as well, that you need to be able to go into this level of competition. You don't need to, but it sort of depends on your play style as well. But it's a good way to be able to have an initial advantage if this isn't something that your opponent has actually flowcharted to the extent that they should have.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I think a lot of players are trying to do when they are building their teams, right? You've built the team, but also you need to plan what you're going to do to a certain matchup. Because there are common enough compositions of teams that you can know, right, I'm going to face Calyrex Shadow Rider Rillaboom Urshifu stuff.
Right.
I know I'm going to be facing Calyrex Ice Rider Smeargle stuff at some point. So having game plans to those really makes the difference to whether you're going to win or lose a lot of matches.
Yeah, and if you're in Vancouver a couple of weeks ago, you probably didn't flowchart Lunala. And that's sort of maybe a bit of a coincidence to how, you know, Bezad was able to go ahead and wrap up that major event win.
Yeah, like, you might as well, like, go for something that people aren't expecting for.
Exactly.
And I had a chat with Francesco just before his round 2 that we've just had now as well. Because I'm obviously rocking the Reshiram pin here.
Yeah!
And he was saying how Reshiram just destroys his team. It's like Turbo Blaze goes through Sturdy, goes through Terra Shell, goes through everything. But like, here are the players right now here for our round 3.
Exactly. We've got Tail Team over on the right-hand side, and we've got Xuan over on the left. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these two pair up right now. I think Tail Team is coming off of a very in-form show from EUIC, and it'll be really interesting to see how they're able to actually go ahead and convert that going into this match. So far, going really well, 2-0.
Yeah, hopefully that just continues. But of course, for one of these trainers, that will end. But at least they will still both have a chance of trying to get into that top cut, even with one loss. As long as you try and get away with only 2, you should still be able to make it into that illustrious top cut. And look, there's a little Clefairy, Costa.
I know, it's so cute, isn't it? Look at it, it's just there to support Tail Team. Tail Team knows it. It's, I mean, aside from its friend guard, it's got great redirection options and might be a bit of a hint to a potential strategy Tail Team may be looking forwards to utilizing. But over on the other side, we've got Xuanqi actually rocking that OG Gudra, which I am such a huge fan of. I wish it could be better utilized, unfortunately, though, in this current meta.
It's not actually on Xuanqi's team, but it does have a Dragonite instead, which is really cool. A bit of a throwback to some of our previous regulations combined with that Qian Pao.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the accolades of these players here. Xuanqi on the left there with multiple top cuts, it looks like, and all very recent too, being on an absolute tear this season, it looks like.
Yeah, we got top 32 at Liverpool. We've got top 64 at Utrecht.
Stuttgart,
okay, there it is. Shout outs to the top 32 that Xuanqi was able to go ahead and do so. Very informed as well. Not sure if they were able to go to EUIC. However, they are here in Stockholm versus Tail Team. As we mentioned, top 8 at EUIC several weeks ago. Grand Challenge, top 32 as well. So showing some really good prowess, both on the best of 1 format as well as the best of 3.
And here is Xuanqi's team here. Calyrex Shadow Rider yet again, but on a very different build here. Again, that Qian Pao Dragonite duo that we've seen so much of in the previous regulations without the restricted legendary Pokemon. Having that combination of Sword of Ruin to be able to really boost up the power of the Dragonite that's often next to it, which is immune to Fake Out and Intimidate to go to those Terra Normal extreme speeds and really just go, despite any sort of speed control, always be going first with those massive attacks.
Yeah, and Life Orb Qian Pao isn't something you commonly see, I would say, but there has been a really big uptake in terms of usage stats of this Pokemon. I think a couple of people have identified it has a couple of really good calcs that it's able to get, especially when further boosted by that Stellar Terra.
Yeah, it's a really strong Terra to be going for. So, and again, something that probably not a lot of people are preparing for. But I think what I really want to call out, though, is that Encore on the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah!
Really nice option there. We often see Encore on Whimsicott, especially having been on the world's winning team as well, but that's from a Prankster user. And if you're not a Prankster user, then your Encores can suddenly affect Dark types, for instance, which could be really, really useful versus a lot of set-up Pokemon that want to try and, let's say, Terror into Dark and kind of get around that sort of Prankster Encore that so many teams do have.
Yeah, and I do absolutely love the fact that you're able to have Focus Sash on it and you further bolster the damage output with that Terra Ghost option. So you know you're going for maximum damage, and I think that's going to be one of the key things on Xuanqi's side. There's so much damage potential from so many different pieces that they have available. But yeah, I guess over on Tail Team's side, however, we've got yet another Calyrex Shadow Rider, but a very different set. We've got that Covert Cloak set with the Draining Kiss and Carmine Terra Fairy alongside the good old-fashioned balance core of the Rillaboom Incineroar, Urshifu Rapid Strike, accompanied by the Redirection, Friend Guard option, Clefairy, and the Pelipper in order to try to maybe have a different mode accompanied by that Urshifu.
Yeah, it's quite cool to see that Pelipper often uses a Focus Sash, is using a Life Orb, just like that Qian Pao that we had on Xuanqi's team as well. So both these trainers kind of trading bulk for just that massive extra power that these Pokemon can use those moves for. But I think I wanted to call it this Clefairy, because obviously we've got the plushie right there, we've got the Pokemon here too. There's not a lot that Xuanqi has versus for this Clefairy. No poison type moves, no steel type moves to hit it super, super effectively. So I think this would be a really key piece for TU Team in this match.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Calyrex over on Xuanqi's side doesn't have Nasty Plot to be able to maybe capitalize and get so much damage potential to be able to threaten a potential one-shot onto the Clefairy may prove to be quite decisive in terms of how we're trying to square up this matchup. But I guess then, David, looking at the board right now, you did call out Clefairy as a really good option from Tail Team side. What would you think would be the most optimal thing to be able to bring from Xuanqi's side?
Yeah, for Xuanqi, obviously that Calyrex is going to be putting on a lot of offensive pressure straight from the get-go. And because you've got that Focus Sash, you know you're going to survive any one attack that isn't Urshifu Rapid Strike. And as you were calling out, Costa, like combined with the Rain, you can really get around that Focus Sash completely and just get a KO. So I think Xuanqi needs to be really worried about that potentially and use that Wheezing to shut off the Rain.
Yeah, as we do have our leads. Game 1, we got Xuanqi on the left-hand side with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Dragonite versus Tail Team's own Calyrex Shadow Rider, accompanied by the Incineroar. And Incineroar, from the get-go, already is able to try to position himself to a point where maybe he could get some parting shots or at least resist Astral Barrages, be completely immune to Psychic. But the Dragonite is in a focus. It is not susceptible to any Intimidate drops or even Fake Out.
Definitely not. Now, I think you're in position here where T-Team's a little bit on the back foot here. The Calyrex Shadow Rider's likely the faster of the two because it's Focus Sash. You can afford to invest all of those stat points into its maximum potential in that speed.
Right.
And so Team needs to be on the back foot slightly now. It can't fake out either of these targets because Inner Focus one, Ghost type on the other. Yeah. And so that Terra Fairy is going to be looking really strong because then it makes you immune to the outrages that could come out from this Dragonite, but also not be taking super effective damage from the Astral Barrages on the other Calyrex's end.
Yeah, exactly. And I do really like this Terastallization straight off the bat. From Tail Team, you want to be able to try to get as much damage as possible, potentially, or at least not be susceptible to Astral Barrages as intently as possible. But the really good thing from Xuanqi's side, the Calyrex doesn't need to utilize its Terra because it's a Focus Sash. It doesn't need to try to get outside of its weakness, at least because it's able to take 2 hits in one moment. However, we've got the Terra normal Dragonite. It's able to now be immune to any sort of Astral Barrages. It capitalizes off of the boost onto its extreme speed and deals roughly just beneath 50% of HP onto the Incineroar, followed up by that Astral Barrage, which will be able to put Pokemon now within the range from Tail Team's side to extreme speed, especially because there's no Ghost typing on this Calyrex.
It's going to be taking a lot of damage, but of course, with that Focus Sash, it is definitely going to be able to hang on here. But we're yet to see this Incineroar come up next.
All right, going for the knockoff, it will guarantee the KO. So this is sort of the thing that Focus Sash does. It forces your opponent to try to commit 2 offensive moves within the same turn in that slot, whilst being able to provide indirect support for your second Pokemon to not be impacted. And that's sort of what we're seeing Xuanqi actually go for. Willing to drop their restricted to be able to whittle down both of Tail Team's Pokemon within a range where the other damage sweepers can be able to capitalize off of.
The T-Team's looking in a really strong position, having just knocked out Xuanqi's restricted Pokemon just in turn 1, right? Yeah. But actually, he's still looking in a fairly decent position here. Extreme Speed might be able to pick up a KO on either of these targets, and so might a Surging Strike, especially into that Incineroar slot. Yeah. So it's going to be on what Team has maybe brought in the back at this point. Rillaboom would be a really good Pokemon right now to be able to take on whatever this Urshifu goes for, and with some decent physical bulk, we'll be able to take on an Extreme Speed too. If you can afford to even switch in here, because you know you're taking damage, and then on the following turn, you'll probably take even more as well. So let's see if he's bought it.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be the Clefairy. I think this makes so much sense. You want to be able to have that Friend Guard support and maybe get this Calyrex to just survive, which it does, thanks to its supporting ability, but not anymore. Surging Strikes from Xuanqi's side, trying to make sure you absolutely rock out and get that slot knocked out.
So that was a really interesting turn because it would have been such a safe switch to Clefairy, protect Calyrex Shadow Rider to get yourself into a nice position where you can start following me away any attacks. But when you're faced against an Urshifu, you're inclined to really not protect at all. And you can see how Xuanqi's really taking advantage of that by not only targeting with his Urshifu into that slot, but also the Dragonite and be able to knock out that Calyrex Shadow just at the same way that Team got their own Calyrex Shadow Rider.
That's sort of the benefits of being able to have a Choice Scarf Urshifu, to be able to pin in that Calyrex slot. You want to make sure if you've got redirect support, such as the Clefairy, you have that immediately available and not allow your opponent to be able to capitalize off of setting the board state to a point where you have that pin installed. Calyrex Shadow Rider, sure, it's down for Xuanqi, but you're in a position where you've got the fastest Pokemon, both when it comes to priority as well as speed.
Extreme Speed's coming out from this Dragonite again. Nothing stopping it so far. Doing over 50% of this Rillaboom here. Followed up with another Surging Strikes as well.
Yeah, exactly. And Rillaboom is not going to be able to be felled just yet, especially thanks to that Friend Guard, which is online at the moment. But we're most likely going to be able to see a either pivot or maybe a KO focus into that Urshifu, because you want to be able to whittle things down. But no, it's into the Dragonite, and the Clefairy has actually gone for life you. You want to still get additional benefits of having recovery online. You've lost your main restricted right now, so things are looking a bit tough, and you need to make sure you've got your main damage output still online.
Yeah, this is looking really tough, actually, because you could say, oh, Clefairy could just follow me away attacks, but Extreme Speed has, like, the same priority as Follow Me, and because Dragonite is naturally faster than Clefairy, Extreme Speed will go before Follow Me. So this Rillaboom is in KO range now. The only thing that can save it is a switch out into that Incineroar because there's no Protect on it either. So Chuanchi, despite losing his restricted, like, turn 1, is in a really strong position. Nothing's really threatening either of these targets, and the Urshifu's managed to just get away with taking no damage in front of a Rillaboom.
It's crazy. It's crazy because I think it's sort of what Chuanchi's options are, and based off the team composition, it's all damage, 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 damage. You're not allowed to leave any sort of balance archetype across the field to have a breather, because in this situation we've already seen game 1, Chuanchi the concede from Teo Team, and there's too much pressure right now going on. I think Teo Team really needs to be able to find a way to give himself some room in terms of the positioning and the setup, because Chuanchi is just going straight for damage, picking up the KOs, not giving you any sort of option to be able to slow things down.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, Costa. I think there were two specific moments where that was the case for Chuanchi, where we had literally just now the Urshifu just still target despite in the face of the Rillaboom going, right, it's way too obvious for me to hit grass move into water type. You know, like, I'm not going to switch out, I'm just going to keep attacking, especially if an Incineroar was going to come in. So I think I really like that call to just kind of keep that there. And then we also obviously had that targeting into the Calyrex Shadow Rider as the Clefairy came in. Yes, the Friend Guard were activated, it was able to take the Extreme Speed. But yeah, I think Teo Team was maybe hoping that Surging Strikes was going to go into the Clefairy slot to take out the Incineroar, which obviously it didn't completely at all. So yeah, Teo Team's got to really turn something around here. And I think if anything, it's maybe playing a little bit safer.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think being able to just try to find a way to take all of the damage presence off of one slot at any given time, or at least have something that can take the damage pile up, is so key here to be able to build yourself up to the point where you can start offensively threatening Chuanchi's multiple Pokemon at stall, because at this point you've got many issues from a team matchup composition point of view. You've got a Pokemon that can outspeed you with the Urshifu. You've got the Focus Sash on the Calyrex, which guarantees a survival or at least a force of 2 moves most of the time into the slot. And then you've just got Extreme Speed, which is just absolutely outpacing everything.
Yeah, we didn't even see the wheezing mode either, being able to shut anything off. It was just raw damage and utilizing that Dragonite, which is great, isn't it? Like, Dragon types, just particularly in this meta, are super strong because there's so much Firewater Grass going everywhere. Right. And that's exactly what this Calyrex Shadow Rider team is using from Teo Team. But yeah, game 2, here we go.
Oh, let's see if things are going to be shaped up or not. Calyrex and Dragonite coming out from Chuanchi's side yet again, followed suit by Teo Team's Incineroar and the Calyrex as well. So, David, we're in a situation where we saw Chuanchi allowed the Calyrex to go down that turn 1, was still able to deal some really respectable damage on both Incineroar and that Calyrex, but it allowed that free slot of the Urshifu coming in. So do we feel there's any sort of adaptations, maybe even from Teo Team's side in anticipation of that?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, still a Terra Fairy is still pretty safe for Teo Team at this end. We did also see the Astral Barrage on Chuanchi's end not even do 50% to a Terra Calyrex Shadow Rider. So Teo Team may feel that he's able to not commit the Terra just yet, knowing they'll be able to survive anyway. But it's still a fairly safe option, especially if you want to start trying to set up with those Calm Minds, take more attacks anyway, and start dishing that damage back. But it's something that he definitely needs to be doing is targeting down that Dragonite. Can't be left to stay there, and maybe some more damage coming out this turn, maybe from that Incineroar, could make a difference.
Oh, 100%, and we've got the double Terra commit from both trainers. We got Terra Fairy on Calyrex side, as well as the Terra Normal following suit, exactly as game 1 so far when it comes to the turn 1 scenario. But Dragonite is now pined up to deal some good damage. Does it go for a cheeky read into the Calyrex? No, it goes for the safe focus onto that Incineroar, dealing so much damage. Astral Barrage following suit immediately after will be putting it down to about a 20% range, as the Calyrex is actually down to 50.
Astral Barrage coming out from the responding Pokemon this time, doing a lot of damage. It's still playing out exactly the same way in game 1. Let's see if it still does. Let's see if this Incineroar does go for that knockoff into the Calyrex. Yeah. Yes, another back-to-back turn 1 KO with this restricted.
Yeah, and it does, like we mentioned, David, bring that potential of the Urshifu brought straight away. It will outpace Calyrex. It will definitely outpace Incineroar, but maybe Tail Team has identified that game one could have gone a bit better. I could have made a better, more accurate decision on which Pokemon to switch in. Perhaps that might be the scenario they're going to have to depend on here.
Yeah, exactly. We've still got that same turn 2 now. So yeah, is there any change at all? There definitely needs to be from Tier Team, because that is probably one of the turns that made him lose the game last time. So Incineroar could just be a little bit of a sack at the moment. Protect still definitely keeps it safe as well from any sort of attacks, especially for Clefairy's coming in here, so we'll have to see. There's a switch, but it's the Calyrex instead, Costa.
Yeah, it's going to be Calyrex in favor of the Rillaboom from the looks, apologies, from the Clefairy, which is going to be able to definitely tank a lot of damage. Is going to be able to tank enough is the real question, because there's so much damage coming out from Xuanqi's side. The focus is going to be into the Clefairy with both of the Pokemon. It will pick up the KO. However, it will allow this Incineroar to finally be able to execute a move, most likely going for a Will-O-Wisp onto the Dragonite or some form of Will-O-Wisp onto the Urshifu. We're going to have to see, but no, it's just a parting shot.
Yeah, parting shot is decent as well. You know it's going to hit.
Okay,
It's supposed to Will-O-Wisp, so it makes sense. You get to reset Fake Out as well if you want to bring it in for this same turn if you want to. And then Fake Out the Urshifu, obviously. In a focus on the Dragonite, you still can't slow that Pokemon down yet. And so it's still going to be really tricky to kind of get to a state where Tier Team can deal with it at the moment. It's like, at this point, going into the next turn, Xuanqi can probably just pick a KO with this Dragonite on either slot. Intimidate can't slow it down, and Fake Out can't slow it down, but at least there is an attack drop from the parting shot. Can that make a difference?
It's going to be tough, right? Because if Xuanqi, I think we may have actually had a cheeky little look before Chien-Pao is in the back for Xuanqi, so we could even have an immediate sort of Ruin switch in as well that can further alternate the damage calculations.
Yeah, I love that. Looks like Xuanqi heard you there, Costa. Maybe switching into that, I think that's a really cool idea there, because, yeah, you still can't Fake Out this Dragonite, and then before you can be able to mitigate that Intimidate and hopefully get that KO. But we'll see how it plays out here. There could always be the Protect to be able to stall things out from Tier Team's end.
Yeah, Tail Team really has to try to go for the read and get it right. Unfortunately, not so far from the looks of things. Fake Out goes into Chien-Pao. There's no focus action, just a Light Bulb. But Extreme Speed is enough to pick up the KO. And Xuanqi has been able to absolutely break straight through Tail Team's team composition, not giving themselves much room to be able to slow down this momentum.
Amazing play. This Dragonite is absolutely showing why it is still relevant in this format. Incineroar coming in though. Intimidate, yeah, there you go. This inner focus just putting in so much work here.
Really?
Nothing's gonna slow it down here. It just won't. Yep. Like at this point, Rillaboom needs to be the Pokemon that does all the damage into it. Woodhammer we've seen do a lot, not KO, but it still does do a lot with that grassy terrain. We might be able to get a little bit more damage out here. And particularly from that Chien-Pao as well. It doesn't have the most accurate of moves sometimes, but with that Ice Spinner, it is going to be 100% accurate and get rid of that grassy terrain to boot too. So we maybe see Xuanqi kind of switch out the Dragonite to keep it a little bit safer, but at the end of the day, this is still looking pretty safe too.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Because you're able to just position yourself to the point where you're not going to be susceptible to having sort of Fake Outs there. Extreme Speed will pick up the KO onto the Incineroar. The Woodhammer will most likely have to try to target down this Dragonite, but there is not a lot of room left in the tank. But because, of course, it doesn't even pick up the KO, this means Xuanqi is going to be able to go ahead and pick up this win in what has been an absolutely high-octane state. It's still going ahead, making sure, locking in the moves. The game's not yet over until we get the call-out, and that is indeed the call-out. Xuanqi, your winner of Swiss round number 3.
Wow. What Pokemon that we just saw there. It was like, right, we're in a restricted meta here. And like, both of them just go down so early, but it was Dragonite that took the stage this time, alongside its good old buddy Chien-Pao, and just showing why it was an amazing call, and Xuanqi doing an absolute masterclass of Pokemon for us.
I'm going to have a conversation with Xuanqi, see if I can maybe get a cheeky face or something, because, oh my lord, do I love that team. It really calls out to my inner hyper-offense sort of play style. But no, it's just the fact that you limit the amount of turns and switches and sort of board position changes from your opponent's side of the field, to the point where a core like a balanced core such as Tail Team, as long as the hyper-offensive player gets the right calls in the right timing, there's not a lot that you can do to be able to run through or even survive the onslaught of damage.
Yeah, there really isn't. Aside from that Dragonite, there's not a lot of other Pokemon that can do that sort of role.
Right.
What I really love as well is like you've got that Weezing as well, just in case there was anything you could use in terms of their abilities to get around what Dragonite was trying to do as well. So it's just a really well-rounded team, and we didn't even see the other pieces from it too. Like Calyrex Rider goes down after an Astral Barrage, Dragonite picks it up from there. Like, really well done.
Yeah, very, very much so. And against Tail Team, which so far, they're not down and out, of course. They've still got 2 wins and 1 loss going into Swiss round number 4. But yeah, I think the fact that Xuanqi just knew inside out the flow charts, especially going up against that team composition, so well, so quick, locking into those moves, just knew exactly what needed to be done. The Urshifu Scarfed Rapid Strike, it is so good on a team composition like this where you're able to capitalize off of Sword of Ruin. So you've got, restricted-wise, such a huge offensive threat in the special side of things, special attack side of things. Then you've got all the physical attacks, and they just capitalize off Chi and Pao's presence, which is Life-Orb, by the way, and Terra, or Stellar Terra as well, just to make sure you've got enough damage.
And I think it's a really good call here. Yeah, as you can see, Calyrex Rider went down so early, both games for Tier Team, and you'd think that means he's probably going to win it, but yeah, really didn't. And I think what's going to be crucial for the rest of this tournament for Xuanqi is that he's proved that this team right now, that they can beat standard Calyrex Shadow Rider, Fire, Water, Grass balance stuff, right? Exactly. And so we don't often always see that on Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, but we see it on Terapagos teams too. We sometimes see it on Calyrex Ice Rider teams. So in theory, there's going to be a really good matchup into all of that stuff, which we're probably going to see a lot of this weekend. So this could be a really great call of a team for this tournament.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement. Not only because I love hyper offense, it's got so many tools and answers when it comes to all of the different threats coming into this. And it's a Calyrex Shadow Rider. Surely you feel like, okay, well, yeah, it can handle Lunala. Like, but then you look at the rest of the team and you're like, oh yeah, it could definitely handle Lunala if it's got all of the other options available. You got the Chi and Power, which has the double dark moves as well. Sucker Punch for priority. Throat Chop to be able to, not have to rely on mind games, but also as a nice caveat, able to stop any sort of sound-based moves too.
Yeah, and speaking of Lunala too, the Weezing will just shut off that Shadow Shield, I believe, and then Astral Barrage can hit straight through into it too. So there's plenty of options for it in so many teams.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. I think Xuanqi, so far, really, really strong performance up against Tail Team, which, like we mentioned, has been absolutely on fire as well from a top 8 at EUIC several weeks ago. But I guess looking into the set itself, were there any sort of other adaptations you felt Tail Team could try to look for in terms of the matchup? Because it did feel like it was a huge disadvantage purely by matchup.
I mean, we didn't see the Urshifu come in at all, and that's something with a fighting type attack can threaten the Dragonite once it's gone for that Terra Normal, which it was obviously so keen to do to get around Follow Me, the Intimidate, and anything else that it was throwing out too. So I think if we had seen that in the late game potentially to actually threaten a one-hit KO, which it probably would have been able to get. Urshifu's pretty strong, I hear.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yeah, that's my fact of the weekend. Urshifu is pretty strong.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm looking forward to more facts from the weekend.
That's all right. Take a breath, I'm sure. I've got so many more. Like, you should hear about this Pokemon Incineroar, Costa.
What?
Yeah.
What's that?
Honestly. Shh, don't tell anyone. It's pretty good. Okay. Yeah. It's got so many different moves.
Has it won anything? Or?
I don't know yet. I mean, people are trying to keep it under wraps at the moment. But, yeah.
Well, not that set, unfortunately. But we'll have to see how things go. Yeah. But regardless, I think it was such a great display of why you're trying to find ways to be able to break the meta open, especially to a point where you feel there's a bit of a vacuum between EUIC and the build-up of Vancouver as well as Fortaleza, where things were a bit unsure on because of such an unconventional team that won it, obviously guided by Wolf. They're not sure which direction to go towards.
No, exactly, but we'll have a lot of answers to that, I'm sure. And of course, we're going to have our interview with our winner, Xuanqi. Let's have a look. What do you got?
Thank you so much, David and Costa. Well, I'm here with our round 3 winner, Xuanqi. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
On such an incredible performance. First of all, before we get into anything, teams or the matchup itself, how are you feeling coming into this regional with such tough opposition and having such a an easy round 3, really.
Yeah, I must say it's like one of the regional that I'm like most chill at. I think I quite secured my world spot, so I'm here to like play for the stipend, to see my friend and just like have fun. Finally like pick up a team. I think this is the first time I brought a team that I didn't build myself. I'm like, I'm gonna use a good team that I think is like has a lot of potential, and I'm just gonna see how I perform. And so far it's been going like really well.
Well, that's great to hear, and it's nice to hear that you have that more relaxed feeling coming into the tournament. I think it always makes such a difference in mentality and approaching the tournament and your games and how the day unfolds when you have that kind of mindset coming into an event. But great to hear as well that you've kind of picked up the team that you felt confident with coming in. I'm sure that's contributed towards the performance so far. You've got a lot of games to go, of course, but you've had a brilliant start. The one thing I want to touch back on first, because the Dragonite was the star of the show in those 2 games, but you used Dragonite, slightly different build to your success, getting top 4 in Gdansk as well.
Yeah, so I actually brought Dragonite to all of my Reg Age tournament, and Dortmund I actually also run Choice Band Dragonite. I lost my winner into the eventual winner, so I couldn't play. But yeah, I think Dragonite just plays very well into the Firewater Grass core. Like Incineroar, Rillaboom, they really hate to see Dragonite. And as you can see, like it's just very difficult to stop the Terra normal Dragonite because you're kind of forced to Terra their Calyrex, then you can hit it with E-Speed. Because I'm Sash, I can freely go for 1 Astral Barrage without worrying like about speed tie and all that stuff. So I think the combo is just like, yeah, it's a line I developed, and I'm like, this is amazing. Like it's a one line I'm gonna stick to. I'm gonna click E-Speed, and I'm gonna hope I don't hit into Protect.
Yeah, it's really good. And I say an easy round 3. It wasn't easy by any means because of the opponent that you were going up against. You know, Tier Team is so decorated in the format, but you made it look so easy just because of the lines that you had in the team with that Dragonite and taking advantage, identifying that the Terra Normal will be so hard to get around. I think leaving possibly the Urshifu is the biggest threat once you did commit to that Terastallization as an option, but it didn't come into question there because it didn't come to the match. But I love the ability that you had in those games 1 and 2, where you didn't really need to change too much throughout the set, where you had the option to bring in the Urshifu or the Chen Pao once you'd lost the partner to Dragonite. And I think the option there, the flexibility with the team in those situations, it really opened the door to say, well, yeah, Chen Pao can come in, but the Urshifu can also come in and kind of help clean things up. It just seems very oppressive. And most of your games so far this weekend being very similar to that.
Yeah, actually, the past 2 rounds, I played 2 Arubega Miraidon teams.
Oh, wow.
And so it's like a team I also prep a lot into, and I also have like my line. And it's like more of a 50-50 matchup, but it's like really fun to play. I play like one of my really good friends, so it's really nice. But yeah, it's just, as you mentioned, like just the Dragonite, like being able to pin all the slots of like TL Time Scene, like all of the Calyrex Shadow setup team, I kind of just use this line. As you say, like Chen Pao can switch in any time to boost the damage.
Yeah.
I was actually not sure if my E-Speed would KO the Calyrex Shadow in game 2. So I was like, oh, thank God it KO, because if it would not, like Draining Kiss would heal up so much from Pao or Urshifu. And then I was like, okay, that would be a bit iffy. So I was like, oh, thank God, like the sort of ruin was enough to boost it back up. Yeah.
Yeah, and that sort of ruin comes in so useful in those situations where you think, okay, I have taken a parting shot. I'm a little bit weaker than I was before, and it's going to be touch and go whether or not I can get it. But it kind of just nullifies the ability of that parting shot drop altogether. And having the inner focus as well. I know we've seen Dragonite be so effective in previous formats, but for it to come into Regulation G and be so effective like it has for you this weekend is really refreshing to see. I think that it's still good to always look back on previous successes that Pokemon have had in combinations that have been used and kind of lean into them a little bit and integrate them into these sort of teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think this team is obviously from Kyle Living House, and I think this team is just like really well built. You have Mons that are like not really happy with like Incineroar, like Calyrex Shadow, Pao, which like Weezing can help a lot in terms of like nullifying the Intimidate for hands and Pao. And obviously, yeah, Dragonite is immune to Intimidate, and Urshifu kind of is like immune to Intimidate. It's a very physical attack heavy team with Calyrex Shadow kind of like disrupting, forcing Terras or using Encore to disrupt like Thunderclap and stuff like this. So yeah, I think it's a really like dynamic team. And it's very fast paced, really different than what I used to play, like a lot of setup. I'm gonna just click my moves this time and hope it kills.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing I really loved watching Kyle when he piloted the team as well, was the ability to just overwhelm the opponent and not give them an inch to kind of think or kind of build any sort of momentum in the game, because you're just shutting it down every single turn. And I love the Focus Sash. I think it's really understated how valuable that item is on the Calyrex, because you see a lot of trainers kind of lean into things like Life Orb for the extra damage, but of course you've got the Ghost Terrestrialization on it to kind of give you that boost if you do need it. But the Encore is something I also love because it's so niche as well. Is it something that you've used much over the weekend so far?
I love Encore. I named my team Encore. I just think it's such a fun move on the team. Every turn I would think, can I Encore here?
Yeah.
Like, is there something I could Encore? I actually Encored for a Giraffe in turn 2. They want to go for Trick Room, but they click Helping Hand the previous turn. I was like, how do I stop this Trick Room? Let me Encore this for a Giraffe. And then so he Helping Hand at the end of the turn, which obviously did nothing.
Yeah. Well, I'm pleased it's had so much success for you so far in the tournament, and I hope it does continue. Of course, we need to let you get some downtime before the next round starts to get yourself kind of prepared. But before we let you go, it's been great chatting with you.
Thank you
of
so
course.
much. Thank you.
Have you got any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue, at home, might be watching?
Yeah, like shout out to all of my friends, to the Dutch community. Like, thank you for taking me in. And yeah, every friend that helped me prep. And thank you for Kyle for building this team. I really love the team. I think it's really, really, really well built.
That is amazing. Thank you so much, and I hope to see more of you over the weekend, and good luck in the rest of the games. But we'll take a quick break now as we get our players set up for round 4, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Incineroar, though, will not go down. Welcome to Dazzling Duos, where we highlight a particularly potent Pokemon pairing. I'm David Partington, and this time we are turning to the Pivot Pals, Incineroar and Rillaboom. So why does the metagame seem to always revolve around these two? Incineroar is a Fire and Dark type, giving it 6 resistances, 1 immunity, with only 4 weaknesses. This enables it to take a myriad of attacks thrown its way, but many can be weakened even further. There's its ability Intimidate, removes Parting Shot, Will-O-Wisp, and Knockoff. All these tools make removing Incineroar seem like an almost impossible task, even with super effective moves. But against Water and Ground type Pokemon, Incineroar would rather wait in the wings. Enter Rillaboom. As a pure Grass type Pokemon, it has more weaknesses than resistances, but that doesn't stop Rillaboom from being incredibly versatile. Its ability Grassy Surge sets grassy terrain as soon as it hits the field. This powers up its Grass type moves, making them incredibly strong, and Grassy Glide becomes a priority attack. It will also override other terrains, and so puts a stop to strategies like those involving Psychic terrain, which can shut down priority moves. Put Incineroar and Rillaboom together, and you have a duo that excels at disrupting almost any strategy your opponent has. Both of them move Fake Out, which prevents one Pokemon from moving that might otherwise KO your teammate. But this move can only be used on the first turn the Pokemon is on the field. And coincidentally, both also have an ability that activates upon switching in. So top trainers will make the most of this combination by pivoting each one on and off the battlefield repeatedly. This can be done even more effectively with pivoting moves like U-Turn and Parting Shot, allowing another Pokemon to switch in after the opponent has moved, therefore entering much more safely. So how do you jam this revolving door of Pokemon? Incineroar loves to lower your stats, so using a Pokemon with the Defiant ability, such as Annihilate, turns those annoying stat drops into handy attack stat boosts. Alternatively, Farigiraf can lend a helping hoof with its ability Armor Tail. Like Psychic terrain, it blocks priority moves, but can't be overridden by Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, ensuring your attacks keep coming. And using Dragon or Fire type Pokemon can resist the powerful Grass and Fire type attacks this duo dishes out. So whether it's Incineroar switching into Fake Out or Rillaboom U-turning back to your party, the Pivot Pals are always around the corner. By the way, make sure you're prepared for this dazzling duo at your next event.
Welcome Pokemon trainers to a sparkling edition of our Pokemon Spotlight series as we focus on the most majestic and radiant restricted Pokemon, Terapagos. This beautiful legendary Pokemon has been cropping up all over the restricted metagame, and it's time to find out why. Renowned for its distinctive abilities and unique presence on the field, Terapagos has utilized terrestrialization in a whole new way to completely shake up the game. First, let's look at how Terapagos' abilities showcase on the field. Depending on how you want to play Terapagos, it potentially can utilize all 3 of its abilities that activate sequentially during battle. The first ability is Terra Shift. Upon entering the battlefield in its normal form, Terapagos' ability transforms it from the adorable little turtle into its iconic terrestrial form, gaining the Terra Shell ability and a new disc-like appearance. The Terra Shell ability reduces damage from attacks when Terapagos is at full health, resulting in a resisted hit. This not only enhances Terrapagos' impressive bulk, but gives it the defensive relief required to enable a potential setup move to be performed, such as Calm Mind or Substitute. After the Terra Shell has been broken though, Terrapagos is a little more vulnerable to super effective hits from fighting-type Pokemon like Urshifu or Iron Hands, which might encourage trainers to click that terrestrialization button and unlock Terrapagos' full potential. When Terrapagos terrestrializes into its stellar form, it acquires the ability Terraform Zero, which clears any active weather or terrain effects from the field, disrupting opponents' strategies reliant on those conditions. This is a good way to set your opponents back a step, as it can remove potential Protosynthesis or Quark Drive boosts on the field. Additionally, once Terrapagos is in its stellar form, it not only gets a boost to its HP stat to improve its bulk, but it also enhances its signature Terra Starstorm attack. Let's dive into that more as we explore the offensive capabilities of Terrapagos in battle. Terra Starstorm starts off as a single-target, normal-type attack that can deal a huge amount of damage to a chosen opponent. However, upon terrestrializing and adopting its stellar form, Terrapagos gives Terra Starstorm an upgrade. It becomes a stellar-type move and targets both the opposing Pokemon in double battles, providing unresisted spread damage. Its move pool is completed by both defensive support moves and a setup option. Protect and Substitute both help Terrapagos avoid potential damage. If Terrapagos is holding the leftovers, these moves combined can help create time and space for Terrapagos to establish itself safely behind a Substitute and regain lost HP, making it difficult to knock out. Calm Mind is often also utilized to help Terrapagos get a boost to its special attack and special defense. This gives it more coverage against special attackers such as Fluttermane or Miraidon, and also allows Terra Starstorm to become even more of a threat. In order to fully facilitate the strategy, you often see Terrapagos paired up with fellow competitive titans Incineroar and Rillaboom. These Pokemon provide fake-out support to flinch an opponent and open up opportunity for Terrapagos to set up on the field. Additionally, they can use Parting Shot or U-Turn respectively to rotate off the field and return to pressure with Fake Out once again. Sounds like good teamwork to me. For trainers who just want to start dealing out the knockouts though, you can always run Terrapagos with the Choice Specs item. It does restrict its flexibility on the field, but it can allow for a strong boost to its special attack-based move like Terra Starstorm. Terrapagos' unique abilities and the potent Terra Starstorm make it a formidable presence in VGC battles. Its adaptability and synergy with diverse team competitions ensure its continued prominence in the competitive scene. Try it out for yourself, trainers, and best of luck in your future matches.
Welcome, trainers. We're here at the Fan Experience Zone here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. And I've got the pleasure of being joined by Clotilde here to take us on a little bit of a tour around what's going on away from the main competition. So, Clotilde, introduce yourselves to anyone that doesn't know you back at home.
Hi, so I'm Clotilde. I've been judging at regional and international since May 2022, and for the Fan Experience since the beginning. So we started the Fan Experience Zone 2 seasons ago. So this is the second full season with Fan Experience, and we hope that you will enjoy it.
And you must have seen it grow.
Yes,
all the way
growing.
through. It's
Yes.
so busy all the way through. Now, we haven't got too much time to go through everything, and there's so much going on here.
Yes.
Let's have a little wander
Okay.
through this area. Tell us what's been good.
We have different type of activities in order to fit everyone. So over here you have like origami, so people can follow the instruction on the official origami instruction. But we also propose origami workshop with brand new origamis, so they can create their own Pokemon.
Ooh.
Over here we have like many types of board games. So the easiest one, Labyrinth, Monopoly, Scrabble. So it's like really fun for the family, friends to play together.
And even though there's people in the main competition right there, it's still full up. And
Exactly.
Especially over here, we've got so many people doing the colouring in and
Yes.
drawing.
And drawing, exactly. And we even propose a contest for each age division. So it's for kids, it's for adults, it's for everyone. And as you can see, we have also the retro gaming area. So
Love this area.
old games, new games for example, Metronome Battle is the rock, paper, scissors version with Pokemons. So really fun, and we even have like tournaments, and everyone is enjoying them.
I've seen so many Metronome battles come down to like one Pokemon uses in prison.
Yes.
It's like game over.
Exactly.
It's never guaranteed, is it? It's so much fun. What have we got? I remember over here we got the speedrunning category as well.
Yes, exactly. So it's really old one, so many of you or not will recognize it. It's Pokemon Red.
Yes.
And this challenge this time is the fastest you can catch a Pikachu. So
Okay, so you've got to get all the way to Viridian Forest as fast as you can. Have we got any scores on the board at the moment?
right now only 1:21 minutes. So I mean this time it's pretty slow because, for example, at EUIC we had like fastest people. I think today may not be a lucky day for players.
Maybe not, but I remember at Gdansk Regionals where
Yes.
I saw a lot of 23s, 24s on the board. So 21 at the start of the day is pretty good.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Love that. What else have we got going on over here?
So we also have like the photo booth, so for people to have like great memories, taking pictures, and I mean all the activities over here are also part of like we have like cards with a mission for people, so they complete the mission, so it's kind of like fun. They also have like a mission to take selfie with some Pokemon in the venue, so they had to search for them, and then they can get a little prize. So sometimes it's boosters or things like that. So
And
really,
I've heard there's a mystery box prize for some of those.
yes, exactly.
If you do all of the missions.
Exactly.
You can
then
come back.
you draw, you come back, and we draw some of the name, and you can get. So really, the idea is like to for everyone to have fun, for families, but also like for players who want to relax in between rounds or at the end, to have really great memories. So
Very much so, and especially a lot of our competitors that are playing in the main event today, well, not all of them are going through till tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be, usually on the Sundays, gets pretty busy down here,
yes,
doesn't it?
sometimes yes, it's really busy. Actually, it depends on the event, but yes, the idea is really for everyone to get a good memory and for people who don't know, for example, the games, to connect through Pokemon. So yes, and everyone has a smile on their face, so
You can just see it, can't you? Like everyone you look around with, they're all having a great time.
Yes.
And there's something for everyone, isn't there?
Yes, exactly. That is the difference with side events, for example. Side events requires, even for the simple games, to have a little bit of knowledge, so sometimes we can explain. But here, everyone can do drawing, coloring, everyone can try and discover new games or old games. Like we have Pokémon Stadium, which are mini games, so you just follow the rules. And
So nostalgic
origami,
as well, isn't it?
So really, really great.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This has been such a great tour. And look, if you're going to be competing or coming to spectate at any of our regional championships or special championships, of course, these are the sort of experiences that you can have alongside the main event. So, without further ado, we're going to kick it to a quick break.
Thank you.
We'll be back with all of the action very soon. Thank you so much, Clotilde.
Thank you. See you.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats, but that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So, how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role on your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, So attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the Judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training Trainer in Monte Nevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
Hey Pokemon trainers, we're back at the Stockholm Regional Championships of the 2025 season, and for the first time today, Ben Kiriakou is with me on the desk. Let's go. Did you have fun in the fan zone?
Fun in the fan zone.
Fun in the fan
yes,
zone.
not fan in the fun zone.
No fans. No.
Maybe
fans.
there is fans in the fun zone.
Actually, yes, wherever the fun zone is.
Yeah,
but they should be in the fan zone where the fun is.
Yes. I think so. Yes.
I think so.
We're going to have to go back and check that. But either way, yes, David, I had a lot of good fun. There's so many things going on there outside the main event, and it really does highlight just how much of a good experience it is, not just for the players that are coming to compete in our main event, no matter what title that you're playing, whether that's the video game, the trading card game, or Pokemon Go, but also if you're a spectator, if you're a family member that's coming along as well, you can have a good time as well. There's something for everyone over there.
Oh, I managed to get my photo taken there as well.
Oh, look
in
at
the
this.
fun zone
Look at
too. Yeah, there it is. I was like matched up with this Greninja as much as I could. We were best buddies when we were going through the main series games. I thought I'd do it again.
Love that.
I know, yeah.
I always thought you were a bit of a ninja.
Thank you.
I think.
I fell over right after this.
To be honest, as long as you got it for the shot, nobody needs to know.
Exactly.
No, don't tell anyone at home, traders.
No, yeah. Or about the 10 different takes it took to get that one.
Well, it's there all day. So
exactly, yeah. And it'll be on my fridge. That's where it will be.
Well, we're here in Swiss Round 4, of course, at Stockholm, and the competition is really starting to heat up. There's a lot of trainers that have made it to 3-0 already, but whether or not they're at 3-0, there's still most of our field in contention. There's 7 rounds of Swiss today, and you need to be going still an X&2 record overall today to be making it into our Day 2 Swiss.
Exactly. There's still lots of Pokemon to be played, and even if you're undefeated right now, you could still lose it all at this point. So there's a lot of trainers wanting all of those championship points to be able to get that Worlds invite, because this year, yeah, you don't need a certain amount. It is relative to everybody else in your region.
Yes.
So that makes it so tricky.
It's like one of those things, like, you're looking at the season, you're planning ahead for exactly where you need to be, and when there's a CP bar, as we have with previous formats, you're like, right, okay, so I'm either going for those top 16 slots to get the get to the World Championships, or you're going like, hey, I need to hit this bar, what do I need to do to achieve that? This time, getting into the top 75 is not like that. We're still having trainers competing as like, if you're on the fringes, you're not safe right until the end of the format. You really got to go for it. You've really got to play in as many of these events as possible, and it could be the difference between making it into that top 75 or not.
Well, let's see who we're going to have on next for our round 4. And I believe it is up to you at home now to decide this for us as well. So here are your options, trainers, at home here. So you've got the teams and we've got the players there too. So we've got some very amazing players here and their teams here too. Anything that stands out for you there, Ben?
How about the whole screen? No, okay, I'm not going to cop out like that. For me, I'm looking at Steiner's team. It's a Koraidon variant of Dondozo, Tatsugiri, and Galarian Weezing. That's something that you don't see too much. Steiner, a representative from Norway, who's seen a good amount of success, but hasn't quite managed to broach into those top cuts too many times. Of course, down at the bottom, Eric Rios, taking inspiration from our Vancouver Regional Champion winner, and using a Lunala team as well.
Yeah, I wonder if it's Carmine as well, because usually you would see a Terrapagos in that sort of composition with that Scream Tail there as well. But yeah, maybe not. We'll have to see if that comes up. Jamie Boyd with an absolute fire of a team there, literally, with all of those really cool options there that just all benefit from the sun, it seems.
And actually, it's worth noting, Jamie was using that same composition at EUIC just a month ago, and sort of had a pretty decent run, but didn't make it all the way. But now he's 3-0 and proving that maybe a few tweaks going into this event, he can bring it back. Matt Maynard, speaking about EUIC, was a top 16 player at EUIC and managed to have an absolutely crazy run. I think he's switched up his team since EUIC as well, so he's one of our trainers that's been so consistent and kind of on that upward trajectory and looking to prove why that upward trajectory is so important for him.
Definitely. You can see how the points are really important, obviously, and they just missed out on that invite at EUIC, so really trying to make sure they get enough points to be able to get that invite here. There's really a lot on the line for all of these trainers here too. So, but yeah, it's up to you though at home as to who you want to see.
I tell you what, I remember right at the start of the day looking at the pairings, I think Adam Shafui played against Marco Silva in round 1.
Wow, okay.
And is here now on our community choice at 3-0. So looking like he was able to beat probably one of the most consistent players that we have in the game right now.
Marco has his invite, though. You know, like,
yeah, it's true.
Someone else's turn.
How many invites do you reckon Marco has, right? Because he's nearly 2,000 championship points.
I know.
Like, he's top of the leaderboard, that's for sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, like, at the end of the season, how many more points he has than the 75th player in terms of like, how many invites. That would be really interesting to see. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe he's going for that. He's going for just the world record or something.
This is it. I mean, you know, the championship points, maybe Marco doesn't need them. Maybe there's a lot of players that don't need them. But it's not just championship points that offer these regional championships. There's prize money, there's booster packs, there's also just practice. You know, you have to be able to play against the best, and we've got a few less players than we have in most of our regional championships this season, but that just means the skill density is all the more concise. You have to play more likely against players that are doing really well, that are also in that championship point race to get into the top 75. It's a perfect testing ground in preparation for both North American International Championships, but also the World Championships.
Indeed. Well, let's see who's going to get a little bit further there and who we can see on our screens for round 4. Who have you picked for us, please?
Looking forward to this.
To be fair, it's going to be good either way, but
yeah,
it's what we had there. And it's going to be Andrea Nesti versus Jamie Boyd.
Wow, we're going to get to see what Boyd has been cooking up. Of course, a resident caster with us this season and many others. And Jamie's always had a little bit of an unconventional approach to team building, such a great understanding of the game, but also looking to play into a more established format. Jamie tends to get better at his team building as the format progresses, as we kind of figure things out. But of course, many other trainers at this stage in the circuit have been like, well, do you know what? There's the established compositions. We're going to mix things up as well. That gives Jamie a few more stumbling blocks in his team building prowess.
And interestingly, I actually had a chat with Jamie a little bit earlier today after one of his little matches that he had, where it seemed to be just going very well. I kind of looked over, and there was Koraidon with Terrafire, Flare Blitzing, like a Calyrex Shadow Rider with a one-hit KO. So I was like, okay, he's having a good day today.
Clearly.
Indeed. But the one switch up he made from EUIC was putting the Chi-Yu in instead of the Gouging Fire that he had instead, because he just felt like there wasn't enough risk in his life, and so he thought he'd go for Heat Wave instead.
Yeah, that's a perfect synopsis of changing from a Pokemon that's like fully accurate to a Pokemon that, well, it's not, is it? Let's be honest. It is one of those powerful Pokemon. It's consistent. It like does loads of damage. Does support the rest of your team. Yeah. Of course, with its Beads of Ruin ability and making those special attackers on your team just that little bit more effective, that can really push a lot of things over the edge. But sometimes it's at the expense of Heat Wave being Heat Wave.
Yeah, it does, really. So if you want something a little bit refreshing, then this is definitely going to be a really good match that we're not going to want to miss. And interestingly, Andrea's team was also quite interesting too. I'm sure we'll see how the matchup kind of plays there. Not familiar with them as a player myself, but I'm sure we'll get to know them a little bit more after this round.
And that's the exciting thing, isn't it? Especially, we've seen it so much this season. Players coming in with maybe a little bit less experience, maybe they're picking up the game for the first time, maybe they're coming to their first regional championships, season after season after season. We see these new players coming in and proving that they can play up against the very best.
They certainly can, to be honest. So we're going to have a look at the Jamie Boyd's player profile just a little bit more in depth here, because there is a lot of depth to the man, isn't there, really? Like in terms of his prowess across the seasons, across the years as well.
I like that.
Quite a veteran as well. Kind of like yourself there, Ben, as well. You've had a few.
You know what? It's all about our players, and our player this time is Jamie Boyd. Let's skim over the experience conversation there just for the moment, because we got a three-time regional champion there in Jamie Boyd. Top 16 at the World Championships in 2019 and 2016. And I remember, actually, there's an achievement that's not on there, but talking about his World Championship runs, I remember in the 2017 World Championships that he went 7-0 in the Swiss round, and then I think, unfortunately, he was knocked out in the first round of the Top Cup. But he did so well. He was playing such a cool team. Again, one of the Jamie Boyd classics. Not completely similar to everything that's going on, but understanding how to leverage that against different players in the format that you're playing.
And I keep remembering getting a really hard sell on Brute Bonnet so many times as well, across the years.
I don't know if anyone's told him that Amoonguss is quite good.
I know, but Brute Bonnet got released, right? Or discovered rather, and it's got it's basically an Amoonguss. It's got Spore, it's got Rage Powder, but amazingly high stats. But that Dark typing seems to really be quite a detriment to it. But on Jamie's team here, I believe the Sun activates that Photosynthesis boost and gives it another boost to something. So its stats get incredibly high, to the point that maybe its defensive typing isn't that important, because particularly I think this Brute Bonnet gets a defense boost when it boosts up, I believe. If it's a similar team.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be big. I mean, one thing I will say about Jamie, and you can see it in his team choice this weekend, as a tendency as a player, he tends to want everything to do as much as possible to maximize its potential. And, in that decision between Brute Bonnet and Amoonguss, if you were going to choose a support Pokemon, well, Amoonguss is usually the better choice, right? It's better, slightly better defensively. It's got a slightly better defensive typing. But Jamie really likes to leverage the offensive prowess, I think, that Brute Bonnet has on offer in a way that Amoonguss really can't. I mean, we do see it occasionally, Amoonguss go for Sludge Bombs and things like that. It's yeah, okay, you're doing quite a lot of damage. Good little mushroom going on. But I think the fact that Jamie can identify that sort of niche that Brute Bonnet has, in the fact that it can Spore, it can Rage Powder, but it can also go for these big attacks, like Sucker Punch onto a Calyrex Shadow Rider. Bye-bye.
Yeah, true.
It really speaks testament to the way that Jamie thinks about the game.
Yeah, it really does. Very much outside of the box. Yeah. Sometimes to his own detriment, sometimes, as we know.
The box is in another room, I think.
I think it is, yeah. So, but I think Jamie's been waiting for the last few seasons to kind of really get that like top cut sort of placement. A lot of the tournaments that he's kind of used to back in the day a little bit more as well, to kind of really show that these niche picks are something that's worth trying.
Definitely. And I think that's like especially worth trying on our second go at Regulation Set G. I mean, it's not a new thing now that we're second time through and we're seeing so many different things coming out from our trainers. They're really innovating this time around. Easy to think that, like, well, let's just look at the World Championships because that was the pinnacle of Regulation Set G. What happened there? Right, okay, so let's just use that because that's the thing that's succeeded at the highest level of competition. But trainers going back to the drawing board this time round in Reg G, as they're like, actually, no, I'm going to try to keep building, keep innovating, keep trying to find these little things that we didn't figure out the first time round. And I think Jamie was doing that way back when. But of course, it does speak to Jamie's skills in team building that really translate into like, let's have another go at this.
100%. There's so much to kind of glean from his experience. And interestingly, he's still sticking with Koraidon as well, which he's been maining for quite a while too. But obviously, it just did win EUIC. From Wolf Glick's amazingly cool Perish Song team as well. I believe it also won Fortaleza as well in Brazil recently.
With a different guys.
Exactly, with a different sort of mode. And this is a Koraidon with another kind of different mode as well. So it's not this necessarily one-dimensional restricted Pokemon that I think a lot of people think it is. It's able to kind of support the team with the sun, but also can be run with lots of different supporters as well.
I think like certainly for Koraidon, I think there's a lot of us out there, and myself included. I'm not discounting myself from this at all. Thinking like, oh yeah, it has to be Clear Amulet on Koraidon, and we've seen it twice or once now winning Fortaleza, but also we've seen the Life Orb variant that Wolf was running winning EUIC, and I think it just proved that Koraidon does have more to offer, more different sets. And I think like the fact that I think maybe a lot of us stopped at Clear Amulet maybe didn't do Koraidon as much justice as it could have had. It's showing now that people are like, hey, it's one of the biggest internationals that we've ever had. Maybe we should go back to the drawing board and actually really kind of consider it and think about like, hey, what else can this Pokemon do?
And I think what a really cool calculation kind of was if you have Clear Amulet Koraidon with Collision Course into, I don't know, Incineroar, it's quite a common target, versus Life Orb Close Combat at -1 attack, you're actually looking at very similar amounts of damage.
Yeah, 0.
Yeah.
Because the Incineroar's Terra Ghosting.
All right. Well, apart from that, though, it means, but if you're using, Clear Amulet to kind of block attack drops.
Players are on stream.
Oh, okay, fine.
We're ready to go. Right.
There we go.
Okay, let's get back to this, David. Of course, we have Jamie Boy on the left and Andrea on the right.
Okay, so we'll have to see how this matchup plays out. I think if you're Andrea, you've got to be really thinking about what your Koraidon Brute Bonnet Heatran matchup is, to be honest. And I don't know if that's something...
I don't think many players have been thinking about that.
But Koraidon's definitely got to be more on the map, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think like the other thing really to highlight here is Andrea's got nothing to prove here, right? Coming in as a less experienced player, doesn't have anything to prove whatsoever. All of the focus here is on Jamie. He's the experienced one. He's running a team that's unconventional, and so he's got to kind of prove in some way that the team choice that he's used is the right one to be picking for the metagame and for him as a player. Andrea's here is like 3-0, already had an amazing start to the day. Probably going to see them go quite far in this tournament based on the early performance. And they're up there on stream and having a great time. Like, I think it's definitely all on Jamie to be able to take this one home.
I mean, Andrea might be kind of used to those more niche picks, because I believe even though they're using Terrapagos this weekend, I think at EUIC they used a Zacian team, which is really cool. So, but obviously, maybe not the play for Stockholm. Maybe it didn't go as well as they had hoped, but maybe they were in that kind of mindset of considering those more niche restricted Pokemon.
I love seeing that little smile and a wave to the camera. It's like, it can be quite daunting to go up on with all the stage lights, and you've got the cameras on you, and you're not playing with everybody around you as well. Like, it can be a lot of pressure to go up there, but to see Andrea just looking calm and collected up there, and also coming off a really good finish, Regulation Set H, Gdansk Regional Championship, getting top 32 recently just shows that, again, upward trajectory and someone that really we've got to keep our eye on going forward.
Definitely, like being on stream is no short of an accomplishment here. But looking on the left there are a few accomplishments there. Also a few accomplishments kind of conglomerated into one bar as well there for Jamie in that 3-time regional champion there.
Jamie will not let anyone forget that he managed to win one of those regional championships with a Cottony.
He won't. Nope.
And he loves it. There's actually, I really like this because if I remember rightly, I think Jamie's mum, he has this little Cottony plush that he wears usually on his pinky when he's playing, and I think his mum got him that because she was watching the stream. It's just a really nice thing. Here we go though. Jamie's team: Caridon, Brute Bonnet, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Walking, Wake, and Heatran.
Yeah, really strong team here. Like, it just shouts damage, doesn't it, at you, to be honest. Like, stun goes up, and then suddenly almost everything on this team is getting some sort of boost from it as well. So, really dedicated stun, and it's really doing him well here, too. That Brute Bonnet, as you said, with that Sucker Punch, too, really great for Calyrex Shadow Riders here. But, of course, this is versus Terrapagos team.
The one thing I'm noticing here on Caridon is we've got the Jamie Boy special in Breaking Swipe. And I don't know if you remember, like, the Roaring Moon, the defensive one in Regulations F that Jamie popularized after, I think it was his Toronto run, or Toronto or Vancouver, can't remember which one, that he was able to popularize a Terra Poison Roaring Moon with Breaking Swipe and playing it a little bit more defensively. And then coming out says, like, well, Caridon's one of those offensive Pokemon as well, but Breaking Swipe's a pretty good move, and Intimidate's pretty strong. Like, it gives it another bit of, a change in its opportunities to support the team as well.
Definitely does. And of course, yeah, we have the other Amoonguss here on the other side, or the other Brute Bonnet, or not so Brute on this side too. But with that calm mind.
Present Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do that. Present day Brute Bonnet. Let's see what it will become in the future. I dare to think, Ben. My goodness. Well, look at the rest of the team, though. It's a really cool composition. Like, a lot of your usual Pokemon picks, but all kind of put together on a Terrapagos team that's a little bit more unique, which I really like.
We're seeing a lot of these Terrapagos Heatran teams. We've already seen it on stream with Francesco Pierpero running it, and it's been popularized for very good reason. But this is a really different spin on it, and I really like that. One, in that the Terrapagos actually has another offensive move other than Terra Starstorm, and in that Earth Power, but also in trying to abuse some of the other things that are going on in the metagame. So Iron Hands, great support for Terrapagos because it can switch in, it can go for the fake outs, it's got low kick, which does so much damage in restricted formats. But if your opponent has a Miraidon, maybe that's a little bit more of a difficult matchup, then you get your attack boost on Iron Hands and you play Iron Hands against Iron Hands. You kind of get the benefit of it against different types of team composition. So I really like the way that Andrea is approaching their team, and especially getting the opportunity to get a Tailwind up on Terrapagos.
Yes, that would be really interesting, actually, especially with that Earth Power, too. It's really able to do a lot of damage into the myriad of fire types that we see here.
And here we go, we're getting started. 2 fake-out Pokemon coming out for Andrea. That's going to be Iron Hands and Incineroar. Well, of course, we have Fluttermane and Chi-Yu leading things off for Jamie.
So yeah, really hyper-offensive lead from Jamie Boy here. That classic Fluttermane and Chi-Yu. Bees of Ruin straight on the field, offering loads and loads of damage here into the double fake-out lead. Really bulky, really slow, like an absolute dichotomy of Pokemon leads here.
But of course, because that Chi-Yu is holding a choice Scarf, I think Andrea's done really well here, both to bring out 2 Pokemon that typically are capable of taking a lot of hits, but also disrupting both of the offensive leads that Jamie has gone for here. And also, like, looking at the offensively orientated style of team that Jamie has, a move like low kick on Iron Hands is really, really key to be able to get some early board position, to be able to put some early pressure on. And then later when, you want to be switching around, maybe when Andrea brings out the Pokemon in the back, then Jamie hasn't got as many options. So maybe that's something to keep an eye on for later in the match.
It's going to be the Terra on the Iron Hands first. They're going into the Terra Water. Yeah, a pretty nice Terra versus a Sun team, I think. There, good play, Andrea. As Heatwave comes straight out.
No fake out either.
Resisted targets. No, there is not. Moonblast with that Fairy Feather doing a little bit more damage than normal. Getting a special attack drop, which is not going to make too much difference. Parting shot into that shield. Now starting to lower that damage here. Taking that damage, switching right back out as well.
But is it going to be the Heavy Slam coming out from the Iron Hands? That could easily pick up a one-hit knockout on this Fluttermane, unless Jamie has trained his Fluttermane to be very, 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 very defensively orientated, but it's got that Fairy Feather, so unlikely to be able to take that.
So Mungus has to come in first, though, and then we will see what this Iron Hands ends up going for. It could also be a fighting type move.
Drain Punch!
You too, and that's also a one-hit KO there. So an amazing turn for Andrea here.
Oh, and the healing as well from the Drain Punch coming out there. Andrea getting the better end of that turn. And of course, Andrea getting to choose what Pokemon they bring in. Amoonguss coming in is a direct indication for us, I suppose. It's like, well, you don't want the Chi-Yu on the field. If the Amoonguss comes in, you want to remove that. Then Amoonguss is able, because of its amazing poison typing, to be able to resist those big attacks from Fluttermane. So, yeah, a really well coordinated turn there from Andrea.
Yeah, absolutely done. Well done. Like a turn 1 KO is you couldn't ask for much more than that, really, especially on a Chi-Yu where if you've got Amoonguss in the back, you really want that gone. So interestingly, Walking Way comes in here for Jamie Boy, not wanting to set up that sun just yet. Oh, I love Walking Way. Look at the size of that thing.
Massive.
Right in there. Absolutely massive. What is it going to offer into this turn, though? That is the question.
Well, I'm trying to work out what Jamie's game plan is. Of course, the Walking Wake is holding the choice spec, so it could just be nothing more complicated than a big Draco Meteor. Try to remove the Amoonguss from play. And of course, with Koraidon in the back, maybe there's an opportunity to switch the Koraidon in to try and take a heavy slam. Because Koraidon's a bit more heavy, it takes even less damage from a heavy slam. It's not super effective to it. Fluttermane's not doing loads of work at the moment. Here it is, Fluttermane switching out, getting that sunset up, and getting that Photosynthesis boost. Let's see what that's going to be boosting up, whether it's special attack or whether it's speed.
There it is, the Orichalcum Pulse, putting this Koraidon into an absolute frenzy, along with its dinosaur-like partner.
Special attack.
Special attack, there it is. So this is going to be, oh my goodness, this might be quite a lot of damage, but the Iron Hands is saying no thanks to that. Probably one of the most specially defensively Pokemon, like in this entire format with that Assault Vest. And Incineroar is going to be taking it though, but I don't know if it's going to be able, or either of these Pokemon can take a Choice Specs boosted, Sun boosted.
Here it is.
Whereas this is boosted Draco Meteor. Is that one-hit KO on that Amoonguss? It is gone and out.
Sometimes you've just got to drop a Draco.
You do.
That's it. You just got to drop a Draco. You've got to connect it. Jamie did that. Walking Wake's meteors are quite big in this situation with the Photosynthesis boost. I don't know what that means, David. I don't know where I was going with that, but I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with it because they knocked out an Amoonguss in one. Photosynthesis boost special attack as well as those choice specs.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, very much a lot of damage there coming out from that big attack from our Walking Wake there. But obviously now, with the -2 special attack, it's not offering a lot of damage going forward. So likely to see a switch out from Jamie on this end. But Terrapagos is the switch in now. In a little bit of a safer position here with that Terra Shell up as well. So no fighting type damage is going to be able to do a lot at the moment until it's broken.
And of course, the Terrapagos cannot Terrastalize at all because the Iron Hands on Andrea needed to Terrastalize on turn 1 to be able to deal with that Chi-Yu and Fluttermane. But what I like about this, Jamie, is the fact that the Incineroar now can't Terrastalize, and a close combat, you were talking about it earlier, David, is so powerful and will be able to easily pick up a KO on Incineroar. Even if Incineroar switches out, it's unlikely that Terrapagos is going to be able to knock out Koraidon, even with the defense drops from close combat. But also, it would have been able to do lots of damage to the Iron Hands on a switch-in.
Fluttermane is coming in for the Koraidon instead, so actually keeping in that -2 special attack Walking Wake here instead. Perhaps just to kind of break that Terra Shell, as it's not going to do too much either way. And yeah, that Fake Out is more of an obvious target into that slot too. So good call from Jamie there. There is that Draco Meteor, Terra Shell activating, making this attack not very effective, regardless of whatever it was going to be before. Still actually doing.
That's some big meteors.
Yeah.
That's some big meteors.
We're still going with that. As Terra Starstorm comes out in response, doing over half to that Walking Wake.
Actually, the Fluttermane is in a really interesting position at this point because the Terrapagos isn't able to go for Terra. Terra Starstorm is going to remain normal type for the rest of the game, and Fluttermane actually won't take any damage whatsoever from a Terra Starstorm. It will take damage from an Earth Power, but no matter how much Andrea is able to go for Calm Minds and boost it up, the Terra Starstorm, Jamie will have a switch into the Terra Starstorm in that Fluttermane.
They certainly will. I mean, the Fluttermane is such a nice switch into a lot of things. It's immune to so many moves, isn't it? Fighting, normal, dragon. It's a really nice switch in to have here. So we are actually going to see Jamie now go for their own Terra here. And it's going to be into that Fluttermane, boosting up that fairy damage even further, combined with that fairy feather as well. So this is going to be doing a huge ton of damage at the moment to whatever it's going to hit, especially with that single target Moonblast into this Incineroar. Is it enough? No, not quite. Incineroar is still a good Pokemon, Ben, it seems. Draco Meteor does able to finish it up.
The Meteors are getting smaller and smaller, though, because the Walking Wake is now... I'm just going to keep going, David. 6 minus Smash Ball attack. Terra Starstorm going in and being able to knock out the Walking Wake. So actually, Jamie's playing a really tactical game here, saying the Walking Wake is not doing too much, but it's doing just enough. Breaking the Terra Shell and doing quite a lot of damage, making sure that the leftovers is not bringing the Terrapagos back into Terra Shell range anytime soon, but also being able to just get those key little extra bits of damage for Jamie and saying, well, no, Andrea, you need to knock out my Walking Wake. I'm not going to switch it out and take more damage with Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, Ben. So you've kind of got this turn where now you've got things are slowing down a little bit more, and with the fake out and maybe some protecting as well, because if Andrea can stall out this Sun, then the damage potential from both of Jamie's Pokemon are going to be drastically reduced a little bit more there. And this Iron Hands, this Terra Water, probably the main type it wants to be right now, if this can stall out a little bit longer. And obviously, the leftovers recovery, Terrapagos can slowly start healing things back.
I think what I want to know is how much damage does Low Kick do to the Koraidon? Because if it's able to 2-hit KO it, or KO it after a Fake Out and a Terrapagos Terra Starstorm, then maybe Andrea's in actually a really good spot because of the Heavy Slam being able to knock out that Fluttermane in one.
It's a really good point, Ben. Now, the Calm Mind is coming up here, so this Terrapagos is getting a little bit more scary here, but it's not going to be able to take any attacks on this Koraidon any better. It's only special defense that's being raised at the moment. But maybe with a few protects, it can maybe start to get a little bit around these Sun turns and get that little bit more healing, because I believe this is the last turn of Sun now.
And I think there's a real opportunity here because Close Combat boosted by the Life Orb is so much more powerful than Collision Course. There is no Intimidate drop on the Koraidon right now. Jamie was able to pivot it in afterwards. The Sun is still up, so the Orichalcum Pulse is still active. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an easy KO from onto the Iron Hands with a Close Combat here. The question then is whether or not the Terrapagos, after the defense drops on Koraidon, has enough to be able to knock out this Koraidon with a Terra Starstorm. It's not going to be this turn either way.
So there's the Protect, which is a really good call there. So Jamie does end up targeting into it here. So the question is, does the Koraidon also go into that slot? No, it is actually into the Iron Hands here, and it is enough for that KO there. So potentially protecting that Fluttermane ready, potential Heavy Slams coming out this turn. So a really good call to target down into that slot, offering now a double up into the Terrapagos slot the next turn, but without the Sun, is it going to be enough?
I don't think it is, and especially because that Terrapagos was going for the Protect that turn. The Harsh Sunlight does make the Photosynthesis go away. That was a speed boost on the Fluttermane. Does make the Orichalcum Pulse go away, but that Terrapagos is at just over half of its health. And I don't think it's going to be able to take the Close Combat, let alone on its own, but certainly not after a Moonblast. It looks like it's going to be Jamie that's locking up this game one.
So it looks like it. There it is, that Moonblast again. Fluttermane is also another good Pokemon. Ben, there's my another fact for you this weekend. And there is Koraidon to follow up as well. I'm pretty sure it's going to always be faster than this Terrapagos. And there is that KO. Jamie, only one game away now from taking this round and takes this game very convincingly.
4-0 in a 7-round Swiss tour is definitely something that you want to have on your resume going into round 5. Congratulations, Jamie, taking that game. Even though Andrea actually had a really good start to that match and was able to put Jamie on the back foot, I think that combination of just having the Sun and having the Walking Wake and the Draco Meteors doing so much damage and putting so much pressure on, I think a lot of players really going for with Walking Wake for a speed boost to try and have the speed advantage, get those attacks off first. But Jamie actually saying, no, Walking Wake's able to take a few hits. It's more important for me to just make sure I'm getting those key knockouts on Pokemon like Amoonguss, as we saw in that game 1, and putting yourself on the front foot that way.
Do you feel like in that game that like Andrea was obviously on the back foot for most of that game in the end?
After that, Amoonguss went down, definitely.
Yeah, and all of their Pokemon were just like slower, right? So do you think there's room for Andrea to kind of bring Tornadus here, start setting up Tailwinds, start actually outspeeding a lot of these threats, and just get that KO before you're KO'd?
I think that's a really good shout, actually, and especially since the Terrapagos looked like it was trying to be a little bit more offensive. That Terra Starstorm actually did quite a lot of damage when we saw it coming out, 2-hit and KOing the Walking Wake. And that might be something to do with the way that Jamie's trained his Walking Wake, but actually I thought that was a really a key fact that this Terrapagos isn't playing as slow and defensive as a lot of the ones you see. Maybe in Tailwind with a Terra Starstorm and going for its Terra, maybe getting some spread pressure on the field as well. It could be a way that, that Andrea could come back in this set, certainly.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they kind of mix things up, because something's got to change here, because Jamie was able to position 2 of their Pokemon really well right at the end to be able to get that KO on that Terrapagos really convincingly, with some really good switches too. I think that was the other thing. Jamie had opportunity to switch so many of his hyper-offensively powerful Pokemon and still take minimal damage because of the lack of damage that Andrea had to kind of respond with it from those switches.
Yeah,
so I think something's got to change up here.
Definitely, especially you've got to be thinking, like, how can I put pressure on the Koraidon, because it does so much damage. That's what we're going to be finding out, though, in this game 2. Here we go, Koraidon and Broody B coming out onto the field. Incineroar and Iron Hands the lead, just like in game 1 for Andrea.
Yeah, but the switch up for Jamie here, complete switch up, actually. Koraidon in the lead here, but now does take that Intimidate, unfortunately. So maybe something for Jamie to switch out at some point in the game. And the Brute Bonnet also getting that drop too with that Intimidate as well. But yeah, the Brute Bonnet on the field is really cool here. Being able to offer up those Spores, those Rage Powders, etc. But this Incineroar is the safety goggles here, so it's not going to be affected by that too much at this point. But still, Jamie's in a really good position with not a lot of damage being threatened back to him.
Koraidon coming back for Jamie, so not wanting it to be intimidated whatsoever. Here's that Walking Weight coming back on, an absolute menace from game 1. Photosynthesis activating, and let's just make sure, yep, special attack again coming out from it. So it's going to be doing lots and lots of damage. Really like this switch out for Iron Hands, though, into the Amoonguss. So 2 Pokemon on the field, not susceptible to Spore, because Brute Bonnet is just that bit faster than Amoonguss, its counterpart, and so could be trained to be faster than most Iron Hands and take advantage of its natural speed.
Yeah, I really like that call out, Ben, actually. I think, well, that will be something that might be revealed later on in this set. But yeah, really nice Amoonguss switching there. So you've got 2 Spore immunities there, and also 2 Pokemon that resist both Grass, and Sucker Punch isn't going to do a whole lot either. So Brute Bonnet has been really made useless by Andrea in this turn. So a really nice pivot around here. But obviously, Walking Wake's here now, Ben. And we saw what it did in game 1.
It did. What did it do in game 1, David?
It dropped a Draco with its big meteors.
Me! Yes. Here we go. Yeah. So and look, this is a tough spot though still for Jamie. It's a little bit sharp because the Amoonguss there, if Jamie doesn't target it, it can go for a Spore and put a little bit of a stopper on Jamie's plan. So it's really down to Andrea to pick their targets well, but also make sure you're keeping that Amoonguss safe.
So there's the Protect. The question is, has Jamie Boy called it? Yes! There's that Hydro Steam instead, boosted by the Sun instead of reduced with that Water-type move, and that is an easy one-hit KO on that Incineroar thanks to those choice specs and that Photosynthesis boost. And Amoonguss does absolutely nothing this turn. Amazing turn for Jamie here.
This is Jamie Boy at 101 though. Just making the more aggressive reads. This is him as a player down to a T. He's able to read those situations and call them, and especially in against teams that like to play a little bit more defensively. It may look like it's a little bit more of a 50-50, but Jamie's got so much experience. Those 50-50s skew in terms of like, well, is it a 60-40, a 70-30? Which slot do you target in this position? And especially since that slot was an Incineroar and cannot protect, you get the opportunity to pin a Pokemon. Jamie likes to take advantage of that.
The Brute Bonnet's coming back in here. Yeah, a really nice safe switch in at the moment. I mean, you could go for a fighting type attack into that slot, but with the defense boost from the Photosynthesis, you're not going to take too much damage, and Brute Bonnet has some really nice bulk as well. So Ogerpon's actually the switch in here, so actually no restricted for Andrea in this game here. So a really interesting team choice switch up for now. But now it's going to be that Terra Water on the Iron Hands that we saw in that game 1 here, to be able to change those matchups completely, to be able to take on predominantly those fire type attacks a lot better here. But can it take the attack? We'll see. But at first, that Protect from Koraidon.
Protect from Koraidon, just making sure that it's not going to fall foul of anything, but it is a Drain Punch into what was the Walking Wake there. Brute Bonnet taking that pretty well overall. And of course, Andrea, playing that sort of defensive game, knowing that Hydro Steam was the move that Jamie locked into, was able to play that a little bit more defensively. Now the the Ogerpon Cornerstone comes in, because of its grass typing, it's not susceptible to Brute Bonnet's Rage Powders. And so that does give Andrea a little bit of license to be able to follow me away any spores, follow me away attacks from the Iron Hands, and be able to start putting down damage. Now, if I'm not mistaken, David, Brute Bonnet is pretty heavy. Low kick does quite a lot of work to it.
That's a good point. Yeah, it is actually quite heavy as well, so we'll have to see if that plays a role later in this match. But the present-day Brute Bonnet comes right in instead, and look at that breaking swipe. That is not a powerful base power move, but from a Koraidon to
Same
do
type attack bonus, though.
50%. Yeah, exactly. Just over 50% here to an Ogerpon Cornerstone, known for its decent block there. The Ivy Cudgel, though, into that Brute Bonnet slot still with that defense boost, really not doing a whole lot. And a good switch in there, because that would have been that Terra Water Iron Hand, so Mungus is able to take that a little bit better. But now you're in a position still where Koraidon is threatening loads more damage and KOs all the time.
And part of that Ogerpon damage was the fact that the Ivy Cudgel didn't get a critical hit. Yes, there was a defense boost, as you mentioned there, on the Brute Bonnet, but it was also the attack drop from breaking swipe. And that combination of things makes this Brute Bonnet very difficult to be able to target down. But because Ivy Cudgel had... Actually, no. Do you know what? That breaking swipe did just more than 50%. This Ogerpon may not get another chance to attack.
Well, with Spiky Shield, it's definitely going to avoid it. But again, Jamie calls that again. Flaring it straight into the Amoonguss, not falling for it for 1 second there, and is able to pick up the Amoonguss, keeping the real Amoonguss alive on Jamie's own hand in here in that Brute Bonnet. Like, Jamie's maybe from the past as well, and so he's bringing that Brute Bonnet too. So, makes sense. He's proven a point this weekend, and I can see why.
I think it's just the fact that Koraidon really... You got to give this credit, actually, in terms of to Andrea to make this match hard for Jamie and making Jamie have to make these reads, because Terrapagos versus Koraidon is not the matchup that you want, like in terms of just restricted matchup. And Andrea's making Jamie have to work for every KO. Now, Jamie does have a lot of offensive options. You called it out earlier. Jamie's Pokemon are naturally faster than most of Andrea's Pokemon. This is a really, actually, the more we see this game go on, this is a really uphill battle for Andrea, but he's still making it challenging for Jamie to be able to take this home.
So the Walking Wake now comes in here. Can I get in here safely? There's the double protect on Andrea's end for that Spiky Shield, but I don't know if anything was going into that slot. It wasn't. No, Jamie's like, well, just, yeah, feel free. It's not really threatening a lot of damage here. And yet there's the Spore that's actually faster than the Iron Hands, as you mentioned earlier, Ben. So this Iron Hands can't do anything where it normally would have been able to do something in face of a normal Amoonguss. But this is not normal. Jamie is not a normal team builder, and you can see why. Look at all of this like innovation that he's bringing out here, and all of the damage he's able to do here too.
Power Whip, though, with that attack drop, not able to take that Walking Wake down. Dragon Pulse coming in with the Choice Specs boost will easily be able to pick up the KO on this Ogerpon Cornerstone. And of course, a Seed Bomb follow-up. Amoonguss cannot do this much damage and is going to be doing nearly 50% to an Iron Hands. That's very, very impressive, but it is able to wake up. A low kick coming out into the Walking Wake, and it is enough to pick up the KO. Andrea starting the journey back into this game, but the journey is a long one and it's fraught with danger.
Yeah, well said, honestly, Ben. Like, the sun is going to come right back up again. We've seen there's a Flutter Mane in the back as well, which is always going to be outspeeding and always getting off at least one attack versus this Iron Hands. And this Iron Hands does have Drain Punch. It can start to heal some damage off a little bit if it's able to take some attacks here. But yeah, with a combination of these double 2 attacks, there's that close combat from this Life Orb Koraidon. Absolutely massive KO.
And it will be Jamie taking this set 2-0 and being 4-0 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
There it is, that Life Orb ticking over away there. Yeah, there's the win.
There we go.
Jamie absolutely takes it. A very good position for Jamie to be in, and one he's been in time and time again. Undefeated still at the Stockholm Regional Championships. He needs to go a little bit further, obviously, but it's all pointing upwards for him, I would say, especially with his Walking Wake and all of those big Draco Meteors.
The more we saw that match, the more we saw just how difficult that was for Andrea to even give Jamie a game. And before we give Jamie his dues, and he does deserve them absolutely, not just for this team choice, but also the way that he's piloted it and been able to make all those calls. But let's take a moment to congratulate Andrea for making it challenging, making Jamie have to work every single turn to try to carve out as much of an advantage. Yeah, if you looked at that game and what exactly happened, it didn't look like Jamie was breaking a sweat, but there were reads there pretty much every single turn. And if Jamie made those different choices, I think Andrea could have taken both of those games.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it could have definitely gone either way. Yeah, it just matter of a protect or some switch that really would have changed things up a lot. But you need to get those kind of calls consistently right as well. I think Jamie was a good enough player, and we could see there as well that even if one of those calls hadn't gone quite his way, he still would have had so many other options still. Fluttermane wasn't even revealed in the back in that final game as well, so still had all of those resources that allows you to be able to make those risks a little bit more. And so obviously it pays off, it's amazing. And if it doesn't, you've still got some other options.
I think there's some experience there that Jamie really showed us, not just in the way that he played each turn, but also in that turn 0. When Andrea was leading in game 1 for the Incineroar and Iron Hands and playing sort of a defensive, offensive turn 1. There we go. That's the Drain Punch coming out from game 1, turn 1 onto the Chi-Yu, taking the KO there. But Jamie's experience allowing him to switch up in game 2, and I think that's why game 2 was a lot more clean from Jamie's side. He didn't have to take that Pokemon deficit in the early game. He set himself up right from the start to have a bit of a better position into Iron Hands and Incineroar specifically.
100%. Look at that damage that came out from that walking wake there. Incineroar going down like that is something a lot of trainers aspire to be able to do in every single round. So, yeah, maybe we'll get a bit of inspiration from Jamie Boyd's team in a few future tournaments there. And yeah, there's the Cry. Just absolute massive damage there. If you like a lunch break, then you'd be using this team, honestly, because your games are going to be over pretty quick.
Yeah. And also, like, there's definitely something as experience to be playing. It's like, well, how many turns do you want to play in the whole run that you're having? Sometimes it's better to have one of those teams that wins or loses very quickly, and you have to spend less time thinking. It's less fatigue over these long tournament days that as you get to the end of the tournament, like, you're getting a little bit tired. But you're also having to play the best Pokemon towards the end of the day. And if you can have that sort of fatigue advantage towards the later stage of the tournament, that's definitely something to think about.
Yeah, and that was something we had a different kind of feel for in our round 1 as well, for instance, where we had Rest, Sleep, Talk, Dondozo versus Carmine.
That was such a cool set.
It was a really good set, but it really shows you how different Pokemon can be and as to how you want to play it or what sort of team you prefer. You can really kind of play to your own strengths or play style, and there's always going to be a team out there for you.
Definitely, and especially seeing it was Francesco Piopero who did so well at EUIC, getting right up to the later stages of the event. And playing the same team, this slower, more balanced Terrapagos build, definitely different to what Andrea was piloting in just that match just there. But wanting to just play that little bit more defensive game, saying like, okay, I'm going to take even smaller increments time after time after time and try to carve out an advantage that way.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And you kind of really need to practice that, don't you, really? And especially when you're kind of thinking about teams, you need to know how to play in that best of 3 kind of scenario as well. And doing that can really help at your locals, to be honest.
Definitely. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, David, because it's really at the local level that you can test out these ideas. If you're not sure exactly what your play style is or maybe what you're going to be using, locals is the place to go. And we've got a little video for you at home to give you a little bit of a heads up on how you can get involved in your local scene.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that one, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
So there you go. So if you haven't been to a local recently, then definitely check out the Pokemon website to find something near you as well. And a great place to meet people as well. Ben,
definitely.
Have you been to any recent ones?
Oh, I have. And to find it, I used that QR code there. Last weekend, I was at Birmingham for a challenge, and it was a really, really great time. All of the organisers there, they do such good work at making people feel welcome, allowing people to get involved. So it's definitely a really good thing to get going with. And of course, you get to meet new people, you get to make friends, you get to play some Pokemon, you get to see friends that maybe you haven't seen in a little while if you haven't seen them at the regional championships, or maybe you just live a little bit further away so it's not so convenient to see them regularly. You get a chance to catch up with people. It's a great social time, but also it's a great testing ground when you're thinking, hey, I'm going to the regional championships in a few weeks. Maybe I've got to figure out exactly what I'm going to be playing, and you've got to put it to a test when you can see your opponent face to face.
Definitely. Like, it makes so much difference. All that practice, and you can see how much, like, effort and, like, the attainment they're kind of gaining and the results that trainers get here at these huge events here. So, speaking of trainers, though, we've got one on a couch ready to chat to who's got a lot of experience themselves. The winner of our round 4, Jamie Boyd.
Thank you very much, David and Ben. And yep, no stranger, we've got Mr. Jamie Boy on the couch right now after what was a very emphatic 2-0 victory versus Andrea. Right now, undefeated, sir. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's great. Like, this tournament is actually incredibly crucial to whether I qualify for the World Championships or not, because I'm currently, like, I think it's 150th, give or take, a bit, and I'm like 200 CP behind 75th, so I need a good performance from this tournament, and I've started off pretty well so far.
Yep, so far so good. I think you've just crossed over the midway point of the event, as we've got 7 Swiss rounds. So, generally speaking, talk to me a bit about the matchup itself, Jamie. We see you brought quite a bit of a fire team. You did bring pretty much the same 5 out of 6 at EUIC, just missed out of day 2, if I'm not mistaken. What were the adaptations, I guess, before we go into the match from that point until this point that you brought?
Yeah, so I had been using Life Orb Koraidon for months.
Wait, you mean, sorry,
yeah,
do you mean...
The set that is now Wolfglitz, because he won the tournament.
Ah, so what you're saying is you're trying to steal...
I'm not trying to steal, because I accept that the winner of the tournament claims it. So Wolf has innovated Life Orb Run. But I was also aware of how strong it is. Like, it does so much damage, and it's been proven time and time again. I guess I have Breaking Swipe instead of Flame Charge, which Wolf does. You'll be surprised how much Breaking Swipe does. You saw in the match, it two-shot Ogerpon.
Yeah,
and it's just a little spread move that's supposed to reduce attack, but actually, like, I've just found that having a spread move to just hit both, do some damage, has been incredibly useful in Koraidon, because I say some damage, actually it's a huge amount of damage. So yeah, I've been maintaining for a while that Life Orb has been the correct Koraidon, and I'm feeling incredibly validated that it did end up winning UIC. But like you said, I did bring the team to UIC with Gouging Fire over the Chi-Yu, and the Fluttermane did have a Focus Sash back in EUIC, but there's the Global Challenge this weekend, and I locked in a slightly different team into the Global Challenge, and that team already had the Focus Sash taken, so I used a Fairy Feather on Fluttermane in that team, and then I realized, wait, I can't change back to the Focus Sash. I've got Pokemon Violet. I only have one Fluttermane in my game. I guess I'm running Fairy Feather this tournament.
Uncalculated expectation, but still, I mean, it dealt quite a bit of damage there. As we saw, you're able to capitalize off of, the stab, offensive prowess of the Fluttermane, which is so well placed with its speed tiering as well, accompanied by the photosynthesis side of things. So I guess going into the match versus Andrea, you're up against a Terapagos. As a Koraidon player, as a co-Koraidon player, as you can see with my pins.
Yes, I'm very happy with that.
Thank you. I was waiting for the call out. But you must have been having a great time in terms of, right, this is a positive matchup for yourself going into it. So clearly, that's what we saw. Talk to me a bit about how it went, though.
Yeah, so a lot of players refer to matchups, it's about a 50-50, maybe it's a 60-40 matchup. I would argue this is a 99-1 matchup in my favor.
Woo!
I think it is that good, and just the fact that Andrea didn't even bring the Terapagos into that second game, the Terror was forcing the Iron Hands on that first turn. I think the matchup is just so far in my favor. I didn't really have to make too many predictions in that game. Like, I did the Hydro Steam and the Incineroar is just one predict, but like that felt safe to go for because I think the matchup is that far in my favor. But Koraidon versus Terapagos, Koraidon's always got to have the advantage in that.
Yeah, and I think Andrea did a really good job in trying to maybe capitalize off of having the Terra Water Iron Hands to be able to say, right, okay, I need to be able to sponge up as much damage as I can, have some good resist into a couple of the key fire-type moves, as well as obviously the water-type moves from the Walking Wake. But it just felt like it just wasn't enough. Like you said, the fact that you're having to commit with Terra, Water, Iron Hands when you're running a Terrapagos team really doesn't bode well.
Yeah, the Walking Wake, I think, has been quite slept on because everyone that's run Walking Wake with Koraidon or Groudon has run it with Speed Boost and Life Orb.
Right.
And I did that at the World Championships. I brought that, and it just felt slightly underwhelming and just something wasn't quite right. And then what made me change to Choice Specs and special attack boosting instead was I saw Michael Zhang run a Koraidon team as well, and he had a attack boosting Choice Band Gouging Fire. And just on my initial assumptions on looking at the team, I was like, well, yeah, obviously it's going to be the speed boost. Always getting the attack boosts.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to do a lot of damage. I can do the same with my Walking Wake. It's felt underwhelming. Obviously, Life Orb's no longer on the Walking Wake.
Yeah.
Choice Specs, whoa, wait a minute. This is also huge damage. As you can see, the Draco Meteor one-shot the Amoonguss, which a Life Orb one has no chance of doing in the slightest.
Well, exactly. And I think originally you had run Choice Specs, I think, like last season, if I'm not mistaken, towards Worlds on the Walking Wake. But then maybe there was a bit of deviation between Life Orb, Choice Specs, but clearly Choice Specs.
I had Choice Specs Speed Boost. And something still fell off because it just wasn't doing the damage. But then that special attack boost from the Protosynthesis is enough. And yeah, there'll be some games that I lose because my Walking Wake underspeeds like a Fluttermane or something. But the special attack boost is what has convinced me that Walking Wake was supposed to be on this team. Because when I had it in the World Championships, it was the first Pokemon to leave my team when I was making adaptation because it just didn't feel strong enough. Yeah. And then as soon as it came back on the team with the Choice Specs, well then suddenly, yes, it is absolutely strong enough.
Okay, I mean, fair play. As we saw, it was a great display of power from itself. So I guess going a bit more macrospectively, right now, you're 4-0. You've got 3 more Swiss rounds remaining. You are clearly trying to target day 2, get the best points that you can, best performance. Do you plan on going to any other events so far in the season? I know you did mention sort of this weekend's events may determine that, but have you booked anything in advance?
Yeah, because I'm, 200 CP, give or take, behind 75. If I get some good points here, then I can just go to all of my locals, scan that QR code. You saw it a few minutes ago. Because then I can be able to go and get my CP from there. Because I actually have only taken part in 1 cup so far. So I have 3 cups available that I will absolutely be attending, so that I can get that CP up, get some practice, hopefully for future tournaments as well. So I think that's the key thing. Like, because I've got a good start, 4-0, 1 more win should be championship points, but I think I need a bit more than that. So I am absolutely aiming for that day 2.
All right, well, we're going to have to see how it unfolds for yourself, Jamie. So far, so good. But yeah, that's been us. Thank you so much, Jamie, for your time. Super appreciate it. Get you some good rest. Maybe go ahead and pick up your pizza that you left on the side of the stage.
You were in charge of it.
I was.
You left it. I gave him my pizza while I was going on stream. Well, and here he is not.
I had to interview you, my friend. It was my turn.
I'd prioritize my pizza. It better still be back there.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. I may have taken a slice or 2. Anyways, what we're going to do is we're going to cut to a very short refreshment period where you guys go ahead, replenish, and we're going to be back shortly with our new next round. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Reggie Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earth and Vessel. And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Cervelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Pokemon trainers, hello. Welcome to the Stockholm Regionals. We're here at the prize wall, which is one of the most exciting places, I think, for our trainers over the weekend to come and get prizes.
Yes.
I'm with the team lead, Mishka.
Hello.
It's great to allow me to come in, so thank you so much for
You're very
giving us a bit
welcome.
of insight into the prize wall. Can you take us through what it's all about for our trainers when they come to
Of course. So if you want to get something from the prize wall, we are kind of like, when you have all the... how is it called? Well, you're collecting tickets for the side events. Yes. You play the side events. And when you have the tickets, you're coming here to collect your prize. You can choose. We have so many stuff this time. We have binders, socks. We have knee-high socks, pins, deck boxes, cards. We have plushies, backpacks, everything. So, yeah, and in a bag, I have like life-size Slowpoke, a huge one.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we have
We
plenty
should have got that out for the video.
I can later on.
We can take a look at some of the prizes that the players can get. Obviously, the caps as well.
The caps
I really
are amazing.
love the caps.
Yeah, they are amazing. We also have very collectible Pokeballs. You know, you can have them. You can have them in the shelves.
Yeah.
They are lightning, and they are very heavy. So it's like really collectible statues. It's amazing.
Yeah, because I actually felt one of the Pokeballs for the first time handle one. And it was so heavy, so lifelike. I felt like
it is, but it's very nice.
All over again.
Yeah,
so.
and we have very nice like leather-like binders as well for your cards if you want to keep them safe.
Yes.
So they are amazing also, and all the plushies. I'm telling you, like we have all the plushies, and we have the Pikachu Van Gogh plushie.
Oh wow!
So it's very nice one. As you can see, has a little painter and little brush.
This on the prize wall.
It's very cute.
So how many points would this be?
This one is 500.
That's because it's a bit of a rare one.
Because it's a rare and you can't buy it anymore. But for the others, they are a very nice price. You get it from 260 to 200. We have like a little sitting cuties or the soda pop. This Psyduck is just amazing.
I love
the
soda
Psyduck,
pop
right?
ones.
It's so cute.
Nice.
The prizes are great. And we have also like a big squishmallows, bigger plushies. If you like, you can see it on that side. We have plush backpacks as well. So really, play side events. Actually, they are very fun if you like to collect the ticks. And then you come here and you choose whatever you see.
The side events, I think, are one of the things I look forward to most because it gives you a chance to kind of play games that you maybe not ever really considered playing before. Like as a VGC player myself, I would come in and then I would maybe do a Pika Pack challenge.
The Pika Pack challenge is actually quite fun. It's like you played it, it's very fast, but it's very nice.
Yeah, and then you can come and get yourself some prizes or save up for those other ones. And I mean, we've even got pins down here, which is a big favorite amongst our casters.
Those are from the Pokemon Center as well. They're really nice.
Yeah.
Also the lanyard with the pins. So, yeah. I don't think players will know how to choose from all of these, actually.
No, I don't think I would know how to choose either.
So many nice stuff here, so yeah.
It's amazing. So make sure, if you are at any event in the future, check out the prize wall when you get to the event. Once the main event's finished, you can then take part in all of the side events. And it's a good opportunity to meet new trainers that play the other games as well. Like I say, playing the other games, what's on offer, taking advantage of it. And at the end of it, you can get yourself some absolutely phenomenal prizes.
And we are very nice here.
Yeah, exactly.
We are lovely people,
yes.
So come to see us.
Right, thank you so much, Mishka, for giving us an opportunity to look at the prize wall. We're going to throw to a quick break now and we'll be right back with the action.
Bye.
Hi, I'm William Bassolino, WJ Box for as your username, and it feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. Like this January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing, William Bassolino is your Birmingham Regional Champion.
The games against Poké-Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Like against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. Like I read him, and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the third round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And like from there, I just win it all. I think Ogerpon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. Okay, I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
That's such a moment there with William Bassolino. I remember being with him on the stage at Birmingham when he won and seeing exactly what he meant. He's been playing for a long time, but then being able to have that achievement just meant so much to him.
So wholesome. It was a very, very lovely moment. I remember watching it and thinking, yeah, I love it. But what a pleasure to be a part of it, Ben, up there and see the journey kind of unfold that weekend. It was, really nice to see. I just wanted to say something before we get into any of the next stage of this desk moment, because you haven't got your partner in crime with you this weekend. So I was going to try and make up for that a little bit. And
okay, all right.
Okay.
What you got?
Knock, knock.
I don't want to answer. I don't want to answer. Who's there?
Hatch.
Hatch who?
Gesundheit. So we're going to have a look at the statistics next for day one. So that makes up for Charlie not being here, isn't it? There we go. I try my best.
You know what? It's a good rendition. I almost saw Charlie in front of me. You're doing a good job.
Here we go. Restricted usage, day one. Calyrex Shadow Rider. Any surprise to you, Ben? Anything sticking out to you there from what we've seen in the past in the lead up to other Regulation G?
I think there's a lot of things that we expect to see here, right? So Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Calyrex Ice Rider, Miraidon being in those top 3 spots. We saw that at EUIC. We've seen that in multiple regional championships and Regulation Set G. I think the thing that really is speaking to me right now, and actually kind of goes against my caster predictions, is that Miraidon usage is so far down. Usually it's in the 20s, right? And here, even in the 30s in some cases, here it's being down at 12.5%. It's really surprising, but also that Terapagos usage has also shot up and being over 10% of the field.
Yeah, I know coming into this tournament, there was a lot of belief that Terapagos was that Pokemon to come in and kind of win the whole thing from a lot of players, from a lot of different areas as well. So to me, that doesn't surprise me. But like you say, the Miraidon in particular, that being so low in comparison to both the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Ice Rider there, really kind of makes you start to think, is it because of the shift in the format now where players are leaning into things like that Landorus Incarnate a lot more than we've seen previously?
I think so, and I think it's one of those things where that composition that Luca Cherubelli won the World Championships with, William Basilino won the Birmingham Regional Championships with it just after our first Reg G event back in Europe. And it's clearly very, very strong, but trainers have kind of worked it out and worked out their techs against it. Maybe that's the reason that Miraidon usage has gone down. But what's also gone up, well, clearly Lunala usage.
Yes,
let's point that out.
Yes.
But also Calyrex Shadow Rider usage as well, and especially with Lunala winning in Vancouver not long ago, it kind of makes you think, well, if the Lunalas are on the rise, maybe if Koraidon's on the rise a little bit, the Calyrex Shadow Rider compositions tend to become just that little bit more valuable.
Yeah, I'd almost say the same for the Ice Rider as well. I know we've seen Justin Tang recently have a lot of success with this Pokemon in particular, but once you get that Trick Room set up for that Pokemon, it kind of comes into its own. It also gives the Miraidon in particular a lot of problems there, where you've got the high horsepower if it doesn't Terastallize. Even if it doesn't Terastallize, you've got the Glacial Lance, which is just, such a huge threat. And in particular with the Terra typing on it, it's normally preferable into things like even that Koraidon. If it's going for those big, powerful fire type attacks, it can, deal with those and shrug those off quite easily. But it's not just about the restricted Pokemon, Ben. It is about the regular Pokemon that support those.
And it really does. I mean, these Pokemon really do make those teams what they are, because you can only have one restricted Pokemon. And so your other 5 slots need to be able to deal with the shortcomings maybe of that restricted Pokemon, the opportunity cost. Like, Koraidon's really good physically, but hey, I'm going to bring an Incineroar in to put a little bit of pressure on it. But Koraidon's great against that Urshifu Rapid Strike that's sitting at over half usage here. I mean, it's just it's that sort of mix of, what Pokemon are popular, therefore what supportive Pokemon are a bit more popular.
Yeah, and that's exactly that. And I think the cores as well that make up these popular Pokemon, you can see quite clearly a fire or a grass core there between the Urshifu, the Incineroar, the Rillaboom. We talk about this, we bang on about it so much, the importance of having these solid cores within your team. And players are obviously still leaning against that. But interestingly, the next 3 after the Incineroar, all grass types, so you can kind of take your pick. You've got your Premier water type, Premier fire type, and then you've got your pick of the next three. Sometimes you even double those up, don't you?
A lot of these Pokemon are also the Premier water types.
Well,
right,
yes,
aren't they?
yes.
Because,
yeah.
I mean, Urshifu Rapid Strike is the water type offensive Pokemon, but many of these Pokemon we saw Iron Hands in that last game, Andrea terrestrializing into the water type, as well as many of these other Pokemon as a good defensive option in this format, especially because Rapid Strike Urshifu is so good.
Which makes it quite contradictory as well, because of the rise of Raging Ball. You've got Iron Hands there. It's always kind of been in the same sort of place. And then all of these grass types as well, you think it's quite risky a lot of the time to go for that water terrestrialization, because you put yourself at the detriment of these other types that are quite popular at the minute.
Yeah, it's like... And then you've got a fourth grass type as well, because you've got the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon coming down there. And I think we were talking about this off air a little bit earlier. Costa and I were discussing, like, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, or Half-Flame, like, which one is kind of stronger generally. And obviously it depends on what team you're bringing and what restricted Pokemon you're using. But with so many defensive fire and grass terrestrializations in the format, Ogerpon's hitting both of those. Ogerpon Cornerstone's hitting those both super effective, as well as what both of those forms do is bring that follow me support to be able to deal with Pokemon like Amoonguss, to redirect it where Rage Powder doesn't work on naturally grass type Pokemon.
And you've got that sturdy ability as well, which gives you that extra layer of security. It's almost like a free focus sash where you can pull in those attacks, and it is going to take up 2 attacks from your opponent to remove it, and that can sometimes be all you need to get something set up or dispose of something on the opposite side of the field with a lot more ease.
I think it's like seeing the Cornerstone Ogerpon rise to popularity is like really does lend into those Trick Room compositions that you see, where they're like, well, I really want to get Trick Room up, and Sturdy gives me a way to guarantee that without using a focus sash. So I can be like, right, I'm going to follow me away, redirect any attacks away from Calyrex Ice Rider usually, or Lunala, be able to get that Trick Room up, go on the offensive. But then, at the end of the game, if the Ogerpon Cornerstone's still there, it's a pretty fast Pokemon, because you get to train it, because of that sturdy ability, you get to train it to be speedy, so it can come in and it outspeeds a lot of Pokemon in the format, so you can use it as a sort of endgame donker. To try and clean things up after Trick Room expires.
Yeah, and because of that sturdy ability, you don't really need to focus any of the training into really any other of those defensive stats, because it's pretty straightforward, all into speed, all into attack. So you guarantee most of the time against those threats like the Urshifu that we see so commonly, or even Incineroar, that you're always going to outspeed those and put that pressure on, which is always nice, like you say, in an endgame to close things up and just sweep and tidy.
Yeah. I think it's like, and that's why, it's like, we all know how you see, like, Flutter Mane with a focus sash, it's really, really difficult to be able to deal with, because you've got to, once you've brought it down to its focus sash, you've got to go for a full attack. You kind of, focus sash wastes, or Sturdy wastes, a lot of the damage that you put on. And I think it's really, really strong for our trainers to consider.
Yeah, definitely. And if, that's the usage stats from this event this weekend, if you're interested in going to events in the future, we've got many more to come throughout this season, and of course in further on beyond that, you can check out all the events at this link down below. Make sure that you check it out to register or compete at any future events. It is arcanine.gg/events/Pokemon, and that gives you all the information you're going to need to know about how you get involved with future events here in Europe or around the world.
And this is, of course, targeted to our regional championships and our special championships, where all of those championship points are on the line. So if you've been playing in your locals and you're thinking, hey, maybe I could get involved at the regional level or the special championship level, that is the place to be looking.
Yes, definitely. And like you said, you mentioned before you were at a Birmingham event recently.
Yeah.
Local. And it's a great step to go to those locals where you live, around where you are, and then to make that big step up into a major and see how you can hang with the top players from around the world. And obviously, as well as kind of checking out Arcanine Labs, all the events for the regional level events, you can make sure to keep in touch, keep up to date with all things Pokemon on our socials. Particularly, you can take on X at PlayPokemon, /Pokemon on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram.
Definitely tell us if you've got any events planned up. We'd love to see who we're going to be seeing at our next regional and special championships, and really love to see all of our trainers' journeys along the way. It's such a such a great community to be a part of, such a welcoming community. And even if you're thinking, hey, I'm not sure if I can play at that level, I'm seeing these trainers doing so well on stream, and can I do that? It's like, well, it doesn't matter if you can or not. Like, come and have a go, and you'll find some friends. You'll be able to have a great experience. And so many of our trainers that come in to regional championships, we've seen so many first-time regionals become the champions. Like,
yes,
it could
over and
be
over
you.
again.
Like, it really could.
Yeah, and you never know how you're going to do until you take that first step, and that's what I would encourage you all to do. Just try it out and have fun, and then see where it goes from there. The journey could just be at the beginning point, and you never know where it's going to take you. But
and eventually you could turn into old coaches like us.
Well, yeah, like us, yes. Successful ones like you, and... well, we'll leave it there. But if you do get in touch with us over the weekend, make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon so we can check out and make sure you're keeping up to date with all of your lovely interactions.
Absolutely. It's really a great time to get involved in that, especially as we're on the build-up to the end of the season. We're all the way through now in Stockholm. We've only got 3 special championships to go, and it's like, you're sitting there at the start of the season.
That in one way and then exciting in another, isn't it?
Right, because you're getting closer to the World Championships.
Yes.
You get the, North American International Championships is coming up as well. It's really exciting, but equally, you sit there at the start of the circuit and you're just like, all of these events, it's so exciting to get
off
through.
as you go
ticking it. So, yeah, I mean, there's still opportunities for everyone to.
Still lots of opportunities, even though we're at this stage of the season. There's still a lot to play for. But we are here in Stockholm this weekend, and we are getting into round 5 very soon. We've got some notable matches that we can have a look at going into this next round, which is very exciting. We've had some phenomenal games so far, featuring some absolutely amazing players, and I'm sure it is not going to stop.
Not at all. Here we go. We have Matt Maynard versus Raheem Farzan, and these are 2 fabulous trainers that we're going to be getting to showcase, but we're going to see their match. We're going to get some time to talk about them. So let's talk about Mikhail Kelsch and Marcus Coe, Eric Rios and Lorenzo Antognogi. Sorry, Lorenzo. I'm sorry if I said that absolutely terribly.
Said it better than what I would say it. So
Victor and Hiswan Chi as well, trainers that are so well established in the game.
Yeah, and Michel is definitely a player to talk about, I think, here, because the champion of Stockholm Regionals last season coming into this event, obviously Michel used and piloted Zamazenta to so much success against Georgia in that final, which was just phenomenal against the Terrapagos. I had a feeling that Michel might lean into that Zamazenta coming into this event, which would be kind of poetic in a lot of ways. But I think, obviously, being such an amazing trainer, looked at the Calyrex Ice Rider and saw that as the better option coming in this weekend with how the format is kind of set up at the minute. Obviously, being the right choice so far, 4-0 at the moment in this tournament, but still a long way to go. And Marcus, we had on stream earlier, played extremely well against Francesco, and not going to be an easy opponent, especially with that Dondozo and how well they pilot that.
But of course, Eric Rios playing that Lunala composition, taking a little bit of inspiration from the Vancouver Regional Championships. And actually, Eric was one of our feature matches from last round, part of our community choice. And just to give a little bit of an update on there, of course, we had our match on stream where Jamie was able to beat Andrea. But we also had Matt Maynard versus Steiner. Matt was able to take the victory there. Now he's on our notable matches for this round.
Yep.
Eric won against Oscar. That's why, again, he's on our notable matchups. But Adam Shafawi was able to win against Kusha. So he's now at 4-0 going into round 5.
Yeah, it's getting to the point now where all of these rounds, all these players, these top players are kind of getting to the point where they might have dodged another top player up to this point in the tournament, but there's not going to be much longer if you keep that winning record going before you can...
Adam had it hard from round 1, though, because Adam was playing up against Marco Silva in round 1. So
you didn't get much of a tough round 1, really, coming into a regional event, but managed to overcome it and get to this point in the tournament. Adam, just a phenomenal player in all right, so hopefully we can manage to see Adam at some point on the schedule today. But first, we've got an amazing match in Raheem and Matt. Matt coming off a great result at EUIC recently as well.
Top 16. And that is no easy feat here as our players are on stage ready to get started in a match. And I remember playing Raheem actually in a local event in Hawaii at the World Championships, after the World Championships concluded. And it's no secret, Raheem absolutely destroyed me. He was such a good player. He was playing the Zamazenta course, similar sort of things to Michal Kelsch. And they tend to collaborate quite a lot. So as far as team building goes, and I don't know if you noticed, Lee, on the graphic, that Raheem and Michal were using the same Pokemon. Whether or not there's some slight differences between the two, we don't know, but they are using the same composition here. So there's a lot of team building prowess going on there for Raheem, but I can just tell you how much of a consistent player he is.
Yeah, and no doubt, you know, I think just being at the World Championships themselves is just an accomplishment in its own. But yeah, I think Raheem has shown himself to be just one of those top players, definitely always in the discussion. And changed again from a Zamazenta, what we're familiar with, a bit like Michelle, into this Ice Rider Calyrex. And we are going to have both players running that Pokemon going up to see who is the better Ice Rider trainer coming out of this match. So this is going to make it very interesting. Obviously, the team compositions are completely different on both sides of the field, but before we get into all of that, we do need to take a look at the accomplishments of these players, because it is worth celebrating anytime we get players that have had those successes in the past and really celebrate them and identify what they were and when they achieved those things.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like these trainers are very well experienced. And I remember Matt thinking of him as a trainer, you'll see a lot of top 16s there that he's been able to achieve, and he's very, very consistent at being able to get there. I'm hoping, just like in Stockholm last year, that this is his opportunity to break past the top 16. He's going to be wanting to go for it. He did get a lot of championship points from EUIC, of course, with that top 16 finish. But nobody is safe until that top 75 has been determined at the end of the season. And he's just going to be going as hard as he's been going all season long.
Yeah, and interestingly, in that Stockholm Regional last year, Matt actually ran the Miraidon. So switched it up again, like a lot of trainers do from, you know, event to event. But that was the success that Matt had last year with the Miraidon.
Let's have a look at Matt's team here.
Here we go with the Ice Rider.
Calyrex and Farigiraf. Landorus, Urshifu, and that's going to be the Rapid Strike variant, as many of our players are playing Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I really like the Choice Scarf on the Urshifu. I think we've seen it on the broadcast already today be quite impactful. It gives that instant speed allocation to the Urshifu to come in and really threaten down those bigger threats, especially with that Unseen Fist ability, not having to worry or contend with Protect at all. The Terra typing there just further boosting those Surgeon Strikes that are already detrimental. You've got some nice support options. You already talked about that Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and the ability it has next to something like the Calyrex Ice Rider, where it can pull in those Follow Me's, all those attacks, and allow it the freedom to go for that Trick Room maybe if the situation is right. Love the Landorus with this build as well. Gives you that alleviation against those pesky electric types that you might come up against. Probably more often it'll be the Raging Bolt in opposing teams more so than the Miraidon a lot of the time, I think, with this, because you've got the Trick Room, you've got the Calyrex, and then you've got that Farigiraf as well with that Armor Tail that prevents any of those priority attacks from the opposite side of the field.
One thing to call out that could be really important in this matchup is the Urshifu on Matt's side does have coaching as an option.
Yes.
When you're in a Calyrex Ice Rider mirror, as we are right now, coaching can be a really big deal. Let's zoom in on Raheem's team, though. Calyrex, Ice Rider as well, Indeedee, Female, Torkoal, Urshifu, Smeargle, and Raging Bolt. So this composition really does want to get into Trick Room a little bit more consistently, really leverage the fact that a lot of the Pokemon on Raheem's side are a little bit slower, and take advantage of choice specs on Torkoal. That was doing very well at the Vancouver Regional Championships. For good reason, I think. But it's hard to forget just how much damage an Eruption in Sun, boosted by the Choice Specs, boosted by the Terra Fire from Torkoal does. There's not many Pokemon that can really take those hits.
Not even resisted. You're not taking that very well at all. And the other thing to note as well, you've got the Choice Specs on that Torkoal, but you've got the Choice Band on that Single Strike Urshifu.
Yeah.
Really love that, because then you think, how powerful is that Wicked Blow going to be with that Choice Band? But like you say, very simple answer, yeah. Like you say, I think the Torkoal, if it gets into that Trick Room scenario, it is going to be very difficult for Matt, I think, especially with the Calyrex. It doesn't really want to be taking too many of those eruptions, and because of how slow Torkoal is, it's going to be going before everything else in that twisted dimension. One thing that Matt has on their side is that the Calyrex of theirs does have that water terrestrialization as an option, but you do need to be careful around that because going for it puts you vulnerable to something like that Raging Bolt that Raheem could lean into. So very even across the boards. I think you can see the clear route that both players are wanting to take. I think Matt needs to really utilize that Landorus, maybe the Urshifu as well. And if the Trick Room goes up, you need that Furgraph in a position to be able to undo that.
And you can't do that when Torkoal is facing you down with an Eruption. Let's see if that's the situation we get into as we're getting into game one. Cornerstone, Ogerpon, and Landorus for Matt. Calyrex, Ice Rider, the restricted out straight away for Raheem, supported by the Smeargle.
Yeah, it's a really nice lead here for Raheem because instantly with that Glacial Lance putting a lot of pressure onto that Landorus, 4 times super effective with the Glacial Lance, and also that Ogerpon as well. Not really going to appreciate taking those Glacial Lances, and you've got really nice support with that Smeargle. Has got the fake out that it can go for here, susceptible onto both targets, shut them down for at least one turn, and I don't think a way for Matt to terrestrialize out of that fake out in this situation, and definitely no covert cloak like we would normally see in leads. So the fake out going to have to be something you have to prepare for here, but it could open the door for that Trick Room to be set up quite easily from Raheem.
And Ogerpon just going on the defensive here, not wanting to break its sturdy ability for later in the match here, and it is going to be a fake out into that slot. Really nice play there from Matt because the spiky shield on the fake out is going to break the focus sash on Smeargle. That could be really important as the Landorus goes for a Sandsear Storm, but the Smeargle jumps out the way. It's going to be Calyrex going down to 60% of its health.
Yeah, that's a huge miss there because you would think otherwise it would pick up the knockout there. Just a Glacial Lance coming out, no Trick Room this turn. Going to save that for a little bit later maybe in this battle, but a Glacial Lance enough to pick up a huge knockout onto that Landorus, and it doesn't get anything in return for that Sandsear Storm.
I mean, it only gets 1 chilling Nay boost, but I think that KO'd like 4 Landoruses right there.
Definitely took more than 1 down for sure. I think Landorus after Landorus will be feeling that for the generations. Now it opens the door for Matt to bring something else in. Can you start to stabilize this game after losing a Pokemon so quickly on turn 1? You've got a couple of options here. You've got the Calyrex you can bring in, and you can start putting a bit of pressure onto that Smeargle, but because of the speed tiering of that Calyrex, it is going to be susceptible to a Spore, so you almost have to utilize the Ogerpon to redirect that Spore threat in, and again, it opens the door for the Calyrex on the opposite side, on Raheem's side, to go for a Trick Room, and that's ideally what you want to be doing, getting the Trick Room set up, get the Torkoal onto the field, and start that Eruption.
There's definitely an upside and a downside, though, here to going for the Trick Room versus going for the Glacial Lance for Raheem turn 1. If you go for the Trick Room, then you can go for the Glacial Lances later. You can get Torkoal into a good spot. But if you don't go for the Trick Room, like Raheem has opted to do for here, you take the KO. That gives Matt the opportunity now to bring in the Calyrex and try to put pressure on the Smeargle. It doesn't have access to Wide Guard. So a Glacial Lance can just make that KO that you've got just be reversed, while the Calyrex that's taken some damage on Raheem's side is trying to set up Trick Room. But of course, now, because the Calyrex on Raheem's side is a Terra Fire, the Ogerpon Cornerstone is able to knock it out regardless of whether it terrors or not.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, we are going to start this off with a Follow Me from that Smeargle, pulling in all attacks, and it is going to pull in that Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon. Is enough to knock it out, taking that one down. Though? But maybe it is a double Trick Room. We are going to see the Glacial Lance just fired out from Matt's side on the offensive. But if it is a Trick Room on Raheem's side, could set up a super...
Yeah,
oh, there we go.
Trick Room.
No Trick Room at all, but a huge Glacial Lance boosted, of course, as well, doing a bit more to Matt's Calyrex and taking that Ogerpon down to the sash. One more attack into that Pokemon will be enough to remove it from the field.
It can't be understated how much of a mind game there is on Trick Room. When your opponent has it and when you don't have it, or when you also have it, it's like, well, if you use Trick Room, and it's not like Tailwind, if you use Trick Room and then use Trick Room again, it undoes it. And so both of these trainers thinking, well, the other player might actually set up Trick Room because Matt's trying to block it usually, and Raheem is trying to set it up with the team compositions that they have, but neither of them wanting to pull the trigger on that, instead just going for Glacial Lances after Glacial Lances. Now the Urshifu coming in for Raheem has a lot of opportunity to really put some pressure on Matt's side of the field, but Ogerpon can redirect a Wicked Blow this turn.
Yeah, and more importantly, a Sucker Punch as well, because that would supersede any of the speed tiering here to get the jump on that Ogerpon, try and remove it from the field sooner so it doesn't have as much of an impact going into the turn, but that Follow Me really disrupts that, so the Wicked Blow feels like the optimal choice, and because of that, Matt wants to terrestrialize out of that dark weakness into the more preferable water type, like we're seeing now as this turn is unfolding. Just a protect coming out from Raheem's Calyrex, not wanting to take any additional damage this turn. Deal with that. Oh, it is a power whip into the Urshifu here, doing some really significant damage, but in return, a wicked blow into that Pokemon. 1
not
HP.
into the Calyrex either.
Taking it down, leaving the Calyrex open to go for whatever it wants this turn.
This is a massive opportunity for Matt here to get that Glacial Lance off, and it obviously will connect with the Calyrex's Protect, but also with that Urshifu, and it's easily going to be enough to pick up the KO. Power Whip there, maybe covering a switch from Raheem's side on Matt's targeting, just to make sure that whatever was going into that slot on Raheem's side was going to be able to get KO'd.
Yeah, and that is a huge knockout there. +1 now, again, with that Calyrex on Matt's side of the field, and the Raging Bolt going to be their 4th and final Pokemon. As we see, the 4th and final Pokemon for Raheem is the Torkoal. You would say in this situation, if the Trick Room had been set up, it would be a much preferable situation there, and there was a free turn to do it, but Matt clearly really well identifying the Protect might come out from the Calyrex and concentrating all efforts onto that big powerhouse with the Choice Band Urshifu.
Now, Choice Band goes to Choice Specs here with the Torkoal coming in, but neither Pokemon can protect themselves, and that's a really important thing to remember in this situation. That Torkoal's main damage usually comes from Eruption and being able to go for that full HP. And when it's in the Trick Room and it can go first, that's great. But when it's not in the Trick Room and it's the slowest Pokemon on the field, it's really difficult to be able to lock in that move, because usually you take lots of damage before it goes off. Its HP bar whittles down, and then Eruption does less and less and less damage.
Well, in response to that, we are seeing a Terastallization from Raheem's side of the field, and it will be into the Torkoal. It will be Terastallizing into the Fire type from its Fire type, and it will be boosting its Fire type attacks even further. But is the Fire type option what it's locked into? It does have Earth Power, as we see a Protect coming out from the Calyrex on Raheem's side, locks in that double Protect, which is pretty huge. A Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. It is huge damage, but the Torkoal managed to survive, but it is not going to be able to take this Glacial Lance. It is a resisted hit, of course, but from that initial damage from the Thunderbolt will be enough to pick up a knockout.
What a big KO there, and Torkoal coming in was not what Raheem needed in that situation, especially because you activate the Photosynthesis ability on the Raging Bolt. That increases the special attack. That's why the Thunderbolt did so much damage. And now it is a lone Calyrex Ice Rider against Calyrex and Raging Bolt on Matt's side. And if that Calyrex was able to outspeed the Raging Bolt and the Calyrex on Matt's side, maybe there's a little window into this game, but you've got to get through a Thunderclap. You've got to get through another Glacial Lance. It's looking like Matt's ever closer to locking in this game 1.
Yeah, extremely well done from Matt here, not like faltering at any sort of stage of this battle, just going with the tried, tested, consistent damage approach here, just saying, well, if you're going to pick one of my Pokemon up, I'm going to pick one of yours up in return. And it's ended up really well here, where the Trick Room hasn't even come into contention. The Raging Bolts on the field, like you say, benefiting from that sun with the Photosynthesis and just cutting through those 2 remaining Pokemon on Raheem's side to take a victory in Game 1.
Really well played there from both of our trainers, but I think it is maybe Raheem's reluctance to hit the button that says Trick Room on it that caused him to have a lot of challenges in that match. I think like 1 or 2 extra attacks from Raheem really changes the end game. I was going to say changes the dimensions of the end game, just like Trick Room does.
It definitely does do that.
It does do that.
Yeah.
It's like if you're able to get 1 more attack with Torkoal off, it's clearly able to do lots and lots of work there. I think Raheem was going for that sort of last effort. Maybe Matt targets into the Calyrex on the end game, you get the double protect, and maybe there's a route forward there, but Matt just staying the course and not taking any risks whatsoever.
You talked about the turn 1 play by Raheem and the positives of not clicking Trick Room over Glacial Lance in that situation. I think it was definitely a lot of positives right there in the moment, but when you retrospectively look back at that first game, do you think it would have been better to maybe click the Trick Room in then and start your momentum swing after setting that up? Because we'd seen the Sandsteer Storm come out, we saw Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon. There wasn't really much offensive threat from Matt's side in that situation, so you get your Trick Room up there, and then you're in a position to maybe utilize the Smeagol with that Decorate, and then go for the Glacial Lance, remove the Landorus, and then it kind of puts Matt into a really awkward position where, yes, you can get an Ivy Cudgel off onto the Calyrex, but is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? Probably not, and then it forces other Pokemon to come in, and then you've already taken another Chilling Near boost in the meantime by knocking out the Landorus, and I think that momentum swing, eventually the Smeargle will go down, the Torkoal comes in and joins the party and clears everything up, essentially.
I think you're right. I think there's a little bit of an extra step in that situation because the Follow Me can redirect the Decorate away from the Calyrex.
That is very true,
so,
yes.
you know, you've got to be a little bit careful, and of course you don't want to take an Ivy Cudgel with your Calyrex if you're Raheem. So I understand the plays that he made for sure, but I do agree with the overall point that Trick Room is really important for Raheem in this matchup. He needs to go for it. He's led with an opportunity again with that Calyrex and Smeargle to be able to get it up, and Landorus and Ogerpon putting a lot of pressure onto Raheem's side of the field, saying, if you go for Trick Room, I'm going to do a lot of damage to you in trade.
Yeah, and this is the problem here. We saw how it played out in Game 1. You do see the Terastallization being hovered over there by Matt on that Landorus. Maybe that is something to consider. Takes away that weakness to the Glacial Lance, allows you to stick around a bit more. The Sandstone Storm, double target attack as well, going to be enough to break the sash and do some good chip damage onto the Calyrex, which you want to start doing at this point. The Ogerpon, though, is in that situation again where it could be susceptible to a fake out. I mean, that can even happen to the Landorus, but is Raheem going to go for that once again? Are you going to fall for maybe the spiky shield, breaking the sash? We don't see it. We just see that Follow Me coming out from the Smeargle.
I think this is really clever from Raheem. It's like, well, I could fake out, but maybe I'll lose my focus sash instead. I'll just redirect that Ivy Cudgel and just make sure that my Smeargle goes down to its focus sash. It looks like this is a situation where Trick Room can go up as a Smeargle goes down to Sandsear Storm. Calyrex Ice Rider takes that little bit of damage, but if the Trick Room comes up, this is a perfect environment for Raheem to come back in.
There it is.
Goal.
There it is, and the Smeargle going down as well is ideal. Raheem wanted it to go down that turn, hoping that we'd see the double attack coming out. Now it opens the door for this Pokemon. Well, I thought it was going to be the Torkoal, but it is in fact the Urshifu, which still sits in a pretty commanding position right here with that Choice Band, and then you preserve that Torkoal to come in and be the clean-up crew at the end of this match, essentially. But all important is that Trick Room being set up. But what does Matt do in response to this?
I think this is quite clever, right? Because the Torkoal is definitely threatened a lot by the Landorus, and the Landorus is Terra Water. That makes it quite difficult for Raheem to take down quickly if Matt goes for that Terra option. But also, yeah, you really want to make the most out of your Trick Room turns, and a Pokemon that can come in and just go through Protects is even more valuable in that situation. Players can't play as defensively, need to attack, but that opens the door for Calyrex to start picking up some KOs and trying to get some of those Chilling Neigh boosts.
Yeah, definitely that. And on the back of that, in response to the threats on the opposite side of the field, we are seeing a Terastallization, this time onto that Landorus, taking away the Ice-type weakness into now the Water-type. And you're going to be able to really eat up those Glacial Lances if you come out a lot easier. We are going to see a little bit of protection from that Ogerpon as well, drawing in all those attacks from that Follow Me. Not going to really help against the Glacial Lance, which is a double target attack. Take that Ogerpon down to its stash. Sturdy ability activating there, and it does leave the Urshifu kind of open to go for whatever it wants. It is going to be into that Ogerpon, though. Of course, the Wicked Blow going to be more than enough with that Choice Band to get rid of that 1 HP.
Very easily, and this is a little bit of a setup here from Matt. He's able to go for an Earth Power now into the Urshifu. Now, this Urshifu will be more defensively orientated than most, and is able to take the Earth Power. If that was a more regular Urshifu single strike, it wouldn't have been able to take that attack. So a little bit of a call out to Raheem's training on the way that he's built his team. These single strike Urshifus tend to be a little bit more slow, a little bit more bulky, but very, very offensively trained.
Now the awkwardness of the Trick Room really becomes apparent because you've got the Calyrex on the field for Matt. It cannot Terastallize, so it's weak to those Dark-type attacks. Doesn't really want to contend with them, but because of the Trick Room, the Calyrex on Matt's side actually going to underspeed that Urshifu. It hasn't looked into Sucker Punch, so you don't need to even think about that now. Be able to knock that out probably before it does get an attack, which might leave the Landorus in a position to get another Earth Power into the Calyrex this time around.
Exactly, and this is the issue, and then let's not forget that there's probably a Raging Bolt for Matt in the back, which can go for a Thunderclap in the end game against Torkoal. Just take the edge off of an Eruption and just make sure that he's not so susceptible. Raheem doing something really good here, switching out the Urshifu and blocking a Glacial Lance boost, but it is the Indeedee instead coming in here.
Yeah, interesting choice. No Torkoal for this one. It is the Glacial Lance boosted by that Chilling Near boost. They're going to do some nice damage onto the Landorus, take it down around 50%. In return, taking a Glacial Lance from Matt's Calyrex. Not quite as effective into the opposing Calyrex. Doing some considerable nice damage to that. Indeed, can it take an Earth Power? No, it cannot. It is going to come in, and it is straight away going to leave the field. But what it does leave behind is that Psychic Terrain. We're talking about Thunderclap being something that you could lean on a little bit if you're Matt later on in this game. Not going to be able to do that as long as that Psychic Terrain's on the field, but at the same time, that Sucker Punch isn't something that you can lean on to now, either with your own Urshifu.
Oh, that's so... And you can see what Raheem's thinking, like, hey, last time the Raging Bolt was a bit of a problem. Let's make sure my Calyrex is in a better position in Trick Room. I'll be able to get some boosts and start to steamroll that way, and then have the Indeedee to block a Thunderclap in the end game. You can see the thought process, but Matt set this up really well for him, and especially as well since the Landorus's Terra Water is no longer a flying type, which means it is protected by the Psychic Terrain too.
Yeah, it's so perfectly working out for Matt and really playing it so well. So we do see another Glacial Lance come out from Raheem's Calyrex. It is going to be resisted, of course, by the Calyrex on Matt's side of the field. We've seen the damage initially, not going to be quite as effective, but it all comes down to the Calyrex. Is it going to outspeed this Urshifu in the Trick Room? And yes, it does, and that Glacial Lance is going to be enough to pick up the threat of that Pokemon and do some more chip damage onto the Calyrex, which is the remaining last Pokemon on Raheem's side of the field.
Big KO here. That's the last bit of hope I think Raheem had for being able to knock out the Calyrex on Matt's side. And of course, the Trick Room is getting closer and closer to expiring, and Matt's faster Pokemon will naturally be able to outspeed. Here's a Glacial Lance. It is enough to pick up the Landorus. It will get that Chilling Neigh boost. But I think there's only one more turn of Trick Room left if Trick Room doesn't expire this turn.
Yeah, it is, and there's that Chilling Neigh boost taking that attack up even further in response to a single target Glacial Lance from the opposing Calyrex, and it is enough for Matt to take this match, set, and win round 5 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
Very well played there too, Matt. That was such a good set and really highlighted the importance of when you're playing these mirror matches, how those little bits of nuance, how those little bits of difference in what you're bringing really matter, where Matt was able to leverage the Pokemon that he had that were just that little bit faster and make things so awkward, even though Trick Room was such a strategy that Raheem was relying on, made it so awkward for Trick Room to be the strategy of choice.
And you were kind of hoping for that Torkoal to be there in game 2 for Raheem, where you thought the Trick Rooms finally went up, the Smeagol's gone down, it's time for the Torkoal to come in. Didn't bring it, and you can see the reasons why. You've got that, when the sun comes onto the field, you're activating that photosynthesis on the Raging Bolt as well, and the terrestrializations that Matt's got across his team with that water terra typing. Not the most favorable thing to bring the Torkoal to, and yes, it can be effective a lot of the time, but it's a bit of a terror hog as well in itself. When you bring it to matches, you want to be terrestrializing it to expedite the damage and do as much as possible with those eruptions in the sun while the Trick Room set up, and it just didn't really work out. But I think testament to Matt in that game, keeping the composure and just doing what they needed to do, not diving in or making any rash decisions in the face of kind of really awkward potential setting up of the field.
I think the way that Matt handled the Trick Room threat was really interesting, right? In game 1 and 2, leading the Landorus and the Ogerpon and saying, like, okay, you can set up Trick Room if you want, but I'm going to make it hard for you. I'm going to try to put some damage on the board. I'm going to put pressure on the Calyrex, which means that it doesn't steamroll as easily as usually it would if it goes into Trick Room for free. And usually that's the case when you've got Smeagol as support. You've got every option under the sun to be able to protect it, right? And so I really like the way that Matt approached that matchup, and letting the Landorus go down early game 1 actually allowed him to get into a good position in that set. But also saying, well, I don't need to terror it, because if you go for a Glacial Lance, then you're not setting up Trick Room, and then I'm giving it another crack at being able to do a bunch of damage to you.
Yeah, exactly that. And you can see here, Raheem taking, in game 1, a really decisive lead there, getting rid of the Landorus early on, but then Matt leaning a little bit more into that Ogerpon, making use of that, getting rid of Smeagol when the time is right, eating up time, distracting that Urshifu with that Follow Me as well, and that sturdy ability coming in is such a thorn on Raheem's side, allowing then the Calyrex to get the damage it needed onto the opposite side of the field, and then wrapped up with that Raging Bolt in the end game, which was just so oppressive once it had that photosynthesis boost.
And you've got to think that Raging Bolt was in the back for game 2.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
It's definitely, it's one of those Pokemon that It's not the first thing that you think about when you're trying to knock out a Calyrex Ice Rider.
No, definitely
right?
not.
It's not the first thing that you go, do you know what? I'll put a Dragon type in front of the Calyrex.
Yeah.
It's not the first thing that you think, but actually, like, when it's positioned in the right way and in the right situation, it's still doing lots of work, and Calyrex is a little bit more defensively orientated than specially orientated in its defenses, and so Raging Bolt works a little bit there, but also dealing with that Torkoal that's definitely more weighted towards its defense is
definitely
a really big deal.
Yeah, and how good was that terrestrialization on the Landorus in Game 2 as well? Maybe not suspecting it to be there, maybe more also onto that Calyrex once again, but showing how valuable that was and how well Matt preserved it. Protecting it, the real key points there too. You know, it was going to go down to another Glacial Lance, but okay, I need to get out of this Trick Room. I need to make this a little bit easier for me. I don't need to attack this turn. I can just protect here and just take up one more of those Trick Room turns and just ease yourself into the match. I think it's just phenomenally played by Matt and didn't give Raheem any room to kind of breathe there to get that momentum swing that they were really fishing for.
Yeah, and again, I think like there's a Game 2 switch up there coming in from the way that Matt approached Game 2, in that thinking, hey, the Raging Bolt did a lot of work here. Maybe Raheem is not going to be wanting to bring the Torkoal, because you think like Landorus, even when it's a Terra Water, Glacial Lance and a Terra Fire Eruption, probably going to be able to pick up the knockout.
Yeah.
The Ogerpon can't redirect it, so that would have given Raheem a lot of offensive power into that stage of the game. And especially would have given the Calyrex a chilling Nay boost, because the Ogerpon goes down to the Sturdy after the eruption.
Yeah, of course, yes.
So there's a lot of things that go right there if the Torkoal comes in Game 2. But I think Matt did so well to just hold on to the strategy and say, like, okay, well, even if you brought the Torkoal, this is the game plan, and if you haven't, then I get a big advantage. And holding on to that sort of strategy when you're a game up and just sort of holding firm, I think, is a real testament to him as a trainer.
Yeah, definitely that. And I think it's just Matt's kind of mentality at the minute, coming into these events and having these really great runs and great finishes. And you kind of think, well, what's the next step? You had a great top 16 finish at EUIC recently, which is just phenomenal in itself. When you look at the numbers of players that enter that tournament and the players in attendance as well, the talent that was there to get such a high finish at that event, and then coming into this regional this weekend, and you think, oh wow, you've had the perfect start to the event, and you're playing so well against such high-level opponents at this stage.
Yeah.
Where are we going to end up? And it's a really nice journey to see with Matt in particular as well. I think a lot of the time, a lot of the UK players haven't had maybe as much success as I guess we would have liked to have seen them have. I know we've had Taron recently doing really well, but it's nice to see another UK player coming to the floor and really putting their stamp on the format and saying, no, I'm here, I'm going to do my thing, and I'm going to have the success that I think I can achieve.
And I think it's you know, that thing where you get players like Dill Yeomans that got to the finals of EUIC and just did so well making their mark, but also players that I wouldn't say Matt's flying under the radar, because we featured him many times on stream, and he's been able to get to those top echelons of regional championships, special championships, and now EUIC. But it's consistency.
It is that.
And that's the other thing that we want to be able to call out those players that are just getting there every single time, because there's a lot of players that can come in and win an event.
Yeah, it's tough though.
But only one can win. It's tough. But getting to a high level of competition, time after time after time, knocking at the door for one of those big results, for one of those regional, maybe international wins, and of course, stamping your ticket to get invited to the World Championships this year too.
Yeah, and it not only stamping your ticket, it's setting you up perfectly going into that event as well later on this year, where you're having this success now, you're getting all this experience against the rest of the field, and you have that confidence. And going into an event, being confident,
yes,
it is such an advantage over players that might be questioning their team, questioning if they put enough preparation in. The confidence that you get from recent results is really understated. If you've got that and you keep that momentum swing going, it's just really good. And a way to start that is, obviously, we've talked about it, and we do talk about it a lot, but it is so important if you're thinking about getting into competitive Pokemon. Check out your local events. Make sure that you do try and get out there, meet people, try it out, see if it's something that you would like doing, and it's the first step into getting yourself on the stage here eventually at one of these major tournaments.
One thing I will say about Matt is that he is really a player that goes to a lot of locals and has that community, has built that up over the years.
Yes.
And that's been so instrumental to him becoming this consistent player, being part of that community. So it can't be understated.
It cannot be. We've got a short video, I believe, now of locals, so we can take a look how you can get involved at those and see for yourself what you need to do to get inside your local scene. Check out all the events from around your area.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
There we go. Make sure you do check out that Pokemon.com/play. Check out all the details you need. And that's not just for VG either. It's for Pokemon Go, TCG, and obviously as well Unite as well as another one that's kind of around the competitive scene that you can get involved with. Just, you know, anyone, but we're obviously a bit more biased towards VG, aren't we, Ben?
It's where
the best game.
It's where all the cool kids are. And to find the cool kids, scan this QR code here.
Cool Kid Finder.
The Cool Kid Finder. Yeah, let's go for I like that, Lee.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that. I mean, I've scanned it, so...
You know where they are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'm one of the cool kids, but
well,
there's
you
so
went
many
to a
cool
local
kids
recently
around.
as well.
I did, yeah.
And yeah, it is all about just getting involved, making that first step into your local scene, and you will not regret it. You'll meet some amazing people along the way and start your journey into competitive Pokemon.
It's so fun. It's like, and well, I've had so many locals where you go and there's a few things that happen, like you get your own little metagame. It's like, oh,
yeah,
I know this player.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I know this player's going, so maybe I'll just tweak my team and see if I can, you know, counter team them a little bit because there's less players that you have the opportunity to go against. But also you get to build together with the players. And I do want to spend the time just shouting out how much work our organizers do. I mean, they take time out of their days and out of their years to be able to put on these events for us and to help us grow the community that we love so much. And yeah, I really do want to give a shout out to all of the work that you guys do.
Yes, it is definitely an important thing to do because we do not say enough, I think. But to make sure, if you want to check out regional level events and higher, these major events, check out rk9.gg/events/Pokemon, and you can check out all the details there, and that will allow you to register events if you want to play, or you can pick up spectator passes if you want to come. Just check out, hang out at the events, and just see what they're like, scope them out, and get a feel for it before you take that step into competing yourself.
There's so much going on as well. It's not just the event. We've got the fan experience zone here, which we had a little bit of a go at earlier, and there's so many things. I'm going to challenge you, Lee.
Yes.
We're going to have a metronome battle letter.
Oh.
We're going to have a metronome battle. We're going to see who comes out on top. You can
You need to get on socials and tell us. #PlayPokemon. Who will win? Ben Kiriakou, the master from the UK, or Lee Provost?
The other master.
You're too nice,
From old. We're a little bit... You know, we're a little bit out of date these days.
But not with metronome.
Not with metronome. We can have it back.
Yes, we can. There's Clefairies at the ready. And then talking about those metagames as well, it's funny, it reminds me those local metagames that you get that are different to what you'd see at a major event because you're getting people from all different regions coming to events. But I always remember Lou when she would turn up to the locals. I'd rock up and I wouldn't know if Lou would be gone or not. And then Lou would turn up with a Regigigas, a Porygon Z, and it would ruin my day. It would ruin it. And knowing that Lou was there, I'd be like, I haven't prepared for this team. I know what's running.
So Lou's ruined your day at locals. She's ruined my day at regionals.
She ruined it in respective of the tournament. Otherwise, it's outside of that. Outside of me crying about losing 2-0 to Lou many times. I had a great time otherwise.
It's tough. It's tough. I mean, yeah, like there are these things that go on. But that's the point, is like we look back and we smile about it. And
you get all these great memories, don't you?
You do. And you're like, oh, do you remember that time where you hyper beamed my, I don't know, Porygon 2 and it knocked it out? And I was like, oh. that was the only way I was going to win that match.
Yeah, the win con gone, just like that. The delete button.
Yeah.
Or the rock slide flinches.
Yeah.
This is the thing.
We don't talk about those.
No, we don't. We won't mention those again. But you get so many nice memories if you go and start your journey, and they don't stop there either. You can kind of add to them continually as you go to more and more events and get involved with everything that's going on at these tournaments around your area and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Stockholm.
Yes.
Had 5 rounds so far.
Yes.
What's been a big highlight for you so far? What's been a standout moment?
Dragonite.
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 Yeah, the Terranormal.
Terranormal Dragonite. I think that team comp is just incredible. And I think that's going to scare a lot of players this weekend and make it very difficult, especially those Calyrex Shadow Rider players. And there's a lot of them in the field. I think it's going to give them a lot of things to think about.
Nice highlight there, Lee. We've had a lot of action so far. But let's now hear from our winner from round 5 here in Stockholm, Matt Maynard. Take it away.
Cheers, Ben. Of course, yes, I am here with the winner of our round 5, Matt Maynard, also coming off a real hot top 16 at EUIC. Does this feel, well, pretty straightforward now, I guess?
I don't want to say it feels straightforward. Like, I've had a lot of tough opponents so far today. Like, obviously, it's good, like, seeing the consistency of my results go up, but I'm not going to say, like, oh, yeah, that was easy, because it wasn't. Like, it was a weird set, because it looked a little bit like I was kind of running over the games, but it was a lot of, like, bits here and there where, you know, Raheem could have made a play to come back into it, maybe if I get a call wrong, and I think a lot of my sets have been like that as well. Like, I've not dropped a game yet, but I've been very, very close on a number of occasions, so...
Well, you've obviously played it out very nicely to be still undefeated, obviously. But yeah, tell me a little bit more about like how you sort of played that match then. Like, you got the Calyrex Ice Mirror, obviously, but also that big Trick Room component that they've got.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because Raheem, obviously, like, his team is largely going to be slower than mine, with the exception of maybe the Urshifu, because he's going for that hard Trick Room mode. And so game 1, I was playing very much... like the turn 1 where he just knocked out my Landorus with a Glacial Lance. I was thinking, okay, if he sets up Trick Room here, then... Like, I thought he was going to try and stop me from stopping him from setting up Trick Room. So I kind of went, okay, well, he's got ways to do that, so I'm not going to bother. I can't stop him setting Trick Room up. I'm just going to get some damage on the board. And if he sets Trick Room up, I can work around that, because I've got my own Calyrex in the back. I can Terra Water that if I want to. I can Terra Water my Landorus if I need to. I've got, obviously, Follow Me on Ogerpon, so I can get rid of Spores. So if he gets Trick Room up, I can play around that. And then game 1, he elected just go very aggressive early on. And then, having taken that initial damage on his Smeargle, from that chip damage, he now can't really stop me from like just targeting down his Calyrex, and so he can't really get Trick Room up for the rest of the game, or not easily at least. And so from that point on, game 1 was very much in my favor side, the speed control. And then game 2, it was a case of, okay, I think he's going to try a lot harder to get Trick Room up, which is why, again, I left my Landorus kind of vulnerable to a Glacial Lance on turn 1. And again, I just got the call correct again on turn 1. It predicted he wasn't going to go for a fake out again, because if he makes the same play again, then he's in trouble. Got that correct, and then, like I said, when Trick Room goes up, I still have enough tools with the Calyrex. I've got like some priority on Raging Bolt, so I've got the tools to deal with it. And then from then on, it was just a case of making sure that I can either stall out the Trick Room or play aggressive enough under Trick Room that I can punish him for it, because he's lacking Protect on a lot of his Pokemon as well, which was something I was kind of very wary of going into the matchup.
Yeah, it seemed in that game too that Trick Room had actually gone up that time, and then we were all expecting kind of Torkoal on the back to kind of come in, and then suddenly it's the Indeedee instead. Like, what was your moment of feeling in that scenario?
Well, I mean, I don't think either one would have mattered. I think the Torkoal probably wouldn't have appreciated the Earth Power that went into that slot, and that's actually what I was covering. So I was thinking, okay, if he like protects his Calyrex, switches his Torkoal in on a Glacial Lance, and I don't hit that slot, then I'm in trouble potentially. So my game plan there was just, again, I'd kind of mitigated the Calyrex. I've got my own Calyrex. I've got Terra Water on my Landorus. So I'd mitigated the Calyrex a little bit. If they stay in with the Urshifu, it's going down to the Glacial Lance, and then my Earth Power goes into the Calyrex anyway. So for me, it felt like I'm going to double down that slot. Indeedee came in. I pick up the KO. That's fine. In fact, if anything, that's better for me, because it takes Sucker Punch off the field for him. But again, like, I think no matter what he had in the back there, I think at that point in the game, I was far enough ahead, and I'd put myself in such a position that I was comfortable in that situation.
Yeah, you seemed like you had a really good game plan like throughout the entire thing, so congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Obviously, we need to talk about the team, though, because I think when we saw you on stream, we were like, oh, he's going to be running back the Calyrex Shadow Rider from EUIC, and it's completely different. And we were looking at your team like results from like previous tournaments, and have you even used Calyrex Ice Rider in Regulation Set G yet?
I haven't. It's the only one of the kind of like big 3 that I haven't used. So I was on Miraidon for the start of Reg G last year. and then obviously moving to Calyrex Shadow for EUIC, and now I'm on Calyrex Ice. Thought I'd complete the set. But I think, like, particularly the team I was using at EUIC, there's a lot of stuff in the meta that's picked up that's a little bit unfavorable towards it. So we've seen a lot of, like, Tailwind plus Urshifu, for example, is tricky for that team because, like, my only real way around that is Flutter Mane, and if they're Jolly, then that's still a problem anyway. And then you get things like Rain matchups were kind of difficult. We see the team that, like, Oliver Esklin popularized a while ago, the Roaring Moon, Kyogre, Carmine stuff, that's very tricky. I've seen that a few times. And then a matchup I played about 3 times at EUIC into the kind of max speed Koraidon, max speed Flutter Mane, sometimes with the Wheezing as well. That matchup is horrendous. And again, I played that today. I've played that Rain team as well today. I think my matchup into this kind of hard Trick Room mode becomes a bit more tricky as well. So I think for me, it was the right meta call. I don't think that team, it did very well for me at EUIC, but I think part of being able to consistently do well is recognizing when the thing that you're working with isn't going to work as well. And like I said, I ran into a lot of matchups that I would have struggled with the other team. So I think I'm glad I made that choice.
Yeah, so you need to, like, practice, obviously, for the team you've decided to bring, but also decide what team you need to bring as well.
Yeah.
And, like, what you think you're going to face at the same time, too. So, like, did you feel that the team you brought this time with the Calyrex Ice was, even though it was something that you've not really done before, it was still worth doing outside of what you maybe felt that was comfort from before?
Yeah, I mean, like, given the amount of prep time I had between tournaments as well, like, I've not brought it to any major tournaments, but, like, I've practiced with Calyrex Ice just kind of, you know, sometimes if I'm, like, streaming, I'll play Calyrex Ice, or if I'm just practicing by myself, I'll play some Calyrex Ice, because it's good to familiarize yourself with as many teams as you can, just so you know, even if you're not using them, how to beat them. And so, like, there's a degree of comfort with that. I've got a lot of pieces on the team which I've used before, like Frigoraph I'm very familiar with. Like, it's just a lot of the pieces are very well positioned in the meta game at the moment. Like, the Cornerstone Ogerpon as well, very, very strong at the moment. So I think I was comfortable enough playing it that I was happy to bring it to a tournament. I think it was just a strong meta call, and I think it's better to bring a strong meta call and then train yourself to use it rather than to try too hard to use comfort if you have another option.
Sure, okay. I think that's some really good advice, actually, for the players at home, too. Now, Matt, where are you taking things from here? You probably have a lot of championship points at this point.
I've got a reasonable amount of championship points, yeah. So I'm pretty safely qualified for Worlds at this point, I think.
How much do you think you're on, roughly?
I'm at 1,050, something like that. So I'll be very surprised if that's not enough to qualify. Then the whole of Europe has apparently stepped up their game. So for me, it's I've got NAIC coming up because I qualified for the Travel Award for that, so I'll be attending that as well. Thank you. So I'll be attending that. So at the moment, it's kind of, I want individual results as well. So I've got a lot of good results at regionals. I've got top 16 UIC, I got top 4 here last year, but I've not got, like, the big win that I want. So on a personal level, I'm pushing for that individual achievement. It's also at the moment, the World's Travel Award is reachable for me at the moment because I've got a few less good results that I can maybe bump up. I've got points I can get from locals. So I think that's kind of the more long-term goal as well now is the World's Travel Award.
Okay, and what do you think you're going to get this weekend? What's the goal, and where do you think you're going to be?
Oh,
you going to win it?
I mean, I can win it. I know I can win it. I think is all. I'm not going to hear it. I'm not going to put any expectations down. I'm not going to say I'm winning the tournament because obviously it's a very volatile game. When you've got like 4 or 5 rounds of knockout as well, there's very little leeway. But I will say that I know I can win it. So I've got as good a start as I can. I'm 5-0 now. But yeah, that doesn't guarantee anything going forwards. I've not even guaranteed day 2 yet. So it's play it as it comes, see where I end up. And like I said, I have no expectations. I just know that I am good enough that I can win an event like this.
100%, mate. You've proved it time and time and again. Have you got anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, the UK gang who I'm here with. So I'm staying with Tom Winter and Jack Clark. They both played Raheem earlier, and he beat both of them. So I've got a bit of vengeance for them. You're welcome. And then Oscar Principali, who is now my son. I'm his legal guardian at these events because he's still not 18 yet. So staying with those guys, it's been good fun traveling with them, hanging out with them. So shout out those guys for keeping me company, keeping me sane.
It's obviously working, Matt. Yeah. Keep it up, whatever you're doing. It is working. Well, we're going to cut into a short break, and we'll be getting into round 6 very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I am Eden Batchelor, and I am the winner of the 2025 Stuttgart Regional Championships. I started playing competitively back in 2012. I continued playing because I enjoyed the feel of the community, and I loved sharing my interest and passion for this game with other people. My favorite partner Pokemon? It has to be Trico. I remember growing up with Ruby and Sapphire and how adorable I thought it was. It was my partner Pokemon for a while. I've used some extremely crazy looking teams back in the day. One of my favorites I used in a qualifier tournament was a Meowstic Beartic manual rain team, which you probably wouldn't see the light of day in this day and age, but it actually managed to get me an X and 1 top cut in the tournament. So playing Pokemon for so long, I feel like I get my motivation for playing by wanting to improve myself, wanting to constantly be better, and also wanting to hang around with the people who are at each event. There's such a lovely group of people who I get to meet every time I go to one of these events. It's honestly more than just the tournament itself. It's getting to hang out with so many wonderful people and going to be part of something that just, you know, it's such a drive. It's so motivating. My favorite part of the community is how inclusive it is to everyone. Everyone here can be themselves, be nerds, dress up with all their Pokemon gear, Pokemon bags, all their merchandise, and everyone immediately has a common ground to talk to each other to. So between, you know, rounds and everything, you could just go up to whoever you want, and people are just so lovely here. It's honestly so nice to be part of this community, and it's so welcoming and so inclusive for everyone.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Seijun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Seijun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Seijun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Seijun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Seijun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Seijun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sajin showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom, and Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
always great to get some insights from past events, especially that Pachirisu. For those joining us just now, we are at the Regional Championships here in Stockholm. My name is Lee Provost, and I am joined by the lovely, the gorgeous, the amazing Ostadidamos. How are we doing?
I am very flattered. Thank you very much.
I always try.
Likewise, straight back at you, you gorgeous man. But yes, of course, we are here for the next round. So far, the action has been absolutely
good so far, hasn't it?
It really has, hasn't it? It's been explosive. It's been spicy. We've seen a couple of variations in terms of different teams. Right now, we saw Smiggle, Cali Ice, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, I did think of you when I saw it. I was like, Costa.
There we go.
Yeah,
Give a nod.
Yeah.
But we saw Matt do an incredible
absolutely
job, right?
amazing, incredible. Yeah, Matt was just phenomenal in that game. Didn't falter at all, any turn, even though there was those big threats. Every single occasion where the trick room could go up, was the talk goal going to come in? Just stuck to the game plan, and it really paid off in that one. It was amazing to see, and it'll be great to see how far Matt can go in this tournament. I know the confidence from that interview saying that he feels like he's capable of winning. I didn't want to commit too early. I think like a lot of players wouldn't because of how volatile the format can be. But it's nice to see that confidence there. That's something me and Ben talked about. You know, that I think that confidence coming into tournaments is so valuable, and it really shines through when you're here at an event like this.
Exactly. I mean, it's so much more, you know, impactful when you're then and there. You know that you're having such a really hot win streak as well. And Matt is one of those players that he's very analytical. He knows his stuff, and I think all he needs is for the stars to align, and that's the kind of player he is. So I'm hoping he's able to go ahead and make a really strong breakthrough. So far, he's doing an incredible job about it.
Yeah, is there anything else that stuck out to you over the weekend that you thought, wow, this has been amazing? I love that we're seeing this.
I mean, I'm gonna go with an easy one. Koraidon.
Oh wow. Jamie Boyd.
Jamie Boyd, you know
Jamie
it.
Boyd,
Life Orb, I mean...
It's a good one.
Right, he has been... And this, like, pure testament of Jamie. He had been running this set for many, many months before, so I've seen it come to fruition and have such a divisive sort of impact with getting those certain calcs that normally a regular Koraidon with Clear Amulet wouldn't, is a testament to power.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie's Jamie, isn't he? So.
Yeah, exactly.
He's amazing. But talking about the event this weekend here in Stockholm, Jamie Boyd was featured earlier on the stream, but we can take a look at the standings, actually, see how our players are getting on going into round 6, which is very exciting, of course. There we go, last year's Stockholm Regional Champion, Michael Kelsch, at 5-0 with that Calyrex Ice Rider and the Smeagol.
Hey, I said it for a reason. I may or may not have spoken to Michelle before this, but...
You did.
No.
You did.
No. But look at him, current reigning champion, doing an incredible job, 5-0. And he's not the only 5-0, though. We do have a lot more trainers at that. Different variety of regional representatives, too.
Yeah, Oscar Gilly as well, one of those players from the UK. We were talking about the UK having some strong showings recently, and Oscar having a phenomenal start to this tournament. I believe Oscar playing Miraidon, that standard 6 that Luca Cherubelli. Obviously, there might be some variations there, but playing that standard 6 that we kind of regularly see with Miraidon.
Yeah, and then we do have Victor Jimenez as well, who at the moment is top 16, was able to, get top 16 at EUIC. So already going ahead and converting that straight away into the next EU major event with a team composition that we have already actually featured on stream.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what terrestrialization type that Victor's picked on that Calyrex as well. Obviously, we saw the one earlier with that fighting terrestrialization, whether or not that's the same on this one or if it's a little bit varied, because you've got the Indeedee on this team as well for that psychic train. So you can really take advantage of something like the expanding force there if you want to, or even psychic Psyshock but this team comp is so difficult to go up against, and you can see why Victor's having so much success for coming into this tournament. Just because of that Dondozo, the Tatsugiri, it's the second layer that causes you so many issues, and then you've got lots of other things to contend with throughout the match. There's lots of thinking going on for opponents, and this sort of, when you go up against this sort of team.
I do appreciate the little subtle pun that you gave there, layered, because of all the toxic spike potential as well. Look, here you go.
It wasn't intentional, but I'll take it.
Yeah,
it was intentional.
There you go, you gotta own it.
Always, yeah.
But talking about owning it, this next trainer absolutely does that. Eric Rios, previous EUIC champ, and just one of those absolute monsters of VG. And you always know that anything he runs, he just knows it inside out. He understands and done extensive work when it comes to the flowcharts. And coincidentally, it's going to be a Lunala. I did not expect this from Eric, I'm not going to lie.
I was a bit surprised when I saw the team comp, to be honest. And I think Eric's one of those players that we've seen so frequently have great success in the past, obviously, but maybe not so recently. I think Eric's probably struggled to get into those top 8s of tournaments like we kind of commonly seen in the past few years, but having a phenomenal start coming into this one this weekend, and obviously feeling very good with the Lunala as well. It's a little bit different, and I feel it kind of suits Eric in a lot of ways, his play style. He comes in, and if he's got that confidence, belief in one Pokemon, and he doesn't have to go with the crowd and say, yes, I'm going to just run the Miraidon or maybe Terapagos that we've seen Eric piloting recently. I like the fact that changing it up and maybe looking for different avenues of success, and it's definitely paying off coming into this one.
Yeah, and I mean, Screamtail as well is one of those Pokemon that obviously it's just coming off of an EUIC.
You love to watch, hate to play against.
Yeah, 100%. And I do really love the utility availability when it comes to that Pokemon, especially the speed tier. You wouldn't expect that little puffball to be that quick.
No, especially, the booster energy is just so strong on it, and the disruption that it causes, it makes you have to play so in a certain way if you're going up against it, and you can't be passive at all, which kind of lends itself to maybe the team comp as well, something like Lunala, where you kind of have the room for your opponent to be a bit more aggressive with things like that Shadow Shield that you've got to soak up the damage a bit better, and Trick Room once that's set up, and allow those other Pokemon to come in and maybe not be the center of attention, but Screamtail is always one of those Pokemon that will be on the forefront of your opponent's mind throughout the game.
Exactly.
Even going into game 1 before anything's been fully revealed.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of what we're talking about when it comes to trying to find really great ways to break the current trends of the meta, and that kind of Pokemon does hit that speed tiering with the booster energy to be able to sort of, outspeed the competition. We have seen quite a few Flutter mains, I'd say even at EUIC, the build-up of EUIC with the booster energy, you've got the Thunder Wave sort of support, Icy Wind, but now we start to notice there's a bit more of a trend going back onto the offensive, so it's just a revolving door of meta shifts.
Oh, you didn't drop it in.
I was going to. I was so close. I was like, don't do it, Costa.
Step one step in and then said no. Well, we can have a look at our notable matches going into the next round and see who will be featuring and who else is facing off. Our next, two players we did highlight there, Oscar. Well, not unbeknownst to us at the time, but Eric Rios. So we're going to have the Miraidon going up against Lunala. Spicy, rocking the Arubega core from Oscar's side, which notably does seem to be, of course, the Cherry Belly winning Worlds Team 2. At least the variants, we're going to have to confirm the Urshifu variant in of itself with its style. But Eric, with the Lunala, this is going to be a really, really exciting match. But it's not our only notable match. It is not as well. We've also just featured Matt going up against Matteo Bellini in that next one, with the Terapagos going up against Calyrex Ice Rider, and that's going to be a hot one. Jamie Boyd's still on a tear as well, against Victor, who he actually highlighted in the bracket so far, and then Matty versus Salatin, and that one in itself is going to be really good. You've got Ice Rider going up against Shadow Rider in that one, but we've got to concentrate all our efforts into Eric and Oscar, because Oscar maybe not so well known as in comparison to Eric, who is that seasoned veteran VG player.
Yeah, exactly. And I think even to the point where Eric, I think, when was it, Lee? Was it like 22, 23? You remember during the Dynamax phase, he went on an absolute tear.
Oh, yeah.
He had hit 2,000 plus CP.
I think Liverpool Regional, EUIC,
just winning everything.
Yeah.
It was just like, it was a permanent sort of Marco Silva of now, back then, just at the top of the leaderboard.
Rinya Sun.
Yeah, that's it, with Rinya Sun.
It was, but that's what I was mentioning before, when I think with Eric is he just needs to find that team that resonates with him. I think we saw Eric play a lot with the Terapagos, and I don't really think it was, obviously had good finishes, but nothing to the standards I think Eric would expect him to receive at events when he turns up. And that's not disrespect to the opponents. I just think it's just to the level of Eric and what he's capable of. So it's nice to see him mixing it up, like I've already mentioned. The Lunala, I think, is a really a good Pokemon that I think suits him quite well. Going to have a tough opponent in Oscar, who's had a great start to this tournament so far, 5-0. And with this tried and tested combination of Pokemon as well, it's not easy, you know. And I think the thing about this Miraidon composition is that players are aware of it and it's still getting results.
Yeah, and I think it's just a testament to how powerful of a core it is. As long as the pilot is able to know the ins and outs of it, its potential is just absolutely outrageous, and that's why we see it keep on getting the results. And Oscar clearly feeling quite comfortable with it. Sure, it is a bit of an uphill battle in terms of experience between the both of them. However, it's all for Oscar to be able to go ahead and give all the pressure back onto Eric.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a lot of the times, and I think you can get yourself clouded and let other things influence you when you're sitting down in front of maybe an opponent. And I think you just got to block out all the noise and just say, my opponent's the same as me, 1 versus 1. We've both got teams. Might be a slight advantage for one of us in the team matchup, but you've just got to believe in your abilities and say, what are my ways to win this? And then lock in and block out the noise. We can see the accomplishments here. We've got a top 128 finish in the recent Birmingham Regional Championships and top 64 finish in the Lille Regional Championships this year for Oscar.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Eric, on the other hand, coming off of a top 8 from LAIC earlier last year, but still within this season in November. Hello to you too, Oscar, EUIC champ of 2022, World Top 8 2019, and 4-time regional/special championship champion.
Phenomenal accolades to Eric, and I'm sure you want to add to that this weekend, but we'll start off with Oscar's team. We've talked about it a little bit. What are the areas of this Miraidon core that you're looking at that can do well against Lunala? Of course, I'm directly looking at the light screen on the Whimsicott. The Encore as well, if there's any sort of setup on Eric's side of the field, can disrupt quite heavily. But that dark typing as well could come into play quite useful against opposing Moongeist Beam, but then when you look at the other option on the Lunala, not going to be as effective.
Yeah, and I think just being able to go ahead and break down the Lunala early on, not allow it to have enough momentum, it might be the key strategy Oscar's looking into, and that's such a easy thing to be able to do when it comes to the team composition of having that Miraidon quick-paced sort of pressure.
Yeah, the other thing to note as well is the Urshifu has dropped close combat that you commonly see on there. Have the Surgeon Strike, the close combat Aquajet. It's opted for the Taunt as an option there, which might be a nice way to sit in front of something like the Lunala and get that off to prevent those Calm Minds that Eric might be leaning into to start that momentum swing. It's a nice option against a few Pokemon on Eric's side, but you've got to be careful with it, because if you kind of position it wrongly, it is going to be susceptible to those fairy type attacking moves like we can see on the Screamtail here with that Dazzling Gleam. Of course, you don't really want to taunt in front of that Pokemon that can get super effective damage back onto you. And then you've got to consider as well what's partnering it at the time. There's a lot of threats to the Urshifu in this match. I don't feel like it's probably one of the Pokemon that you want to be looking to bring here.
Yeah, and I think for good reason as well, right? If you're being able to place yourself in a really good spot, you're able to absolutely just break through it. But there are, of course, the dangers going into this. That Ogerpon, the Tornadus as well with the Bleak Wind Storm support, and just being able to navigate uncharted territory when it comes to the Screamtail matchup potentially.
What do you do if you're Oscar to get around the threats on Eric's side? Because you can see the lines that Eric will probably go down here, probably very Concool collected, utilizing that double fake out support between the Rillaboom and the Incineroar to allow room for that Lunala to get those Calm Minds up once it's set up. It's going to be able to terrestrialize, of course, and then do some significant damage with the Moongeist Beam and the Moonblast between them. You've got Tailwind support as well if needed. Probably not. It probably is pretty necessary in this game with the Tornadus. Of course, it's you know, you're susceptible to those big electric type attacks from the Miraidon as well.
Yeah, I think you're just going to have to be able to navigate and maybe not lead Miraidon straight off the bat, because there might be a Rillaboom on the other side of the field, which we do confirm is the case as we've got the leads. Game 1, Lunala does make an appearance alongside its friendly Gorilla partner versus the Urshifu and that Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Yeah, you've got the Ogerpon here. It's putting a lot of pressure onto that Rillaboom, but there is the active fake out this turn. It can slow down the Urshifu and the Ogerpon, at least for one turn, which gives that room to the Lunala to get that initial Calm Mind up. And of course, with that Shadow Shield active at the moment, with that full HP bar, it is going to be able to take the attacks coming its way a lot easier. And it doesn't really have to worry about even the Ogerpon going for a Terastallization if that is what Oscar chooses to do. You've got to prioritize, if you're Oscar, breaking that Shadow Shield so you can start getting the damage you need onto that Pokemon early doors. We're seeing off the back of that pressure that the Ogerpon's putting on, not wanting to go for the fake out, just wanting to retreat and get it out of there.
Yeah, especially because grass terrain had already been set, right? And Woodhammer would have surely have been able to try to position itself to the point where it could cover for any sort of switch-ins, but most importantly, that Ivy Cudgel. Henceforth, why we've got Incineroar on the field. It has been able to drop the attack, at least of both of the Pokemon, and we've got a first Terastallization.
Yeah, we have, and it is that Fairy Terastallization on the Lunala. Going to remove those Dark and Ghost type weaknesses that are so detrimental to it. Ivy Cudgel coming out from the Ogerpon there, just getting that Shadow Shield broken and followed up by a big Surging Strike. It is going to be really close if it picks up the knockout or not. I think it's going to have enough just to hold on here, but some huge damage to the restricted on Eric's side.
Yeah, and I think being able to just force yourself to the point where you're able to whittle down its HP so much could be crucial, as well as the Moonblast KO with the Terra Fairy boost on top of that. Of course, it's going to be able to pick up a KO. There is no Focus Sash. It is that Mystic Water Urshifu, and all of a sudden, we've got a scenario where Oscar's already down one Pokemon and has an Intimidate onto the Hearthflame. However, we've got the Rillaboom and Miraidon terrain wars still at hand.
Yeah, and what Eric's done really well is get that Rillaboom off the field as soon as possible when that Miraidon's not active. So you've got it in the back to bring in to overwrite that electric terrain as soon as you want to. So you've got the option to do that now. I don't think you can switch the Incineroar out. I think you need to utilize that fake out here. You've always got to be wary about clicking the fake out button though, because there could be a potential Farigiraf in the back for Oscar. And I think that's what Eric's really worried about. So maybe you go for the fake out into the Miraidon, switch the Lunala out, save it for later, or get the Rillaboom back on the field, get that grassy terrain active again, and then you've got fake out to reposition the Incineroar the next turn, get that Lunala back out in a bit more of a comfortable position.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shot, actually, because it's very much a game of board state advantage, and up against a player like Eric, you really do need to be able to force his hand in certain scenarios, as we've got that Terastallization from the Miraidon. Just wanting to make sure it doesn't fall short of being susceptible to any sort of situation of a double up, but the fake out does actually get targeted down on Miraidon. Eric does not fall for any Farigiraf. Switch in, Ogerpon trying to potentially cover for that Rillaboom switch in to allow the grass terrain to prevail versus the electric terrain and Moonblast. There, that is why you Terastallize.
Oh, and the special attack drop as well.
That is so unfortunate, but it's still at least able to survive because of Terra outsiding of the Dragon weakness.
Yeah, you can see what Oscar was trying to do there. Like we talked about, the Rillaboom coming back in on that slot could have been an option. We talked about maybe the Lunala leaving the field, but Eric saying, no, I just need to utilize this fake out. I'm going to take full advantage of it. I know that Miraidon's locked into whatever attack it chooses because it's got the choice specs, it can't protect. So let's take advantage of it while it's active now. And now you've got that damage onto it. It's really useful. The special attack drop as well is pivotal. It means now that you've got the option to bring the Rillaboom back onto the field to weaken the Miraidon even further. And the Incineroar is still in a healthy spot where it can potentially go for a parting shot once that grassy terrain is active. In response to this, though, we're keeping that Ogerpon for later. We're setting that Intimidate, dropping the Whimsicott coming onto the field.
Yeah, confirming there's no Farigiraf as we have a Protect. Being the play from Eric's side on the Lunala, correctly identifying the Volt Switch, wanting to be able to pick up that KO and parting shot. Nice 1-2 sort of defensive from one slot, whilst also reducing the damage output of the Miraidon in the other. And now you're able to safely bring the Rillaboom in, have fake out pressure. You've got confirmation there is no Farigiraf, but no Rillaboom, gonna be the Ogerpon.
Yeah, and the reason for this is because you've got the redirection there. If you did didn't bring that Ogerpon onto the field, that Whimsicott's going to really threaten with an encore onto the Lunala. It's just protected, so you can't fake out the Whimsicott because of the covered cloak there. You can't fake it out, flinch it. It is going to have that encore this turn and lock down, shut down that Lunala, kind of forcing Eric into a position where he'd have to switch it out unnecessarily, and it really disjoints any sort of momentum swing that he's got. Doing this with the Ogerpon, redirecting those attacks in, you don't need to worry about that Miraidon so much because it's got that large special attack. Yep. The encore is active. Are we going to see it? We are, and it's no follow me.
No follow me. Encore is actually going to be able to land on the protect. Previous turn, Lunala Volt Switch will be breaking that sturdy ability, but most crucially right now, this Lunala is not looking to be in a good spot. It's going to try to go ahead and get another protect, and this allows Oscar more breathing room to be able to bring in the Ogerpon and start threatening down some more damage.
Yeah, the problem is here, if we see an Ivy Cudgel, and it is going to be into that Ogerpon, and it is enough!
Oh no! It's enough! It's a one-hit KO! The Ogerpon is absolutely slaughtered out of this game, leaving Oscar down to his final 2 Pokemon. We have got the Miraidon, which is at half about HP's worth. Terrored into Fairy. You've got the Whimsicott by the side. The Lunala at least is encored, but come on, we've got 4 versus 2 scenario. Oscar's gonna have to try to navigate these very tumultuous waters.
Yeah, and exactly that. And I think Eric's just went levels above with the predictions here, not over-predicting, not overcompensating, using what tools he's got on the field in front of him and saying, yes, my opponent's gonna read into me switching around, but in fact, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna go for straight up damage. Seeing the Ogerpon now switch out, and it likely will be that Rillaboom to come in and override the terrain. But again, once again, wrong. The Incineroar now making its way onto the field. Are we going to see a double switch? It's likely to undo that encore. The Lunala are a bit of a sitting target at the moment. Doesn't want to keep it on the field unnecessarily. And now you've got that fake out pivot support between the two. Come in, give Eric a little bit of room to reposition, get the Lunala back onto the field to close this game up. Looking very awkward for Oscar at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that you've lost the terrain war right now is really not paying the best sort of advantage for yourself, especially when the Rillaboom takes that like an absolute champ, will have recovery with the grass terrain straight after, and the Incineroar doesn't even go down with that Dazzling Gleam focus because the electric terrain is no longer on the field. This Miraidon can no longer capitalize off of its Hadron engine ability.
No, it can't, and that's the thing. I think here we could normally see, well, fake out's an option for Eric, but you probably don't want to lock into that. The Incineroar probably going to go down to a Dazzling Gleam here, but that's fine. It opens the door for something else to come in, and even if you go for the fake out here to stop it for 1 turn, is it really any problem that you're going to get encored the next turn where you could just switch it out?
Yeah, exactly, and Woodhammer's just going to come out, pick up the KO on the Miraidon now that it's a Fairy type. This Miraidon is out of the race, at least for this game 1. Oscar is going to have to try to go back to the drawing board, consider what sort of changes may need to be made in this game 2, because Eric still 4 Pokemon. That Incineroar somehow still surviving, especially with its good old buddy Rillaboom by its side with additional residual recovery.
Yeah, now we just need the Lunala to come back onto the field, and it's going to be able to close this up. I mean, even between the Incineroar and the Rillaboom here, it's probably more than enough to overwhelm the Whimsicott, not known for its great defensive capabilities, and it might look like Oscar is locking in the forfeit, which it is, meaning that Eric is going to take game 1 of this round 6.
Yeah, very decisive from Eric as well. There were a couple of different interactions that easily could have gone wrong, but at this sort of high-level competition, it's being able to recognize and take action upon the most crucial moments you need to. That Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon Hearthflame, for example, anticipating the switch out, because obviously you had read it the previous turn, right, with the Protect of the Lunala. So Eric's sort of saying, right, okay, if you want to encore, then I don't mind that too much, because I'm allowing a pin where I either get rid of a Ogerpon that switches in via the Volt Switch, or I get some sort of damage off with my Lunala. So you don't really lose in that scenario.
No, and I think that's a really clever way for Eric not to get kind of flustered. Not that he would in this sort of situation, but that's the experience shining through there, knowing the outcomes of both scenario there and saying, well, this one's actually not too bad, because I'm just going to accept the fact that, yeah, if you encore me, you encore me, I'm going to get a return from this play, no matter what I do, making it extremely difficult for Oscar to get any sort of footholding here. I think there are a few things where you look at Oscar came very close to picking up the knockout on that Lunala, but just not having enough in the tank to do that. What options are you looking at? Would you even think about maybe terrestrializing that Ogerpon to get the Ivy Cudgel damage onto it, or do you think you need to preserve it for the Miraidon because of the weakness to the Moonblast that the Lunala provides?
It's definitely a really good thought to be able to capitalize off of it, because we saw the speed interactions. Ogerpon was actually faster than the Urshifu as well, right? Which may be a bit of an indication that it's a bit more offensive.
Or do you terastallize the Urshifu maybe and then go for it after
risky,
the Shadow?
You might be susceptible to Rillaboom, though. That's the thing. Like, there's so many different mind games that go into this. But seems like we've got the same lead, at least from Oscar's side. We've got the Urshifu and the Ogerpon versus what is now the Ogerpon Cornerstone, as well as the Lunala.
Yeah, the Ogerpon Cornerstone, a really good supporting Pokemon. We saw how effective it was in that game 1, but this time around, it pressures that Urshifu, pressures the Ogerpon with that Ivy Cudgel and the Power Whip, respectively, and can do some really significant damage to both of these Pokemon. There's no Fake out there to contend with as well, and the Lunala are in a position now where it could potentially, with this support, get a Calm Mind set up, or just go for pure damage if you want. You can terastallize, get a Moonblast onto that Urshifu and remove it like we saw in game 1 pretty effectively, or get some decisive damage into that Ogerpon on Oscar's side that, you know, isn't going to enjoy taking a Moongeist Beam.
Yeah, well, most definitely will not, as we do have the terastallization coming up from the Urshifu, like you called, Mr. Lee. It is the Water Terror Commit. You want to be able to capitalize off of the various multipliers that you've got in order to guarantee that KO. However, Ogerpon Half Flame on Oscar's side, going for the redirection via the Follow Me. Power Whip trying to catch it off guard, but unsuccessfully so. Surging Strikes will now be most likely targeting down that Ogerpon and wants to make sure there is no redirection symbol available on Eric's side, and will definitely pick up that KO given the terastallization.
That's a great play here from Oscar, suspecting that the Ogerpon could be threatening that Urshifu more than anything else. Redirecting there to get that Power Whip away from it and allow the Surging Strikes, targeting that down. But in response, we are going to see a Moongeist Beam. Is it enough to pick up this Ogerpon? Come down to how it's been trained, if it can take it or not, and it takes it pretty comfortably.
Very comfortably. It is a bulky little thing, and I think at this point, it just shows the duality of this Ogerpon. In particular, I would say this form, there are definitely a lot of similarities and parallels with other forms, but it's just generally the fact that you can either go extremely on the offensive or on the redirect defensive, and that's why it's such a great utility Pokemon to add to any sort of team composition.
Now you've got a situation where Oscar, despite what Fake Out Pokemon comes in, it's going to make it difficult for Eric, and he's going to have to make a decision, because Fake Out comes onto the field, be Incineroar or Rillaboom. You can double protect this next turn, get around that Fake Out, and then you're in a position like you were in game 1, turn 1, where you can go for the Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel into the Lunala, break that Shadow Shield, and then follow it up with the Urshifu. Now it's terastallized. Now it's probably got enough in the tank to take it down after breaking that Shadow Shield. Now, what I was saying about Eric, he's got to make a decision here. Does he suspect the double protect here? Because if you do, you switch your Incineroar out to Rillaboom, you get it onto the field, and then you've got that Fake Out to go active the next turn, give it a little bit of alleviation to try and remove the Urshifu, or even remove that Ogerpon from the field. But this is looking pretty good for Oscar at the minute, and all comes down to what Eric does this next turn.
Exactly, it's going to be quite decisive, as we do actually see a switch out of the Ogerpon now into the Whimsicott, potentially even wanting to position itself to either A, get a live screen up in the subsequent turn, or B, get an Encore going if we see any sort of commit from this Lunala that's not anticipated. Fake Out will be trying to target down that Urshifu. It wants to make sure it can lock down that slot and prevent it from the amount of pressure it can dismay. Talk about pressure. Moongeist Beam will be targeting the Whimsicott, bringing it down to below half of its HP. But in this situation, Light Screen seems quite nice.
Yeah, Light Screen seems really good. The Encore isn't an option onto the Incineroar because of its part Dark typing. Obviously going to have the immunity from the Prankster there. But you do have the ability to set that Light Screen and just target with Surging Strikes into that Lunala to get the damage that you want onto it early on in this raid. And with that Light Screen setup as well, it is going to be able to support that Urshifu even further. Of course, it doesn't have the weakness now with that fighting type that it had before terastallizing from that Moonblast that the Lunala does have access to.
Ooh, but we're going to see a switch out. Bring that Rillaboom in. Want to make sure you've got Fake Out online if you're still not anticipating a Farigiraf bring from Oscar's side. However, Grass Terrain now being on the field means that the Miraidon could come out, and there indeed it is. Light screen will be able to bolster up the special defensive prowess of Oscar's Pokemon. Surging Strikes, however, goes into the Lunala slot. Will be able to, on the first hit, break that Shadow Shield. On the second, deal so much more respectable damage. And on the third, bring it down to below half of its HP.
Yeah, that's a really, really useful turn there. Just to not go after the Incineroar, the obvious turn to say, I can remove that Pokemon. No, I'm going to really concentrate down that Lunala. And you can see the value of that light screen here. Wow. The Urshifu just soaking that Moongeist Bean up so well.
And it's so beautifully placed to the fact that now the Grass Terrain being on the field further adds additional recovery onto this Urshifu. Sure, at least now you've got the option to bring in the Miraidon if you feel like you need to be able to deter any cheeky little grassy glides that try to focus down on that Urshifu to pick up a KO.
Yeah, that's the whole thing here. You are pressured by that Rillaboom, so it's a nice switch from Eric to put a lot of pressure onto the Urshifu because it is going to threaten through a grassy glide, a wood hammer, or whatever it wants to go for this next turn. It has to be careful around going for a fake out if that was the option to choose, because again, as long as that Whimsicott's on the field, have you got enough to take it down after the light screen? It's going to be very close, and if it does stick around and you have faked out, you're going to get locked into that, and it causes all sorts of issues. And with the lead that Oscar's got at the moment, you don't want to give him any more of an advantage here. So I think you've got to be very careful about what you go for here. But the Ogerpon, a great switch from Oscar to soak up any grass-type attacks that are coming into that slot.
Exactly, and this actually allows Oscar to not have to risk bringing that Miraidon in via a switch. Moonblast will be able to deal a bit of damage to that Lunala, but at the cost of its own preservation is what I would say if it could pick up a KO, which it does not, but thanks to the double up, it is able to not only pick up a first KO over onto Oscar's Pokemon, get that pivot action going, bring that Incineroar back in, have Fake Out back online.
Yeah, and I think that's a really nice ability with having both the Incineroar and the Rillaboom next to that Lunala. You're going to be able to cycle them in, and there's no better trainer to do that than Eric. He is going to have the knowledge to be able to do this exactly when it's needed, and it's perfect because now what happens for Oscar is, yes, it's a great switch to the Ogerpon. You've got that line of redirection on the field now. You've got the Urshifu in the back that you can bring in. You are going to avoid the Intimidate, of course. That's a big part of getting something like the Urshifu onto the field. Not really going to matter too much about those Surging Strikes because of the critical hit, ignoring that, but it's useful for the Ogerpon, the Intimidate there. It's going to weaken that down. You've got one turn to kind of get around the Surging Strike threat because you can go for it. We're in that same situation as earlier where we could just see a double protect from Oscar's side of the field, and then once that fake out's burnt, then the Lunala becomes susceptible to going down to the Surging Strikes again. Right. And if the Incineroar does stay on the field and go for the fake out, it's also going to be susceptible to a Surging Strikes the next turn.
Ooh, fake out, targeting down the Urshifu, not wanting it to move at all. Woodhammer, however, is enough to pick up the KO, even at -1 of its attack, thanks to the Intimidate. It's still within range. It's able to get that big slot out of the way for Eric, bring him down to his final 2 Pokemon versus Oscar's 3.
Yeah, this is a huge play, just saying, no, I don't need to rely so much on this Urshifu. You think of the Ogerpon as that line of support, but no. Right. In fact, the grassy terrain, I'm going to take advantage of it myself. The Woodhammer, enough to get the Lunala. So yes, stay on the field, fake out my Urshifu, because if you go for that, I'm going to pick up reward whatever happens. The tables have almost flipped from that turn, that game 1 where Eric was in the situation. No matter what you do here, I'm going to get a reward from it. Oscar is in that same position here and just taking full advantage of the board state.
And I think it truly is thanks to the call out that you made just before that game 2, being able to have the Urshifu as a terrestrialized wall breaker of essence and force that immediate pressure onto Eric, which you really need to be able to do when it comes to a balanced composition like that.
Yeah, now we are seeing, in response to this, it's not over just yet, we are seeing the Incineroar Terrasilizer is going to be into that water Terra type. It's going to be useful against, of course, the Urshifu with that Surging Strikes as its main damaging option. Not very effective into the Incineroar or that Rillaboom now on. But if the Miraidon, like we kind of know it is, lurking in the back, it's going to come in and have a real easy time against that Incineroar.
Yeah, and I think just going for the very safe double protect, or should I say 1 Spiky Shield, 1 Detect from Oscar's side, really allows yourself to be able to nullify any sort of fake out pressure and then start focusing on the Rillaboom. Once you get rid of the Rillaboom, the Miraidon checkmates that Incineroar, and I think at this point, that's the priority.
Would you, if you're Oscar in this situation, switch out the Ogerpon now to the Miraidon, suspecting maybe a Flare Blitz into that slot? You've got the Dragon type, and you're going to be able to soak that up a bit better. You reset the Intimidate drop as well, and then just attack with the Urshifu. If you can get the attack off into the Incineroar, anything, you know, any damage is going to be useful. Allow it to go down this turn, and then get that Miraidon Ogerpon on the field, and then you threaten with the Ivy Cudgel into the Rillaboom, and also whatever you want, really, Electric type into the Incineroar with the Electric Train intact.
I mean, you couldn't have put it any better. I completely agree, because I think that might well be the line that Oscar's going for, as we do indeed have the Ogerpon switching out. Electric Terrain will now be prevalent on the field. Grassy Glide is no longer having its priority-based state. However, the Urshifu is now most likely going to be able to go. It could have gone for the Surging Strike, depending on how the training is of the speed, but wanting to prioritize getting any form of chip damage onto the Rillaboom as the clear threat.
Yeah, and the Woodhammer here just making sure, guaranteeing the knockout, even if the Electric Terrain does come up. Obviously, we don't have the Grassy Terrain anymore, so suspecting the Miraidon might come in. Eric reacting to that, going with the bigger attacking move with the Grassy Terrain, now overwritten with that Electric Terrain, and it does leave the, Incineroar going. I wonder if Eric maybe went for something, parting shot into that slot, suspecting the switch, but just going for that guaranteed damage. No burn coming out here, but now Oscar in the driving seat, the Electric Terrain on the field, the Hadron Engine active on the Miraidon. The Incineroar doesn't have a way to protect it. It is going to be literally a sitting cat this next turn, and the Ogerpon probably going to have enough to be able to remove the Rillaboom after the chip from that Aqua Jet and the recall from the Woodhammer. Why we're seeing a forfeit locked in and Oscar tying this game up.
What a way to be able to bring it back with the momentum, going from Eric, you know, essentially finishing that game 1 up for Pokemon still remain on his side of the field versus Oscar's one. Absolute turnaround of a situation. Oscar has been able to sort of convert all of that momentum back into Eric's side of the field. That Urshifu Water Terror opens up so many more options to be able to force Eric into sort of pigeonholing with certain switches that can be more easily read or more clearly read by Oscar's side.
Yeah, definitely that, and I think the adaptation from Oscar is just brilliant in that game, really identifying that mod in Game 1 was the way to go forward because of the initial damage that you got onto that Lunala, and thinking, right, okay, well, I know what I need to do going into Game 2, and executing it perfectly, making it very, very tough for Eric to get any foothold in that game. And I think the one thing that you could say from that Game 2 is that there was an opportunity for Eric in turn 1 to maybe go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon, because I think the game maybe turns out a little bit differently if you remove that Ogerpon with a super effective attack rather than the Power Whip that went into that. Really smartly called from Oscar to protect the Urshifu at all costs, but at the detriment to Eric, the Power Whip just wasn't effective at all, and it allowed then the Ogerpon to stick around for a lot longer and be effective in how crucial it was in that end game for it to come in and then just put the pressure on for that forward fit to be locked in.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It may just be down to perhaps even having both of these trainers lead the exact same and try to run the rounds of what sort of different reads and outcomes you could try to get. Maybe go on the offensive of the Ogerpon Cornerstone into the Hearthflame, but then that may even invite Oscar a further adjustment of going on the defensive. We'll have to find out just now as Game 3 is live. Here we go. Ooh, bit of a switch up from Eric's side. No switch up from Oscar's side. We do have Rillaboom and Ogerpon on at the same time. Having both Fake Out, Redirection, you've got direct potential of threatening down the KO onto the Urshifu, as well as that Ogerpon.
Well, I love it really for Eric's side, because if you are threatened by an Urshifu, the one thing you can do in response is bring your two grass types to the battle deal with it. They're both in a position as well where, you know, that you've got the option now to go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon on Oscar's side. It is going to take super effective damage. We've seen the calculations in previous games for that to be enough to take the clean knockout against that Pokemon. So it is under pressure. That is going to force Oscar to make some sort of reaction, and on that, we are seeing the spiky shield come out.
Yeah, just feeling like there's a bit too much pressure from Eric's side, going for the double protect, wanting to make sure any sort of fake outs are foregone. Ivy Cudgel is trying to target down Oscar's Ogerpon, and just a raw Woodhammer into the Urshifu. So we've got a bit of an insight, let's just say, from Eric's intentions in that turn 1. More so now, the question is, how can Oscar try to adapt in anticipation of it?
Yeah, and you look at the options on Oscar's this team. You can see the 4 that they brought to this game, but you would really love something like that Iron Hands in this situation to bring in on that Ivy Cudgel, just to be able to have that not very effective damage and give yourself the option of fake out support as well. Right. The Ogerpon is so pivotal to this match. I think on an incoming Woodhammer, you can switch in the Miraidon like we're going to see here, and by doing so, you also get the electric train set up on the field. The question is, though, Eric knows the pressure that's there. Are they going to react to this and capitalize off this switch that is almost forced from Oscar's hand?
Yeah, I think at this point, you most probably have to, and you just need to try to get the read correct, as it's a double switch. The Whimsicott is also now on the field. It wants to make sure it's always by its buddy Miraidon side. Ivy Cudgel goes into the Miraidon. This is not intimidated. It will guarantee a 2-shot. Woodhammer not trying to focus down in any shape or form into the Miraidon slot, wanting to at least just aim true, go for the Urshifu in case there's any sort of overcommit from Oscar's side and stays in.
Yeah, and yeah, now the double switch is great. Yes, you soak up that Woodhammer, you don't take too much damage from it. You've got access to damaging the opposing targets on Eric's side of the field. But the problem is the Miraidon's taking so much damage now from that Ivy Cudgel. It's not going to be able to take another one. That's the problem. So you're going to have to almost lock into a Volt Switch, which then puts maybe something else at risk, because you will get that Volt Switch off before anything else. And if you go for the Volt Switch into maybe something like a Spiky Shield here on the Ogerpon, could put you at the detriment of getting U-turned by this Rillaboom to allow something else to come onto the field. But we're seeing a straight switch, not wanting to take any risks or lose that grassy terrain.
Yeah, no messing about. Going to be able to bring that Lunala in, which is now susceptible to getting its Shadow Shield broken, and it does. The Draco Meteor, look how much damage it deals. It is in electric terrain. It has got Hadron engine, and we got the Moonblast actually dropping the special attack of the Lunala. It has taken so much damage and situations, but at the cost of the Miraidon now being felled by the Ivy Cudgel. Eric absolutely getting rid of that restricted, which is a huge moment in this Game 3.
Yeah, huge Draco Meteor into what was that Rillaboom slot to try and remove that from the field with the electric terrain active, but a great switch. Know that the Shallow Shield's active, going to be able to take that a lot better than any other Pokemon in that situation, and now you've got the Ogerpon. I think that Oscar probably thought there was going to be a protect from that slot and didn't attack into it, didn't get the return that they were looking for. Now the Ogerpon has got that sturdy intact still. It has got the option to go for the redirect, so it's in a really great position, and it's pressuring down that Urshifu on Oscar's side the whole time, but want to preserve it for later when that grassy terrain's active on the field, and really just make use of it and the Rillaboom in the meantime.
This is a dire situation for the Urshifu on Oscar's side. Sure, you try to commit with the Water Terror and target down that slot, which you would be met with that Rillaboom, unless you try to go ahead and target down the Lunala. We're going to have to see, because it's a double switch from Eric's side. It's Incineroar now online, and there's no more contention of terrain between both of these trainers. Grassy terrain will reign throughout the entire of this game. Urshifu, though, going for Water Terror.
Great rhyming there, Costa. I love it, but we are seeing this Urshifu now get powered up, and with all the switching that's happened here, the Incineroar coming onto the field, going to be susceptible to a Surging Strike. If it is into that slot, it will go down as soon as it has entered the field. The Tailwind from the Whimsicott going to double the speed on Oscar's side. Surging Strikes into what is the Rillaboom, even though it's resisted, doing some big damage. Not enough, though, to pick up a knockout onto that Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's why it's such a good switch in there, and you know that the Rillaboom's just going to be able to have not only the fake out pressure, supporting it on its side via that Incineroar, it will be threatening that KO onto the Urshifu. Now, this subsequently sort of introduces the thought of, okay, Oscar will feel a bit more pressured right now. When can you bring in the Ogerpon? Is now the right moment to be able to take that 4 times resisted grass type Woodhammer? Or do you want to try to play around a bit of mind games and take advantage of Eric's more direct approach?
I think if you're Oscar in this situation, you want to get the Whimsicott off the field now. I think that the ideal time is when the opposing Ogerpon isn't on the field and active, threatening with the Ivy Cudgel. So it feels a good time now to get your own Ogerpon onto the field if you're Oscar, and then you can put pressure onto that Rillaboom. That's taken some quite considerable damage from that Rillaboom already, but we are in response to that seeing a terrestrialization from the Incineroar. It's going to be able to soak up those Surging Strikes a little bit better going into this next turn.
Very much so. It is going to be able to actually go ahead and most likely try to target down that Whimsicott, which has been proving to be quite a bit of a nuisance. However, Moonblast Blast combination with the Surging Strikes into the Rillaboom will guarantee the KO. This is what Oscar needed to make sure he could get rid of the Rillaboom. Sure, there is the Ogerpon in the back, which can still have its grass-type moves powered by the grass terrain, but you want to be able to start dismantling Eric's Pokemon and the core that he's been relying on, and there's no attack. It's just a parting shot, maybe to reactivate that fake-out pressure.
Yeah, and I think that's a good play from Eric in particular, going for the parting shot, not wanting to commit to any sort of attacking moves here to catch something out on the switch in, and it really allows you to reposition things. But you've got to get that Ogerpon on the field now, because this is the Pokemon that you're going to really have all your reliance on to be able to deal with this Urshifu. The Tailwind is active, though. That is the problem. And now you've got Fake Out coming onto the field alongside it, but there's no harm in just getting the Urshifu to protect this next turn and then utilize that Tailwind. How many Tailwind turns have we got left? That's the big question, because once that runs out, you're going to be susceptible to those power-ups, and it's not going to be something you'll be able to deal with as effectively with that Urshifu.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you capitalize off of the remaining turns as quickly as possible, because Eric does have a really good knack of being able to slow things down as long as he's got the sort of great synergistic properties of the different roles that he's got. He's got the Ogerpon. He wants to make sure that the Lunala maybe could come back in at some point in favor of any attack coming out right now.
Yeah, we are just seeing a protect from the Urshifu here, not wanting to contend with a potential fake out from this Incineroar here. And it does leave the Ogerpon open to going for an attack. No other options really available to the Whimsicott here other than attacking options. Going for a light screen might not be as useful into these physical threats, but it will into that Lunala. Big critical hit from that Ogerpon, though. Going to remove that Whimsicott from the field, and now you've burned that Pokemon. You have to force the Ogerpon out onto the field. You burn the fake out here. Now it opens the door for the Urshifu to potentially put a lot of pressure on to that Ogerpon.
Yeah, and I think in this scenario, we saw the speed interaction. The Ogerpon on Oscar's side is faster than the Urshifu, so it might have to try to rely on an Ivy Cudgel critical hit via the Mold Breaker into the Ogerpon Cornerstone on the other side of the field, because I don't think there's any way to get rid of it. However, that does invite Eric to try to get that Spiky Shield going. Incineroar, though, is such a big issue. Water Terror as well right now. It will definitely keep on soaking up the damage.
Unless you see the Wood Hammer coming out from the Ogerpon, which is boosted by the Grassy Terrain. Exactly what we're going to see into the Incineroar. Not intimidated enough to take it down.
The cat is down at the cost of, sure, a bit of a rocky helmet, chip damage onto the Ogerpon, but the most crucial thing is you want to try to capitalize off of the Tailwind turns, which I feel may be running out, but guess what? Their resource is running out on Eric's side. Lunala is gonna get KO'd, leaving the Ogerpon on its own.
And even if the Tailwind runs out, you've still got your own Ogerpon on Oscar's side for that Follow Me redirect. You only need to protect that Urshifu for one turn, because one turn is all you need for those 3 Surging Strikes to break that sturdy ability and take the knockout for the win.
Amazing turn of events. Ogerpon's back on the field. Sure, Tailwind is out, but like you said, Lee, redirection is available. You've got a Water Terror, Mystic Water Urshifu that doesn't mess about with Surging Strikes. We've seen it before. We will see it again as well. The KO will surely be able to pick things up.
The redirection going out. Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon. Is it enough to pick it up? It is. But it leaves that Urshifu. It is terrestrialized. It is powered up beyond belief. And it is going to throw out a huge Surging Strikes. Can it take Oscar into the winning section of this match? It looks very close.
Very close indeed. First hit coming up to a second hit. And there it is. Oscar Gilly is going to be able to keep on running undefeated 6-0 versus none other than Eric Rios.
Absolutely incredible play here from Oscar. You know, when that game won, it looked like Eric had such control of the match. But Oscar just changing things up, adapting so well, and just not giving the option for Eric to get those momentum swings like we saw in that game 1, utilizing the tools like that Urshifu, identifying that the terrestrialization was the option, and how perfectly timed was that Ogerpon at the end there, knowing that the Tailwind was running out, and I don't have long to take advantage of this. And if it runs out and the Ogerpon's in a position on Eric's side of the field, then I am in a lot of trouble. Taking advantage of those situations perfectly perfectly, timing it so the redirection was on the field, even when it ran out, for the Surging Strikes to just close things up.
Absolute cinema. It was amazing.
Cinema, indeed.
It was just, there were so many back and forths between both of them. And I think, I do want to call out though, and I think this could have been really, really critical based on the damage calculations. I know Whimsicott had taken some damage. The critical hit from the Ivy Cudgel Cornerstone into the Whimsicott slot in that game 3 allowed Oscar a free switch in.
I think that was pivotal there. Because I think at that point in the game, Oscar's probably hoping that the Whimsicott stays on the field and maybe there's not those turns that you've got to allow it to. Because I think if Eric times it well, he gets rid of it on the turn that the Tailwind ends, and then you get the Ogerpon back onto the field. And yeah, really double-edged play there where it came back to bite Eric almost because the critical hit undid what he was trying to do in the first place, meaning that the Ogerpon came onto the field, it pressured the Incineroar with the Woodhammer, the grassy terrain was up, and then from there, things started to kind of fall apart a little bit.
And I mean, you know, it genuinely felt like both trainers had an equal chance, especially in that game 3. It was so close. And there was sort of different win conditions that each of them were trying to direct towards. You know, on Eric's side, you want to make sure Tailwind is gone, like you said. You've got that Ogerpon available. Even though the Rillaboom's down, there was still grass terrain on the field. You still had Ivy Cudgels as well as the the Power Whips, sorry, if you connected. But it's the fact that you had that momentum swing at the exact precise point from Oscar's side to capitalize off of it, and there was just no coming back.
Yeah, perfectly done it. Going 6-0.
I know, literally perfect.
Right amazing.
Like,
yeah, perfect.
Set-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we've talked about it so much, this Lunalis, the Miraidon 6, and how, you know, practiced players are against it, but it all comes down to the individual a lot of the time and how they approach these matches and adapt, more importantly than anything, against what their opponents have prepared against, and try and catch them out with situations and board states that they might not be as comfortable in. And it's really identifying those board positions that make it uncomfortable for your opponent. And I think Oscar did that phenomenally well in that game. You've got to give him so much credit to come out on top of that, especially after that game 1 loss.
I know, and the game 1, I mean, you just saw Eric just, you know, back and forth. He just knew exactly what he was doing. It's like, okay, I know this flowchart. Clearly, this is the most popular team that's been running around for like half a year, if not more. And he's like, okay, let's just get down to business and all that. And you saw, he just absolutely dispatched Oscar 4-1 within that game 1. But then game 2, that recommit of the Urshifu going for the Terastallization was really able to pay dividends, and we see here in game 1, Moonblast, sure, it was able to absolutely knock that Urshifu out. Ivy Cudgel did such a good job against the Hearthflame as well.
Yeah, the problem was in that game 1, it felt like Oscar was kind of trying to find their feet with what to do, what was the best approach here, and unfortunately, Eric really capitalized on that and picked up knockout after knockout, but then it was game 2 where the adjustment happened, and that Power Whip, catching that with a redirect from the Ogerpon on Oscar's side, allowing the knockout onto the Ogerpon on Eric's, was the pivotal turn in that match, allowing then the setup of just the closing out of the remaining 3 Pokemon on Eric's side of the field, which then took us to that exciting game 3. And how pivotal really was the Ogerpon for Oscar. It was threatened a lot in that match by the opposing Ogerpon, but the way that, you know, Oscar was able to utilize it and use it as a tool of pressure with redirection, but not only that, as offensive pressure as well in the right situations, was just so well done.
Yeah, and I mean, Ogerpon Hearthflames tend to, ever since, you know, we had the Tang Dynasty going ahead and rocking up into the finals early on this season, they do tend to be so much more bulkier, so it just proves evidence why Ogerpon Cornerstone is such a good cornerstone within this meta.
Yeah, and I think we need to take a minute as well. Now, the one Pokemon that you would bring in against an Urshifu, especially Terra Water Urshifu, could be that Rillaboom, right? Yeah. But catching it on the switch was so key, because then you thought, well, it nearly does 50% damage, right? I've got a Whimsicott here that I could take advantage of as well. And it pressures my opponent not to go for the fake out, because if they go for it, then I can potentially be locked in, and it causes a lot of issues. So taking advantage of that and saying, well, yeah, I'm just going to go for the Surging Strikes again into the Rillaboom, which shows how powerful Urshifu is as a Pokemon, being able to dispatch of one of its biggest threats so easily.
Mate, who needs close combat on Urshifu? Like,
well, yeah.
You know, like, only when there's a Gastrodon. Only when there's a Gastrodon.
Yeah. And then you've got an Ogerpon sitting beside you with Woodhammer, so it's all right.
It's all right. But then again, once again, a testament to why this composition is so potent. It's just allows you so much more flexibility in what is quite, I don't know, not unstable, but I'd say a chaotic sort of meta when you've got so many high damaging restricteds running about, and it sort of finds a way with all of the different components to absolutely give the pilot so much more room to be able to adapt to what is ahead of you.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think because of the variety of different restricteds and different, you know, strategies that you're going to see through a weekend in an event like this, you know, this team, tried and tested, consistent, can approach a variety of different restrictors, just shows testament, like you say, to the effectiveness of it. And it's all down to the individual to put the practice and the work in to get those lines right and pilot it to success.
Exactly. But I'll tell you who can tell us more about that and all the ins and outs. It's Oscar themselves. So we're going to go ahead, cut to a very quick interview. Take it away.
Traders, welcome back. We are here with your winner in round 6. Here's Oscar.
Hello.
Who was just able to dispatch of one of the traders. I think everybody that's followed VGC for a little while has known Eric. Oscar, how are you feeling right now?
Still a little stressed, I'm going to be honest. My hands are still trembling a little as I'm holding the mic right now. Yeah, it's like, I knew, my friends kept telling me that Eric Rios was X&O, and I've been having a pretty good day today, and they're like, you're going to get paired into him. It's inevitable at this point. And I'm like, I'd really prefer to not be paired into Eric Rios.
Yeah, I think, like, based on that, definitely, like, yeah, Eric's a good opponent for you to play.
I mean, the matchup looked like, I think I played that matchup pretty well, but that took a long time to figure out, like, just in general, because I kind of approached that the same way I approached the particular Terrapagos team used by Italian players. I don't know who.
The Cornerstone Heatran.
Cornerstone Heatran, Screentail, that kind of like balancey Terrapagos team. And I was just playing against it nonstop, and I lost every single time. I would lead like some combination of like Miraidon Whimsicott, Miraidon Iron Hands, Miraidon Ogerpon.
Just to like damage something.
Damage something, and I was just like, it never worked out. And I kept like going and going and going. I couldn't figure it out. I messaged my friend Adam, who is very good at, he uses this team, he's using this team today, is very good at using the team, and I'm like, I need some help, can we do some practice games? So I'd been thinking about something with that Urshifu Ogerpon lead, is basically just like non-stop offense, you can't slow me down, which like, if it goes right, I can usually whittle down like a Terrapagos, and then I kind of just applied that same thinking to Lunala. Like it's
the same sort of composition that Eric's using, isn't it? And it's nice to see how that transfers from a Carmine Terrapagos into a Carmine Lunala. I think that's a really smart way to look at that.
Yeah.
But I do want to like zoom out on that set a little bit, because game 1 didn't go your way, to say the least.
Yeah.
Let's not beat around the bush.
So. Yeah, losing Urshifu immediately is pretty detrimental. Urshifu is sort of the main offensive piece of that matchup because Terra Water Surging Strikes.
Just lots.
It notably KOs Ogerpon Cornerstone, which is the major problem is that if, for example, if he went for Calm Mind, and I bring, I can Encore that with Whimsicott, but then you can bring in Ogerpon Cornerstone and protect the Lunala, and then now, well, my Encore can't go into Lunala because it's redirected by Follow Me.
Yeah, it's the redirection. Yeah. And the like power whip pressure that it puts on as well, isn't it? Because that's what I wanted to find out. Like, Urshifu was a really key piece in your matchup.
Yes.
Like after game 1 where you lost it, were you just like, you didn't look like you were scared of bringing it and really utilizing it in games 2 and 3. You were really, there was a few times where you called the Rillaboom not to go for a Grassy Glide.
Yeah.
Right? And you really like put pressure, dug your heels in. Like, what are you thinking in moments like that?
Well, the moment I remember most was it was my Whimsicott and Urshifu across from like Rillaboom and Incineroar, who had just switched in.
Yes.
Both of them have Fake Out. Rillaboom can Grassy Glide, and I'm like, well, are you really gonna like Fake Out Grassy Glide my Urshifu? Because then like, I don't know, it just didn't feel right to me. Like, switching in Ogerpon would have been relatively safe, but I just kind of, that was just a sort of a gut feeling where like, I'm already a little bit behind. I need to make some sort of play to get back in it. And I think calling that he wasn't going for Grassy Glide, and he wasn't really probably not thinking that I would go for Moonblast Surging Strikes and KO the Rillaboom. That kind of, I think that was the moment where this game was opened up for me. And sort of, I have Urshifu and Tailwind with no fake out on the board, something is going down to Surging Strikes at this point. Like, I was able to pressure out a Terra Water, for example, from the Incineroar.
And then just...
Yeah, it just... Yeah, exactly. Like, the Woodhammer just picks it up easily, yeah.
Love that. I want to zoom out from the match, though, because we were chatting before. You went to EUIC with Zamazenta.
Yes.
That wasn't long ago. And you were saying before that you were using this sort of composition in Birmingham with the Miraidon stuff. You went over to Zamazenta. You had a pretty good run, to be fair. No downside to that, but you've changed back to Miraidon. So what's happened since then? What have you been seeing in the metagame, or what's been influencing your decision?
So I think it's less the metagame for me and more just comfort. I swapped to Zamazenta. I was building with my friend Joe, who did really well at EUIC, not EUIC, both Birmingham and EUIC with Zamazenta. Day 2'd both. He's a really good player. We kind of we went in different paths with EUIC, but we kind of had the same concept of a Zamazenta team. And then I was using it, and I was like, oh, this is actually really difficult. Like, I'm playing certain matchups, and I'm like, with Miraidon, you can sometimes boil down an endgame to, I'm going to keep clicking Dazzling Gleam over and over and over, and you can't stop me.
Too much damage.
There's too much damage. It's too overwhelming. Where, even with Zamazenta, I would end up in situations where my opponents would not, steal a game, but make a good comeback in a game I thought should have been guaranteed won. And I think it was also swapping to Zamazenta was sort of inspired by at Birmingham. I played 5 different Zamazenta teams, and they were all very difficult when I was using Miraidon. So I was like, well, if you can't beat them, join them, I guess.
I mean, you gave it a go. I mean, fair play. But Miraidon's your comfort pick. We've definitely seen that. You've done so well. You are now... You're pretty much 6-0 now, right?
6-0, yeah.
6-0. So you're guaranteed in day 2.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's the nicest way, the least stressful way to do it. So
yeah.
Congratulations. Before we let you get rested up and ready for your next round, have you got any shout-outs? People at home that maybe have helped you along the way?
Yeah, so everyone in the Northeast VGC scene, judges, Mark, Angel, all the players like Dan, Joe, Adam, James, all of those guys, they're absolutely lovely people. I wouldn't be anywhere near as good of a player without them. When I was walking off the stage, Dan gave me a little unknown W. Nice. So he's very excited about that.
If you keep that with you for the rest of the tournament, maybe you can't lose.
Maybe I can't lose, yeah. Maybe the W is the secret. Also, shout out to all my friends. I've come on holiday with a bunch of my friends from university, back home. Steve, Cal, Kat, Matt, Dill, my girlfriend Eleanor back home, who's probably watching, Anne, Sophie. There's so many people that I know and just support me through everything I do. So I'm really grateful to have so many good friends, in and out of Pokemon, really.
Pokemon is a community game, and I love that call out there. Congratulations, Oscar. We're going to let you get going and get ready for your next round. But in the meantime, trainers, we're going to be going to a short break. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with all of the action here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
Andrew Zhang will win his first ever regional championship in the Masters Division here in Louisville.
My name is Andrew, and I grew up in Ohio. I actually started pretty late by VGC standards. I didn't buy a Pokemon game until Scarlet, actually. Once I played the game, I grew in love with it. I found out about VGC, and it took off from there, and I haven't looked back since. This season, my #1 goal was to qualify for Worlds. I knew that it was going to be harder than last year, and then last year I didn't actually make it, so knowing that in a more challenging season, I still made it to Worlds definitely gives me a confidence boost going forward. One of the biggest lessons I think this game has taught me was actually learned over this weekend of Louisville. I've heard a lot of good players say that taking early losses at a regional were fine and you just have to bounce back, but I really didn't believe them until this weekend. After my bad start, it was just stay alive and trust my team. The first few times that I was put on stream, I was definitely super nervous, especially the first time at Indy. My nerves was literally skyrocketing. It definitely does get a little easier from then on, but still nothing compares to the emotions I felt today. I think I've learned that when I can really focus and play the game without distractions, I can beat anyone. As cliche as it sounds, I think people getting into VGC should do 2 pretty simple things: battle, have fun, and watch other people battle. That's the way that I've improved the most. Usually, I do best when I play the game and not the player. Obviously, that doesn't always work if you're playing someone really, really good. Recognizing when I'm behind and have to play accordingly is still one of my biggest weaknesses. Like from ahead, I can spot win conditions, but from behind, I still have a lot of improvement to do. I think that finals was definitely the most exciting match, but I think my hardest was against Wolf. We both recognized that our best game plan was to bring 3 of the bulkiest Pokemon on our teams and just play long game.
An iconic matchup against Wolf, which lasted, I believe it was like 54 in-game minutes.
Just trying to navigate that was really challenging, but in the end, super rewarding. The first people in this community that I felt like really believed in me are Toller Webb and Aaron Traylor. They're like first top players that I met in this community, and they've been super supportive. I had some really good coaches to help in my growth. Sempra and Triple Cross really helped me understand the game more. Without all of those people, I wouldn't be where I am today. I've definitely reached my biggest goal today, which is to win a regional, and from here, who knows, but I am looking forward to it.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory.
Wow.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believed in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Swiss round number 7 is upon us. I myself am Kostadai Dimos. This is the arithmetically intuned Ben Kiriak.
I thought you were going to go incapable there. I was going to be like, Fair enough. Fair enough.
I thought, you know what, this is the first time we're on desk for today. I might as well be a bit polite and, you know, leave all of the banter for tomorrow.
For tomorrow? Okay.
I say that, but I'm clearly lying.
I'm holding
waiting for a couple of minutes. Anywho, moving on, we have got so much action that we've been able to feature on broadcast today, and we still have some more. Swiss round number 7, like we said, we just came off of what was a bit of a tantalizing match between Oscar and Eric. And yeah, so you had a couple of chats there with Oscar as well. Generally speaking, seems like he's really feeling this team.
Definitely, and especially seeing, like, I love hearing about players that trying a team and then actually experience playing against another composition and think, do you know what, this is actually hard. Maybe that team's quite good. I'll give that a go. Yep. And then taking it and committing to taking it to an international level event and being like, hey, I had a good run. Yep. Oscar went 5-3, so that was as a very, very good run in the field that we had at EUIC.
Yeah.
But then also being like, do you know what, it was good, but I want to go with my comfort when we come back to the regional championships, and seeing why that was a comfort, because especially when you go up against a player like Eric Rios, it's so easy to get in your head a little bit. It's so easy to think like, hey, there's this great player that's been broadcast so many times. Like, we know how good Eric is at the game and how accomplished he is over the years. But you just go, actually, you know what? I've got my 4 Pokemon. I know how they work.
That's it.
Yeah, I can do it.
In the end of the day, I think it's sort of what Lee and I were discussing as well. In the end of the day, you're on your side, they're on their side. You're just two people trying to go ahead and play some competitive mons. And in the end of the day, if you know your lines and you know how to play, depending on the matchup, then just go with it. Just trust your gut.
Definitely. I think what we've seen quite a lot already today. Looking back at day 1, we've seen a lot of players really just go for it and not, feel like they were needing to take too many risks, or if they did need to take risks, they were like, yes, okay, here we go. This is the moment that I need to actually dig in and really go for it. And I think that's a real representation of the skill level of all of our trainers here. And also, especially at this late stage in the event where it's all on the line, it really, really matters.
Yeah, it most definitely does. And I'm going to touch a bit on what you mentioned with EUIC. We've seen a bit of a natural evolution of the meta ever since then. Something that we haven't been able to feature as much is the top 8 of Fortaleza, which of course I believe was on the concurrent weekend, same as Vancouver.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Bruno taking the helm there with a win using Koraidon. We talked about it a little bit earlier on stream about how we've just seen since EUIC the Wolfie Perish Trap team, but then also Bruno coming in and showing us like, hey, it doesn't have to use Perish Trap. It's a more flexible Pokemon there, and there's so much variation going on down there, but really great to see all of these trainers doing so well.
Yeah, and I think Koraidon just having an absolute outburst within usage from the meta ever since, especially that EUIC final result. But it's not the only restricted. We've seen a bit of variation of Terapagos making a comeback, especially with the day 1 usage that we've seen from today. There's so much more potential for it to be rocking up and actually performing quite well.
And I want to talk about some of these players as well. You've got Jan Sim, Sebastian Escalante, and Juan Salerno that you see time and time again making it to these top standings in the Latin America Special Championships and Regional Championships. And Juan has been on an absolute tear this season already so far, as has Jan. And Sebastian Escalante, one I want to call out, has a lot of experience and a lot of legacy achievements in the game. He's been playing for a while, and he's had really his heyday started in the 2017 season and had a little bit of a break in the middle, but he's come back and shown why his skill set is, not outdated by any stretch of the imagination. He can still keep up with all of our new trainers that are getting into the game.
Yeah, great representation overall from the Latin America region. Hugo Santos, I do want to call that as well, from a Brazilian representative. He's been able to have such a good sort of upbringing in terms of VG competition and be really a force to be reckoned with. So seeing him actually come to the fore with that Kyogre team, which you think, okay, well, it's just classic Kyogre, Tornado stuff, but you still need to be really good to pilot such a team to success, especially in the current volatile meta that we've got.
Oh, mate, I've played at the Latin American International Championships. One time when I was on the race for some CP, I think it was in 2019 season, I went and traveled to Latin American International Championships. So don't try this at home, folks, but I did it like a long weekend to go to
I thought you were going to say don't try going to LAIC, but
don't do it. Don't do it in a short period of time because it was a long flight. I went over. I flew on the Thursday, played on the Friday, went 0-3, and then flew home. It was just, it was. But honestly, they are so good, all of the players out there. We don't get to stream as many of our Latin American players as regularly as our European or North American counterparts, but they are, make no mistake, very good at the game. And I think them as a community, they're so passionate about what they do, and that really does come into the play, especially when we get to our international events and we can see their representation and just how strong they are as trainers.
Oh yeah, and we've still got world champion representatives from Latin America, of course, Paul Ruiz. Just being able to be such an exemplary case, especially when he tries his best to be able to go to as many events as possible, but always there's a limitation dependent on the region. Maybe some regions have more events available, but that doesn't sort of stray high-level competitors such as that.
I think I would definitely compare Paul to Michal Kelch. As when Paul won the World Championships in 2018, the previous year, he'd come top 4. And so, that consistency to make it to the high level of the World Championships is like the pinnacle of the season.
It was Mega Salamence as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mega Salamence, Snorlax stuff. Yeah, it was.
I remember that.
Oh, it's so good, and he played it so well. It's like that's what I definitely watch back because just an absolute masterclass in a format not too dissimilar to what we're playing now, where you can kind of compare Mega Evolutions to our restricted Pokemon, where only one is allowed per team, and it's not quite the same. But if you kind of look sideways at it a little bit, maybe you can see the similarities in the way that the game is played.
It's all about perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and sometimes head on the side. I do that quite a lot.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I'm not even joking.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah, well, maybe. Or maybe I think better on this side. I don't know. It's
very smooth brain. Moving on, though, what we are looking forward to is more action, and I think for us to be able to have a better comprehension of what kind of action, it's good to check out the current standings, see where our trainers currently are at.
Here he is, Michal Kelch.
Here we go. Current reigning Stockholm Regional Champion yet again at the top, with 2 of my picks, by the way, cast predictions coming very shortly, but being such an incredible player, world's finalist as well.
And I think Michal is a really good example of community team building, where a lot of our German contestants are using that same 6 Pokemon. We saw Raheem on stream playing up against Matt Maynard using the same 6 Pokemon. Now, the likelihood is that they're all trained pretty similar, if not exactly the same. We don't know whether there's just those little bits of differences, little bits of changes with the way that they prepare. But I think, more importantly, when you have lots of people working on a composition, you tend to accelerate how quickly you can kind of figure out what tools you need and how to play certain matchups. And I think that's something that Michal really takes advantage of, and I think is a pioneer of.
Yeah, exactly. And this time last year, he was actually rocking the Zamazenta. I think there was a Galarian Moltres as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Being actually able to see that he's changed things up and didn't want to sort of pay homage to it because he really wants to try to focus onto the current meta makes so much sense. But I'll tell you another trainer that has been vying for those top results and, of course, was able to get one earlier on this season, being a finalist, of course, at a regional. Matty Morgan, 6-0 right now. Fantastic player, fantastic person, rocking that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And not often do you see Tornadus in this format. I've seen quite a lot more Tornadus this weekend than I think I've seen in the rest of Regulation Set G combined. It's kind of dropped off. It was one of those Pokemon that was a great Tailwinder, great supportive Pokemon.
I mean, it still is.
Absolutely, and Matty's showing us why, because normally you see Whimsicott as the supportive move of support Pokemon of choice. Moves like Light Screen, moves like Encore really disrupting. But I think it's easy to forget how much offensive pressure that Tornadus puts on with a lot of grass-type Pokemon doing well, Ogerpons and Rillabooms and Amoonguses, that Tornadus actually has a really good time into. And I really like that adaptation from Matty, not only getting the Tailwind set up for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, especially with the amount of them in the field this weekend, being able to outspeed an opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider in the mirror is so important. But then also being able to put that offensive pressure on too.
Oh yeah, and you've got Chi and Power as well to be able to further strengthen your matchup versus opposing Calyrex Shadow Riders. And the sort of duality of having the Urshifu combo pairing with that Tornadus, you have the Rain Dance set up, then you can capitalize off of maybe Mystic Water, Power boosted with the Rain. Surging Strikes is such a detrimental strategy that you need to make sure your team can actually handle.
Really good into Koraidon too.
Is it?
Yes.
Don't listen to him.
And into Fluttermane. Yeah, no, but it's that combination of things, and I think that's where a lot of VG really comes into its own in terms of your team building, in terms of the preparation. There is so much customization that you can do to your team to make it your own and to have the tools that you want to play with. I think more importantly than necessarily the tools that you need is like figuring out which ones you like.
Yeah, yep.
And you have these situations where if you can find those Pokemon that, like, yeah, this is one reason I use this move, but actually as a bonus, yeah, we can get to do something else as well. I think that's where some of the magic really happens.
Oh yeah, it's sort of like role compression, right? Yeah. And you want to try to make sure that you've got as many options available as possible in order to be able to better place yourself, depending on the situation, ahead of yourself.
Yeah, it's the thing. It's like, I think a lot of these things come down to like how much you can build in your team, and I think that's where our Terra mechanic really comes into its own, because that's sort of a little bit of role compression. We see so often a Pokemon change its type and then be like the 7th Pokemon in your team.
Kind of, yeah, I know what you mean. The resist that you were looking for.
Yeah, right. It's like, so we saw like Eric Rios in the last round against Oscar, terrestrializing his Incineroar into a water type. Yep. To be able to go against the Oscar's Terra, Water, Mystic Water, Urshifu Rapid Strike and be able to take those hits. I mean, unfortunately, it got bonked by a wood hammer, so there's ups and downs to these things and decisions that you have to make in the thick of a game. But you do see, like, especially Incineroar, where it can come in and when you can switch up that typing, it really makes a big difference to what your opponent can do against you.
Well, it's all about flexibility. And, you know, that's why it's so crucial to be able to make sure that you're selecting the correct Terra on the correct role of the correct Pokemon. Because if you're able to sort of understand the negatives towards your, you know, bad matchups and whatnot, like in that case, Terra Water Incineroar actually is quite okay going into a mono or water offensive Surgeon Strike, let's say, based Urshifu, because you're able to have a bit more flexibility. But obviously we saw Oscar was able to navigate those uncharted waters.
And very well. And many of our other trainers have been able to navigate those waters too. And we've got some notable matches for you for round 7 here in Stockholm. So let's have a look at those. We're going to be featuring Gilberto versus Federico, and look at the rest of this roster coming down here.
Wow, Jamie Boy versus Oscar Gilly. Going to be a battle between the UK representatives. Matteo Bellini versus Matty Morgan, that we did just feature and call out as well. And then finally, Mark Cotter versus Eric Rios. That is going to be such a great matchup as well. We are absolutely spoiled with content right now. However, of course, we will be featuring that Gilberto versus the Federico. And Calyrex Ice Rider going up against Miraidon is going to be a very interesting matchup. Just really based around the restricteds. You've got natural, positive sort of matchup of just clicking Glacial Lance when you can, if you're able to get, let's say, some form of Trick Room mode going.
Yeah, it's exactly. That's all of the strategies our trainers really have to be contending with. And I really like how that flexibility is what you've got to be looking at if you're a trainer playing at this level. I mean, it's so good.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's sort of what you need to be able to factor in when it comes to understanding the general sort of matchup roulette that we have actually gone ahead and checked her out quite a few times when it comes to, you know, how volatile this meta has been. Apologies, there's been a little Pikachu that's been popping up in my ear just saying Miraidon, Miraidon. I'm like, no, listen, slow down. I'm all about that Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that's like really, really important is like these sort of matchups. Like, which one is going to be able to? Can you keep a straight face here, Costa? He's like, yeah, okay, all right. Take it on.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, just generally speaking, seeing, you know, the very best, Federico has proven that he is definitely one of the very best that we have here in the EU. Yeah, able to go ahead, pick up that Gdansk Regional Championship, be at the top of the leaderboards as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, second or third. Victor Medina is second, but he's already locked in his World's Invite. Yeah. At this point, you're wondering, yeah, you know, what much else there is for you to do.
Prize money. Prize packs.
Yeah. And bragging rights.
A bragging right, absolutely. Well, also practice coming in. Like, if you want to play at the top level, a lot of the community has lots of different places that they try to practice it within their own circles, right? We've already talked about the German community being quite close-knit and being able to have a lot of success with the different teams that they're bringing.
Yeah. No, I agree.
You just cracked a smile. What's going on? But it is, and that's the real key to this. And I've got distracted now, Costa. I can't even remember what I was going to finish that.
No, I think it was just basically building up on the community side of things. I think you were referencing the German side of it, right? And just being able to sort of...
I don't know anymore.
You don't know? Well,
I don't know anymore.
It doesn't matter because we've got our trainers on the screen.
Here we go. Thank you, trainers. You have saved us.
Yes. Yeah. Federico on the left-hand side, and we've got Gilberto on the right. So it's going to be a bit of an Italian bout between both of these trainers. Federico, no stranger to the broadcast whatsoever. Not only this season, in previous season, he has been able to clinch up a top 4 at Worlds as well 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, he's just such a consistent player, such a great player as well. And the Stuttgart Regional Champion, if I'm not mistaken, playing in regulation set H, that rain composition that we hadn't really seen too much before, but was really able to pilot it so well.
Yeah, and I mean, just coming off of that Gdansk Regional Championship,
there we go.
Essentially, to give him more confidence, he went into LAIC. If I'm not mistaken, he may have got top 32 or top 64, but, you know, clearly he wasn't able to have as strong of an EUIC as he would have liked, but, you know, he's a trainer that doesn't need to further prove himself, but he really wants to. And I don't blame him because he is one of the very best.
And it's good to see Gilberto coming out here.
Yeah.
And that's bringing back some memories there of Gilberto's achievements over the years. We haven't seen him too much on the regional broadcast, but definitely a trainer, if you go back a few years, was really well known and very consistent at the top level of competition.
Yeah, I've gone up against him, and he is an absolute fierce opponent. He really has a great way to be able to analyze the board state maybe 1 or 2 turns ahead of time. So it'll be really interesting to see how he tries to tap into Federico's psyche right now, because what I've found personally is going up against trainers of very high level that you're very familiar with, you either A, have a bit of insight in their playstyles, or B, you know what sort of plays they're looking for in order to further benefit their own board state.
Now, these two trainers are at 5-1 right now, so the winner of this match will be guaranteed to make it through into our Day 2 Swiss. But the player that isn't able to take that win will get one more opportunity today to be able to do so.
Yeah, exactly. And we could see the difference of accolades in terms of timelines. Federico more on the recent side, absolute monster of a trainer, versus Gilberto, which is more of our legacy trainers. Coming back to the fore, having 5-1 right now is so strong, and he really wants to be able to prove that he can win this out and guarantee that Day 2.
Now, I want to call out here, if you're not familiar with the Open Championships of the Open Tournaments, it's like a regional level event held at the World Championships, a slightly different way of looking at things, but does give out championship points from back in the day.
For the new season as well.
For the new season, it's very, thank you so much, Costa, because that's a really important point. And being able to win that with all of the players that didn't make it to the second day of the World Championships back when it was a 2-day structure is no mean feat.
No, truly is not. But we do have Federico 6. It is looking like it's going to be the Arubega 6. And why not? It's so powerful. We saw Oscar do a really good job in piloting it. And over on Federico's side, there's not a lot of adaptations from what I can initially see when it comes to the sets, except of that Ogre Pawn. It has the focus, energy, utility, wanting to make sure it can capitalize off of heightened, guaranteed critical hits with that Ivy Cudgel.
We saw this a little bit at EUIC, but not too much. It was this adaptation that allows it to just make sure that you're getting through defense boost. It's a what's the Pokemon? The whale. Dondozo answer as well. Catfish. Because catfish answer. Yes. Yeah. And it's able to bypass all of those defense boosts. It's got a lot of different utilities in the format. And not only that, I mean, how many times do you have a game where you're like, right, okay, I've been intimidated a couple of times. I really need to get that critical hit on a particular target to be able to close out this game. And Focus Energy really hones in as able to allow you to do that much more consistently.
Yeah, and over on Gilberto's side, we do have the Calyrex Ice Rider, a Clear Amulets, very standard set, actually rocking the Fairy Terror, which I do very much like, accompanied by a bit of a balance claw, a Moongus, Incineroar, Urshifu. We've got the 3 synergistic typings. Landorus, Incarnate, Sheer Force, Choice Scarf, but wait for it, there's also a fissure there.
I just saw it.
Yep, just because Gilberto's not a big fan of Dondozo's setup.
Yeah, that's definitely an answer to these Galarian, Weezing, Dondozo, Calyrex, Shadow Rider teams. Is like, yeah, I mean, if you need to go for it, you could go for it. I mean, that's definitely a win con there. But I really like how consistent this composition is. It can go fast, it can go a little bit slower. You've got the Choice Scarf Landorus as an adaptation to probably this build of Miraidon teams that won the World Championships, has been doing so well, won Birmingham Regional Championships as well. And you've got that ability to play that sort of adaptive game. And I think it's really worth noting here that Calyrex Ice Rider, yeah, it does like to be in Trick Room, but boy, does it not need to be. Glacial Lance is going to be a threat no matter how fast it is.
Yeah, and there's very quick interactions that it needs to be able to tackle first if it wants to try to get that Trick Room going, being the Farigiraf as well as that Iron Hands, which do tend to try to be a bit more slower when they can capitalize off of a foul play or maybe even electric terrain boosted. Wild Drives, Quad Drive boost, you name it, low kicks deal so much damage to the Glacial, to the Ice Rider. However, we do have our leads. Miraidon classically with the Farigiraf over on Federico's side versus Gilberto's Landorus and the Urshifu.
Now that Miraidon is going to be under immediate pressure from this Landorus, and there's mind games coming straight away here. Does the Landorus go for a ground type move, or does it go for a poison type move? And does Federico feel the need to go for the Terror? If they do go for the Terror and are able to get off a big attack, it will be able to put a lot of pressure on Gilberto's side and potentially take an early KO.
Yeah, and we do actually get confirmation. The Terrestrialization will be coming out straight away. It's going to be the Fairy Terror on the Miraidon, wanting to go for the immediate offensive, but also defensive, being able to stray away from any sort of ground-type moves, such as Earth Power going into the slot, guaranteeing a 2-shot, but potential double up here if this Urshifu can somehow survive. Of course it can, because it's got the Focus Sash. It will not pick up the Landorus, however. Critical hit does not matter on that Urshifu, especially because Hadron Engine is activated. Which target does it go for? It goes for Miraidon. Can it pick up the KO? I think it might just be able to do it with the second hit. No third needed.
Not at all, and Miraidon going down is a big KO here for Gilberto, but what has Federico locked into with this Farigiraf? Both of Gilberto's Pokemon have moved. Now it's the Psychic and going to be targeting down that Landorus. So one Pokemon apiece getting knocked out, but I think Gilberto's happy with that. The Landorus has done its job.
Oh, exactly that, especially when you're having to go into this sort of matchup where you could even have that Calyrex in the back as well. You just want to make sure you get rid of the main damage output, and that initially is the Miraidon on Federico's side, except for the fact that this Iron Hand, I know it's not a restricted.
It feels like a restricted.
It very much does.
In electric terrain, yeah, it's like Iron Hands has dominated the format without an ability for quite a long time, and now it has an ability. Good job, Iron Hands, well done. Now it's going to be able to come out and put fake out pressure on the field and allow this Farigiraf to be able to set up a trick room, and that's going to put some pressure on Gilberto's side of the field. The question is does Federico really want to do that when there's a Calyrex Ice Rider on the opposite side of the field, especially when you've got a slightly faster Urshifu in the back?
Yeah, and Farigiraf's actually going to switch out now, foregoing its initial Electric Seed boost with the +1 in its defense in favor of bringing his own Urshifu Rapid Strike on the field. It will be able to resist any sort of Glacial Lancers that do come out as well. Terra Fairy, however, wants to try to make sure it's no longer susceptible to any potential foul plays.
Yeah, and also any potential fighting attacks from the Iron Hands to detect on the Urshifu and a fake out into the Calyrex, so Federico calling out perfectly.
Yeah, and just being able to sort of, you would imagine, stalemate sort of status of it, but actually being able to slow it down right now, have the offensive, you got the Urshifu on the field, you'll be able to really target down, like double up actually, with the Quad Drive activated, surely should just be enough to pick up the KO on the Calyrex if there's no protect.
Well, Urshifu is switching on out of there, not wanting to get it knocked out, wanting to preserve it on Gilberto's side for the end of the match. Incineroar bringing its own fake-out pressure onto the board.
Oh, Aqua Jet, not even trying to commit, just wanting to guarantee that the Urshifu on Gilberto's side is gone. High horsepower, able to bring that Iron Hands down to about half of its HP. Heavy Slam will not do any sort of respectable damage onto the Incineroar, only because of the drop of an attack as well as that resist.
But Farigiraf is lurking in the back here for Federico, and he's not going to be able to go for a fake out reliably into... Gilberto's not going to be able to go for a fake out reliably into Federico's side. Now the Iron Hands is going to be switching out, and now Armor Tail is going to be coming back onto the field.
Oh, great way to be able to bring it back right now and ensure that the Urshifu is able to act immediately. Fake out is confirmed to have tried to go for the Urshifu, and in an effort of that, it is actually going to get absolutely wiped out by the Surging Strike.
One of the great benefits of having an Urshifu Rapid Strike against a Calyrex Ice Rider is that you're not susceptible to those Glacial Lances, and you've got the time to be able to knock out the partners.
Yeah, and high horsepower, dealing very negligible amount of damage there onto the Farigiraf, even without the Electric Seed proc being available. Urshifu is now back on the field. Gilberto is down to their final 2 Pokemon versus Federico's 3, and it's not looking good in terms of resource management availability that's left.
And of course, one problem with Urshifu versus Urshifu is that they can't protect against each other either. That's an Aqua Jet taking down Urshifu on Gilberto's side, leaving only Calyrex to be able to put the damage onto the board on Federico's side. This is Gilberto's last opportunity. Glacial Lance not doing enough.
Yeah, and because the Psychic typing has been terrored out of, Psychic is actually still going to be able to do a bit more of chip damage onto it. And at this point, Federico looks like he's got that game one absolutely locked out. I'm a big fan of Calyrex Ice Rider, but I don't think he's going to be able to bring this one back, as Farigiraf is going ahead, lending a helping hand over to the Urshi. Surging Strikes from that range might not actually pick up, might survive with a slither of health.
It's looking pretty close, Costa. I think it might get there. The Mystic Water just taking it over the edge. Here we go. Big KO here for Federico Camporosi, and he is taking game 1 here in round 7. 1 game closer to guaranteeing his day 2 spot.
Exactly that, and Gilberto's going to really have to go back to the drawing board and better analyze what could have gone better in that game 1. We did see initially, it felt like the momentum was on Gilberto's side, right? We've got the Miraidon that's been knocked out. Gilberto still has their own restricted available, but it just felt like there wasn't enough wind in the pressure that he was able to exude straight after that, because Federico was still able to capitalize off of having Iron Hands and the Farigiraf, which you don't know if there's mind games of a Trick Room being set up or not.
Like, at the top level, you think, well, okay, if Landorus goes down, in trade for a Miraidon, that's probably going to be quite good for me, because you end up knocking out your opponent's restricted. You lose one of the main damage dealers on your side of the field, but it's done the damage on the thing that it needed to. So, you know, like, usually you think that's a good trade, but I think the way that Federico's team is being composed. It's very difficult to be able to knock out some of those key threats in the back like Iron Hands, and you kind of need Landorus to be able to deal with that too. It's not just one electric type Pokemon, it's 2 electric type Pokemon that really needs to target down. So I like what Gilberto was going for. I do really see the logic of what he was doing, but I don't think he necessarily thought, hey, my Landorus could go down and then I can be in big trouble later in the match. I think he's just trying to, like, okay, I really need to focus down this Miraidon, because once that's gone down, my Calyrex can deal with it, and we've seen how Federico is able to navigate around that.
Yeah, and I mean, high horsepower from Calyrex essentially brought, was a kind of a 2-hit KO onto the Iron Hands. So I think what Gilberto needs to really make sure is he brings that Calyrex into a board state where it could just do its thing. It could click the high horsepowers, it could click the Glacial Lancers, and start stacking up those chilling Nay boosts. So it's really going to be about, is he going to really take out the immediate pressure out of Federico's sails whilst being able to promote his own?
Let's see as we get into game 2 here. It's Amoonguss and Calyrex, a complete switch up from Gilberto, and it's for Farigiraf and Miraidon, the same lead from Federico.
Yeah, and in this scenario, things have changed. You've got the redirection available right now, and given the fact that the Amoonguss naturally resists the electric type, as well as the fairy typing, it's a really good partner to be able to have. But this also introduces an additional dimension of mind games when it comes to, is this just a raw Trick Room setup from Gilberto's side? And will Federico try to counter that in any shape or form?
I think this is the real challenge. Normally, you'd want to be able to spore the Farigiraf on Federico's side to be able to set up the Trick Room without the Farigiraf going for a Trick Room of its own and undoing it at the same time. And I think that's what Gilberto is going for here with a Protect on the Calyrex, trying to bait Federico into going for a Trick Room for Gilberto.
Yeah, and it's also a good way to be able to scout out what that Miraidon actually locks into, which it looks like it's going to be the Volt Switch, as well as a Psychic accompanied in case we see a Terrestrialization over on the Calyrex side. But most importantly, we've got this Amoonguss actually has Dark Terror, so it will be able to have to try to decide whether it wants to take a Volt Switch or
I think you take the Volt. I think you take the Psychic over the Volt Switch.
You should, yeah, especially because of the amount of damage that this Miraidon's capable of dishing out. But then again, we've got the mind games of, does Trick Room either get set up, or will there just be another focus on trying to whittle down the HP of Amoonguss?
That's so tough. And I mean, yeah, I think because the Amoonguss is stopped from going for spores by the electric terrain, I think like Gilberto's probably quite happy for it to go down in favor of one of his other Pokemon, probably Incineroar, or even Raging Bolt potentially coming in the back.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a switch out from the Amoonguss into that Landorus, maybe catching out this Miraidon.
Oh, we're going to have to see if the bait and switch worked on the Volt Switch, and it did. What a lovely little play from Gilberto.
With the Glacial Lance.
Raw Glacial Lance from neutral is going to pick up the KO onto the Miraidon, absolutely knocking it out, giving itself that +1 in attack, a pat on the back, and a Trick Room immediately after will not be seen. We've got the Psychic focus of the Farigiraf onto the Landorus.
What a key KO there coming out from Gilberto, and that's how to do it without losing your Landorus in the process. What a great adaptation there, and I think Gilberto really taking great utility of knowing that the Amoonguss was really something that Federico's probably didn't want to have even though it can't spore, it can redirect damage away, it can go for Pollen Puff and heal up its part of the Pokemon. And so wanting to be able to put pressure on that and take it out really does open up a lot of different endgame scenarios. Federico wanted to take advantage of that, and Gilberto saw straight through it, and there is that experience coming through.
Yeah, it truly is, and we're going to have to try to see how Gilberto's going to actually be able to counteract an easy Aqua Jet into that slot from the Landorus. Do you try to commit with the Terrestrialization or not? No, not on the Landorus. Actually, on the Calyrex, it will now have the Fairy typing. It will be able to resist any foul play focuses into that slot. So Aqua Jet will focus down on the Landorus. It will pick up the KO. Of course, it wants to be able to outspeed a Choice Scarf Landorus, allowing this Calyrex now to actually go for the damage that it needs. So it knows it's faster than Farigiraf. It will not pick up the KO onto the Farigiraf, most importantly, because of that Electric Sea.
But that damage is now racking up on Federico's side. He's definitely on the back foot in this match as Amoonguss comes back into the fray. Now it's going to be able to redirect Urshifu's attacks away from this Calyrex. And of course, because of that, it's going to be so much more difficult for Federico to be able to target down that Calyrex. It's going to be free to be able to go for those Glacial Lances. And of course, if the Urshifu is going for Surging Strikes, it's holding the Rocky Helmet, and free Rocky Helmet probably puts it into Glacial Lance range.
I think it does, especially a +1 of its attack. We're going to have to find out. Torn does try to target down the Amoonguss. It will no longer be able to redirect subsequent turns, but the deed has been done, the most crucial thing, that being the Calyrex Ice Rider allowing itself more room. Doesn't actually opt to go for the Glacial Lance there, as we saw the Farigiraf move first in order to get the Trick Room up. Now you know you will guarantee be faster than at least that Urshifu.
And you can also make a real advantage of this because the Amoonguss has the ability to pollen puff up the HP of the Calyrex. So even though there could be multiple Surging Strikes going on, that Amoonguss can't use Rage Powder, it can't use Spore, can't use Protect, but it can make sure that Calyrex is kept healthy as possible. And even a Helping Hand Surging Strikes is probably not enough to be able to get the KO on this Calyrex after it gets pollen puffed up to full HP. So Gilberto playing this so well.
Yeah, and Amoonguss could even go on the offensive if it wants to guarantee a KO onto the Farigiraf, anticipating the... Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to have to see, but it's not going to be this turn at least. Amoonguss does switch out. Incineroar will be brought in. Of course, I'd say Fake Out Pressure is active, but of course the Armor Tail...
It will be soon, I think.
It will be soon if we do get that confirmation of the Glacial Lance picking up the KO onto the Farigiraf, which does have a Water Terror, and this might just be what we're seeing, and it is confirmed.
Wow, look at this. The Water Terrestrialization probably allowing this Farigiraf to take this last attack and maybe undo the Trick Room environment. No, but it is just a Psychic coming out here onto the Incineroar, which is immune. Glacial Lance coming back in and going to do so much damage.
No, it's not enough. It survives on 22 hit points. Surging Strikes will be targeting the Calyrex, and because there's no Helping Hand, it definitely will not be able to pick up the KO, although still dealing very respectable damage. But in this scenario, we know for a fact that the Farigiraf is now confirmed to be susceptible, as well as the Urshifu, to a Glacial Lance KO.
Now, normally an Aqua Jet is just that little bit more powerful than a single Surging Strikes hit after the critical hit is calculated in. But that Calyrex looks like it's going to be able to take that Aqua Jet as well. The Incineroar can't go for a Fake Out, but what it can do... Oh, the Calyrex can switch out as well.
I think it has to, because we know for a fact that the Helping Hand might actually come out right now. We're going to have to see how that goes. No Helping Hand. Aqua Jet will be trying to target down the Amoonguss. Of course, dealing a bit of recoil via the Rocky Helmet. Psychic double up will confirm the KO. Or will it not?
No!
Because it just survives. Will-O-Wisp does connect onto that Urshifu, will be able to halve its damage output, and most crucially, put it on a timer to get KO'd in 2 more turns.
And that is a short timer there that the Urshifu is on after it takes this. It was on 22 hit points. Now we're seeing it at 11. So
one more turn.
Exactly enough for this turn, the Urshifu going down. But Federico's hanging on. I mean, there is an Iron Hands that we've got a sneak preview of in the back. It probably won't have the boost up of Electric Terrain, but it is one of those Pokemon that's really notoriously difficult to be able to knock out. So Gilberto still has a little bit of an uphill battle to get those final bits of damage in, get those final KOs going.
Yeah, exactly that. Aqua Jet will pick up the KO on the Amoonguss. Nice. No switch outs right there. This might well just be a parting shot into the what was Farigiraf slot to make sure that you have that rotation. You bring that Incineroar outside of Trick Room alongside the Calyrex and hopefully let the Urshifu go down. And no, Knockoff wanting to make sure it deals any sort of damage. Most likely just looking to try to get that KO onto the Farigiraf.
I think so. It's like getting the last little KO onto the Farigiraf really does help because it turns those Glacial Lances from dual target into single target. Now we are 2-4-2. Will Federico have what it takes to take this game 2, get into our day 2 of the competition? Will Gilberto take us to a game 3 in this last turn of Trick Room?
Yeah, and the fact that we've just got it being so close, and we don't know the speed of interactions just yet between the Iron Hands and the Calyrex, will really actually throw all of this affair into the air, and we're going to have to find out which will move first. Helping Helping Hand, boosted Iron Hands is something you do not want to face. Low kick is not enough to pick up the KO, and Incineroar, this allows Glacial Lance to move, pick up the KO on the Farigiraf.
This is huge.
It is so huge, and the fact that Trick Room will end right after this does place the Calyrex into single target +1 Glacial Lance outside of Trick Room.
But this Incineroar also has the opportunity to go for a Will-O-Wisp as well. It didn't choose to, just wanting to get that extra little bit of damage, but the Glacial Lance will be single target on this Iron Hands. It looks like we're getting sent into a game 3 in this round 7 here. Will-O-Wisp coming out first, making sure the Calyrex is not going down to any of Iron Hands' attacks. That is, if it's able to take this Glacial Lance.
And here we go, the moment I've personally been waiting for. Glacial Lance +1 is enough to pick up a KO. Sure, there's critical hit, but at that point, it was enough. This is why this restricted is such a huge threat that is not to be contested with, and you need to make sure you know the thorough lines to be able to counter it.
Wow. I mean, what a way to bring us to a game 3. That match could not have been closer. Every single turn there mattered. Every single decision that these trainers led us to that close end game, and really great information for both of our trainers here. Both of them are going to have to use the fact that of the speed interactions between the Calyrex and the Iron Hands. It's so crucial in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think even with the Farigiraf, in all honesty, as well, because that forces certain mind games of whether you want to try to commit with the Terra to avoid any sort of super effective foul plays going into that slot, especially if you have that any sort of Glacial Lance. Oh, sorry,
Chilling Nate, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's going to scale up the damage so much. And I really like how Gilberto was playing that. It's like not taking any chances whatsoever, kind of figuring out that actually the types on the rest of his Pokemon are kind of quite good in this matchup, and just wants to close the door on another way that Federico can come into this matchup.
Yeah.
And especially when you're using this team composition, this Miraidon build, the Arabega team that was popularized before the World Championships, but certainly in the World Championships last year. It is the team that everybody has had on their radar, and it's the one that you really do have to find all the ways to beat, but it just keeps coming back. It keeps finding its way. These trainers are so consistent with it because it has all of the tools at its disposal.
And you know what, Ben, I didn't expect to say it, but it's giving me a bit of flashbacks to the Big Six in a way. At least the consistency and the fact that it's everywhere and it's so potent and powerful that you sort of start being able to define more niches going into this, and there's been plenty of time to be able to try to work towards.
Well, we're going to go back to that Big Six concept in just a moment because we're getting into it, Costa. Here is our game 3 here, round 7 of the Stockholm Regional Championships. It's Miraidon, it's Urshifu, it's Calyrex, and it's Amoonguss.
Interesting turn of events here. Federico actually opting to not lead with the Farigiraf. You want to be able to take a bit more of an offensive approach. However, you still met with that Amoonguss, so I'm not sure if Federico was trying to catch out any sort of adaptation from Gilberto.
I think there's a real desire, I think, to use that taunt functionality on Urshifu, more of a defensive lead than offensive. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Federico committing to using their terrestrialization on this early turn. We saw in Game 2 how detrimental it is when Federico isn't able to play with a restricted, and you saw how close that match was. If this Miraidon is going to be able to hold on, then maybe Federico is going to be able to clutch this one out.
Oh, I think this might just be a bit of a play-up for the Draco Meteor. Connect and KO onto the Amoonguss, following with a Surging Strike. Terra Water, we're going to have to see and find out. Rage, Powder, Draco dropped onto the Amoonguss. It's enough! The KO, of course it's enough. And we have got a situation where you're now starting to whittle down so much HP from this Calyrex because of the amount of damage this Urshifu is capable of doing, guaranteeing a 2-shot, looking in to try to pick up the KO the subsequent turn, if allowed to do so.
This is why Mystic Water and Terra Water is something that you've really got to be considering in Regulation Set G. Glacial Lance coming back, but Miraidon's at 2- special attack. Federico has done what he needed to do with it. It's going to be going back to its trainer. Now there's no redirection on Gilberto's side of the field. This Urshifu is in a prime position to take a key knockout.
Yeah, and this is sort of, I think, what Federico identified, the reluctancy of the Trick Room being set up from Gilberto's side because of the speed tiering and the training in particular with the Calyrex versus the Farigiraf and that Iron Hands. It seemed to be a bit speedier than what you would normally anticipate, but once again, the speed tiers can be skewed.
Here we go, Landorus coming in to put some offensive pressure onto the field. And of course, after the Urshifu has taken that Glacial Lance, it's going to be susceptible to a Landorus, big damage from the Landorus, but not through Fake Out. And that's why Federico has really got on the front foot in this early part of the game, but then found a way to keep that momentum in their favor. One downside of having a Terra Fairy on that Calyrex is the fact that you don't get a resistance when you Terra to the water-type damage, and that's something that Federico is really leveraging here.
Yeah, it's going to be the Incineroar. Oh, actually, it's not going to be the Incineroar. It's going to be the Raging Bolt. That is such a good switch into an anticipated Surging Strikes into that slot. We've got the Terrestrialization of the Landorus, wanting to make sure it does not get felled by the Surging Strikes, make sure it can survive and deal some cataclysmic amount of damage if it is allowed to do so, which it is not.
Fake Out.
Big Fake Out, it will be able to flinch it, deal so much damage, by the way, because of the Ledge Terrain Quad Drive, but Surging Strikes into the Raging Bolt, just wants to make sure that it can at least guarantee a KO if there's not a Raging Bolt, because that easily could have been an Incineroar.
Raging Bolt in the back is a massive adjustment here for Game 3. Now it's going to be, both of these Pokemon are going to be able to take some attacks, but I think the Raging Bolt looks like it's in a great position, and I think it really is, but it does have to worry about that Iron Hands, because if a low kick is able to go into the Raging Bolt slot, because Raging Bolt is so heavy, low kick does as much damage as close combat. That's not something that Raging Bolt really wants to take in this spot.
No, as we have actually got the Farigiraf switching in, maybe wanted to be able to preserve that Urshifu and capitalize off of repositioning it, having the Fake Out pressure available straight after. Earth Power will be targeting down, actually dealing a two-shot onto it. Surging Strikes, most likely targeting that Landorus. You want to try to make sure that you can at least get rid of it and allow the Urshifu more room to be able to maneuver.
Doesn't look like it's enough.
Ah, just barely not enough. This allows the Raging Bolt so much more room to most likely actually pick up that KO onto the Urshifu, which it doesn't actually try to target. It goes for the Draco Meteor into the Farigiraf and does pick up the KO, just wanting to guarantee and identify that Iron Hands is clearly the big threat as well, accompanied by that Urshifu.
But now the Landorus with its Terra Water isn't going to be susceptible to an Aqua Jet, and it's going to need the Iron Hands to be able to fake it out so that the Landorus isn't knocking out the Urshifu.
Right.
But then because of that, even though the Raging Bolt is at 2 minus stages of special attack, it's probably with a Thunderbolt going to be able to knock out the Urshifu.
Yep.
And that opens the door for Calyrex to come back in and do what Calyrex does. So this is a really tight endgame. I'm actually struggling to kind of figure out exactly which dominoes knock over which other dominoes to be able to take this game. It's so tight.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Aqua Jet, since there is no Incineroar over on Gilberto's side, it might just well be within range to pick up the KO onto the Landorus because it's at such low HP. Gilberto really needing to make the correct play right now, identify what he can. Raging Bolt actually switches out. It will be the Calyrex coming back into the slot, anticipating the focus predominantly being on that Landorus.
Yeah, I think so. He definitely also got to reset that special attack on the Raging Bolt to bring it in later and be able to deal with this endgame. Now Fake Out going into the Raging Bolt, so no targeting down into that Landorus here.
Oh, picks it up.
Knocked out by the Aqua Jet, the Urshifu taking that KO.
Yeah, and that can really prove to be quite big. However, you still need to contend with this Raging Bolt. We know it's got the Thunderclap support by its side. We've seen the speed interactions between the Iron Hands and the Calyrex outside of Trick Room conditions. Calyrex is the faster Pokemon, at least from what we've seen, so we're going to have to figure out how this unfolds.
And it looks like the Calyrex might also be in Aqua Jet range at this point. I mean,
it's going to be close.
Looks like it's a little bit less health than a Surging Strikes did to it in the early stages of this game. I think that this could be the way that Federico locks this up. Here we go. Aqua Jet, is it enough?
Yes, it is! And Federico is able to pick up a very crucial KO right there. The Raging Bolt is still in play, let's not forget. However, it's still facing down this Iron Hands because it just picked up that KO onto the Urshifu.
This time the Iron Hands hasn't had its Assault Vest knocked off whatsoever, so it's still going to be able to take a big attack from the Raging Bolt. Low kick coming out.
Hey! No, it's not! No, it's not, and we've got Federico Camporesi going ahead, doing what he does best, and guaranteeing himself another day 2.
Look at him there gesturing at the crowd. He's just saying, no, it's fine. I've got one more match. This was close, but I was able to get the win here where I needed it. I don't have to stress out being on the bubble in the last round of Swiss today. Congratulations, Federico, and congratulations, Gilberto. Yep. Welcome back to the scene, I want to say to Gilberto, and showing us his experience and his capability of playing this game.
Oh, yeah, and against such an informed trainer like Federico himself, like we said, you know, absolutely been on the top of the leaderboards throughout the entire season, is testament to his comprehension of the board state, understanding when he needs to make the certain plays he does. That was a very, very close affair.
Really close.
Genuinely could have gone either way, and it really came down to the granular details. And it just goes to show that Federico was able to absolutely knock that one out of the park in understanding what he needed to do. He needs to pick up the critical KOs with the Aquajet Terra Water on the Landorus, on the Calyrex as well, because you've been able to whittle them down enough with that Miraidon, at the expense of the Miraidon, by the way. Yeah. It did its job. It just needs to get rid of that Amoonguss.
And I think that's the flexibility of this team that Federico has been using, and many others has been using across this second go at Regulation Set G. And I think that's really important to call out. It's not just about how well refined the team is. It's not just about the different options that it has for every different matchup, but it's also about how our trainers are learning to utilize it better. Knowing those situations where, do you know what, Miraidon, one attack, yeah, good job, mate. Yeah.
But pat yourself on the back.
Pat yourself on the back. Go and have a rest. Yeah. Because, but you know, it's a big deal. It was able to, in that game 3, take a key KO on Amoonguss that took away a lot of Gilberto's options, and then it's almost like a positive thing that the Miraidon went down because it was that key positioning switch.
Free switching.
Free switching. That momentum gain that you get is like, do I KO a Pokemon here or do I not? Is a question that a lot of our top trainers really have to ask themselves in these high intensity matches. And it's just showing the progression of not just the Pokemon, but our trainers too.
Yeah, especially our trainers. Just especially because the fact that we've mentioned multiple times, the Arabega team has been sort of known for a while now, but there's different slight tweaks that you can still make in order to make it feel a bit more unique and appropriate to the current meta.
Yeah, and look at all these KOs coming out. It's definitely an explosive match, to say the least here. I was quite surprised actually that this Incineroar was able to hang on from a low kick. Okay, it was intimidated on the Iron Hands, but you know, fair play Incineroar.
Might have been a bit more bulky on the physical defensive side of things, but we do see the Calyrex able to absolutely wipe up that game 2 for Gilberto, and then that decisive game 3 turn 1 play, Draco Meteor, one shot onto the Amoonguss with the Surging Strikes guaranteeing a 2-shot onto the Calyrex, and that just really goes to show, like we said, you need to be able to recognize the necessary pieces to be able to further promote your game plan.
I think we saw this quite a lot at San Antonio Regional Championships, where Mystic Water, Terra Water, Urshifu really rose in popularity just because it can turn so many 2-hit KOs from Surging Strikes, 3-hit KOs from Surging Strikes into 2-hit KOs. They make such a big difference because it turns those situations where you're like, well, I've got to commit another Pokemon, another attack to knocking out this Pokemon into, I can do something to the partner while I'm also knocking out this Pokemon that I've whittled down to lower than 50% of its health.
Yeah, and something that I did want to touch on very quickly, the Amoonguss Terra option. It sort of varies between whether it's Fairy Terra or Dark Terra, and in that scenario with this particular matchup, if it was Terra Fairy, it would be completely different, right? There wouldn't be the very easy Draco Meteor commit, which could have completely changed everything, but trainers do sometimes favor Dark Terra in order to be able to forego any taunts, encores from any prankster Pokemon too.
Yeah, specifically like Whimsicott. You see this, Tornadus that we've seen a little bit this weekend as well. It's a really powerful thing to be able to do, to redirect and then change to Sporing and then Pollen Puff and do all of the things that Amoonguss is so well known to be able to do and then not get locked in. I think it's Encore really a lot of the time, isn't it, that is the big deal for Amoonguss. It wants to use all of the tools at its disposal, not just one of them over and over again.
Yeah, exactly that. And we're talking about seeing two of our Italian representatives go at it in that very, very tough affair. It just goes to show the genuine sort of build-ups of our local community. And that's sort of something that we've been touching on earlier in this stream, and it's so, so crucial going into, you know, just building yourself up towards the point where you feel a bit more confident to want to try to tackle a major event such as this.
Well, let's have a little look at how you can get involved in your local scene.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, not gone yet.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Come play. I mean, that really is the message here. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. It's about going and giving it a go and just being part of that community. And I think this is something that we've seen time and time again. I mean, I've been in the community a while. Yeah, it's always been a little while. It's always been so friendly, so welcoming. And every time I talk to new players that have come in and they say like, oh yeah, I got involved in my local scene and I made some friends and then we started building together. Now we're here at the regional championships. Some of them, now we're winning. And if you want to see where you can compete, of course, do scan that QR code on the screen right now.
Yes, because you obviously have the opportunity to get involved as well. Like we're sort of touching on there, Ben's a bit of an ancient fossil on his side of the field. So, you know, he's capable of understanding the importance of local community as he has for a very long time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just after competing for so long, I just forget. Forget things all the time. I'm dropping my switch all over the place.
We're here for you, Ben. That's what it's all about.
I know, but
community bonds.
It is community bonds, and I'm so happy that I've got people like you, Costa, to prop me up and look after me.
Always.
You know, just in case I forget which table I'm going to. You know, all of these things. It's hard. It's hard being playing for so long, you know?
We're here for you, my friend, don't worry.
So much.
It's all right. And you can clearly see our synergy as well with the Koraidon and, you know, Fluttermane, Photosynthesis. We're in it to win it.
Who are you?
Okay, cool. So, moving swiftly on, I think, generally speaking, what we have seen is just a really good showcase of our very strong, very well-experienced trainers here in the EU region.
And if you want to battle against those experienced trainers, then go to this link on your screen right now, arcanine.gg/events/Pokemon to see what regional championships, what special championships, and of course, what international championships that you can compete in there. You'll be able to see it all, as well as your local level events with the QR code that we showed just a moment ago.
Exactly that. Of course, talking about international championships, there is one more remaining for this season. It is North American International Championships. It's going to be one of those very big milestones and huge deciders on if our trainers will be able to make it through to Worlds qualifications.
It's usually one of the last or the latest events, certainly of its scale before the World Championship. So I'm really excited to be seeing what's going to be going on there as a barometer to what we might see at the World Championships in Anaheim this year. But we've got a little way to go for then. And of course, we are still here in Stockholm at our regional championships. And I mean, it's just been such a great journey today. We're near the end of the day. Our trainers have been playing so well, but there is one more match.
Yes.
Our trainers have to play.
Yes, they do. So you know there's going to be a lot of heartbreak moments, but also huge achievements that will be waiting for us immediately with this new round that will be coming up very shortly. However, you know, it's sort of like we said, very mentally and physically exhausting going through so many rounds, but the accomplishment you feel afterwards, if you're able to get a positive result, is so rewarding, where you're like, you know what, yeah, it was worth it. It was so worth it. And I'm proud of myself.
You should be, Costa. You should be.
Well, I wasn't speaking about myself. That's an unfamiliar experience. But regardless, I think what we will definitely mention is someone that does have familiar experience of that. We've got Federico ready with the interview. Take it away, David.
Thanks, Costa. I'm here, of course, with our Round 7 winner, already regional champion and Grand Challenge champion, Federico Camprelesi. How are you feeling today? Congratulations on your win today.
Thank you so much. I'm feeling great right now. I was quite nervous going on stream, and when I saw the matchup, I was I already calmed down a bit. I expected it to be easier than it was, but then even if Game 2 ended up being a tough loss, my opponent took a lot of risk and they paid off really well, but right now I feel great. I made day 2, so after the match, after Game 2, I was really scared going into Game 3, but I felt like the change would have worked, and it worked, so right now I'm feeling great.
Yeah, because you kept with the same 2 leads, Game 1 and 2, and then switched up with Game 3, and you managed to get that KO with your Draco Meteor into the Amoonguss, and then that Surging Strike's follow-up just put everything in range, it seemed like. So did you kind of predict him to lead the same lead in Game 3?
Yeah, because basically the difference about how well it worked for my opponent, his game plan basically, between Game 1 and Game 2 was really huge, because in Game 1 it was pretty much everything on my side, and in Game 2 everything was on his side. So even if actually I could have won Game 2 as well by getting some read right, Kali Ice Amoonguss is definitely a really good lead against my Miraidon Freegraph. So I was pretty sure my opponent would have used the same lead again, so I went for something that I know is pretty great into that. I was really, really scared in turn 1, because I know that if I don't connect the Draco Meteor, I lose immediately. But luckily, everything was fine, so then when you lead like that, you get way too much more damage than your opponent has in the first turns, and this should let you get the advantage of the first turns.
100%, and you could see that he double protected last time to scout for what you were going to do, but leading the Urshifu, you obviously can't do that, so that was a really nice play as well. How has your Draco Meteors been across today? Have you missed any yet, or have you...
I haven't missed one yet, so I feel kind of lucky, but I actually haven't pressed a lot. I think I used like 2 or 3 Draco Meteors, really used not a lot, maybe 3 or 4, but yeah, not a lot. The only other match where I used it was against another Ice Rider Amoonguss matchup, so pretty much the same situation actually. So outside of this situation, I never pressed it yet today.
Well, as you can see, even if things go wrong in that Game 2, like Game 3, you can still make up for it, you know, which is obviously something you've been able to do really, really well. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about the team, because you used it at EUIC, I think, as well.
Yeah.
So why did you decide to use it again for Stockholm?
So basically, I've always been a huge fan of Miraidon since the first days of the old Reg G, but I luckily never been able to get a really good result with it. So I used it in the Italian special event last year and in EUIC, and I lost the last round to XS Day 2 in both of them. But basically, I knew that this team is pretty much one of the best teams by far in the format. So even if right now I don't feel like it has its best spot ever in terms of matchups, it's the kind of team that allows you that if you don't get really unlucky and you play well enough, you're able to win the most matchups. So I practice a bit with other variants of Miraidon going into this tournament, and also some Ice Rider teams, but none of them never felt as good as this one. Even if sometimes I was struggling a lot in the practice with this team, and even if my past results with it were not really good, I'm a huge believer of this and of myself, even if I failed the previous time. So I'm happy I got day 2 with it right now, but now I hope to get more.
Exactly, and I'm sure you'll get a bit more too. Why did you choose this particular variant with like the Focused Energy Ogerpon as well? Why not the World's winning version, for instance?
So this one has been played in the recent weeks by the best Japanese players, starting from UIC. I was already using almost everything like that in UIC. I was using Wood Hammer over Focus Energy and U-Turn over Taunt on the Urshifu. Everything else was the same. And pretty much the most of my losses could have been winnable by having Focus Energy rather than Wood Hammer. And funny thing about my UIC run is that I never pressed Wood Hammer in a game I won. So I only pressed it when I lost, so I felt like I would have been able to drop it, also because it would have helped a lot in my last round, which is the one I lost the hardest, I would say. So that's pretty much it. I saw a Japanese player doing well with it. I saw that it could have fixed my UIC problem, so I thought it would have been good.
It seems to be quite a theme, I think, for a lot of players, is just pick what the Japanese have done and then it fixes our problems, really. So it makes a lot of sense that you've done that too, Federico. So yeah, just wanted to ask you a little bit about what your plans are for this weekend. What are you aiming for?
So first goal, as always, is just to make day 2. Now that I made it, I just aim to win, because I came here just to have fun. I didn't really need points or to qualify for World or something like that. So I just wanted to spend a weekend with my friends having fun playing Pokemon. And I also wanted to have a last chance to get a day 2 with Miraidon, since I never got it. So I'm happy I had this chance. Now I'm just going to aim to the highest I could get.
And good luck to that. Any shout-outs you'd like to give, Federico?
Yeah, sure. I want to give a big shout-out to my team, Novo Esports, and my friends from Il Server for the support, and specifically my friends Luca Ceribelli, Simone Sanvito, and Marco Silva, who all helped me with my journey with this team. And Luca and Simone especially have been playing pretty much only Miraidon in this format. So every time I had a doubt about it, I was just asking them, and they were always really helpful. So definitely a huge shout out to my team, my friends, and my family, everyone who helps me.
Those are very useful friends as well.
Yeah,
they seem really strong at Pokemon as well. Okay, well, thank you so much, Federico. We'll let you get on with your final round of our Day 1 Swiss, and we'll also be getting that to you as well at home. Let's get into it.
International Champion!
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poke in the goal! Give it up for Pato Man!
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza. Mimikyu and Ripness.
In.
84 is in. Rayquaza's at half right now. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss. There's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminion for boss. Boss the bench. Dragapult. And Oliver is your UIC Juniors Champion.
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull Imply, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, Here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
And there we go, Ryuki is gonna be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral Rod, connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption, which is... No, it doesn't. Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that have been going close to close combat.
To Luis Urshifu, it's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Fluttermane, and it is going to be enough. Throw is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
We are about to go into round 8 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. If you're just tuning in, my name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure. It's been a while to be joined on the desk by the wonderful David Partington. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right, thanks, Lee. Yeah, it has been a bit too long, hasn't it?
It has been ages, yes, mate. So it's nice to be back in these surroundings with your good self.
Well, I had a really good chat with Federico Camporesi. Yes. Just won that round 7 in like really convincing fashion with a really cool team as well.
Yeah, it was a strong performance, wasn't it? No. It's we've had some incredible games today, and the standard of play across the board has just been phenomenal, hasn't it?
It has. And like, you can really feel it when you're chatting to someone who's top cut worlds, who's a Grand Challenge champion, who's a regional champion as well. Like, there's so much going on in their head there. And so, like, with the right questions, it seems to kind of, you know, unlock this kind of just vast field of knowledge and, like, expertise. I'm like, whoa, okay.
You had the key. You experienced the Matrix.
Yeah, for just a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit of it.
A tiny little bit.
Slightly overwhelming.
No, I think Frederico's one of those players it's great to get the insights from, because, yeah, they have been on a real good performance streak recently, and coming into these regional events, obviously the Gdansk regional champion of this season, which is great to see, but on the back of a lot of other events as well, and playing that tried and tested 6 and doing so well with it once again.
Yeah, exactly. Like, even if it didn't go exactly his way in the UIC, then it can go even better at another time. It just, yeah, if you analyze how it went before, then if you feel like you could have adjusted for those particular matchups where you lost going forward, then no reason not to run it back again.
Exactly that, and it's proving out to be a good choice coming into this weekend. Talking about choices coming into this weekend, we can have a quick look at our caster predictions and see how we're all getting on so far and what we think would do well this weekend. Let's start with you, David, with the Kyogre, which we haven't really seen very much on this weekend. Especially the 3 choice. What's going on there?
No, listen. All right. I do have a theory, like some reasoning here. So, right. Cried on 1 EUIC, right?
Yes.
That brings the sun.
Yes.
you might want to stop that, right?
Yes.
Let's bring the rain. Let's bring Kyogre in it.
Like the thing. Yes, yeah.
It's not that straightforward. There's multiple Kyogre teams going out there. For instance, like Stefan Mott over in the NA region has been running a kind of hyper-offensive Serena sort of team with also a Tornadus, which is one way to run it.
Yes.
But then you've also got Oliver Esklin, who got runner-up at the regional championships this year with the more bulky Rillaboom and Moongus, Carmine sort of set as well. And we've also seen the Wo-Chien-related teams as well, which kind of go outspeed their own Kyogre slightly to Pollen Puff, so you can bring out more water spouts and things like that. I just think this might be a really good call at the moment, and I'm hoping we see it in day 2, please.
You never know. You never know.
Never know, exactly.
You never know.
And then there's Ndidi for good measure there.
Yes, I am with you with the Ndidi, on the Ndidi train. I feel like it's so good at the minute, especially with all the Miraidon that we see. I think it's a really good enabler of not only Trick Room, but just being able to remove the terrains that are more preferable, especially with those Rillaboom that you see commonly paired with Terapagos and the Miraidon as well, to take away that hate on engine boost that it gets, which is so effective.
But you also thought the rain as well.
I did think the rain, but I didn't want to eat up a restricted slot, and I felt very strongly this weekend, I think, about Shadow Rider Calyrex. I think this might be the event for it to do something, because it's struggled to, I think, and since we've seen the resurgence of Regulation G, it's not really being able to take a major, and I think now might be the time that it could do that. There's a lot of top players running it this weekend. Whether or not it's going to be able to get over the line when we come to the end of tomorrow is another question, but I like the kind of the different builds that we're seeing with the Shadow Rider Calyrex at the moment, and especially there's the more offensive ones. I've kind of leaned a little bit more into having the disruption with the rain alleviates that Koraidon weakness, and then having a really strong Trick Room mode as well with that Ursaluna that I have so much faith in, but we'll see how it plays out.
If I brought my 4 versus your 4 there,
yes,
who's winning?
Me.
What? Are you serious? Yeah. What? How on earth? Like, I've got my Kyogre.
I've got White Guard on Pelipper.
Okay, fine, but I've got single target water moves as well.
Which ones?
Hydro Pump.
I've got Terra Electric on my Pelipper.
So?
If we're going down this route.
Yes, we are, yeah. Well, I've got Wo-Chien. What are you doing to that? It's just so bulky.
It's Saluna-ing it.
But not after I've lowered your attack with Tablets of Ruin, and then just foul playing or give it
I'm burnt.
You're not getting through you.
And,
yes.
And Terra Poison as well.
No, but I'll just be outspeeding and just dunking on you with water moves and grass moves.
Yeah, but I'll have the Trick Room set up with Ndidi.
I can just reverse it with my own Ndidi.
And then I bring Calyrex onto the field and drop an Astral Barrage.
Into, like, maybe Tornadus, but everything else is taking it really well. Your Kyogre's just...
And then I terrestrialize my Calyrex into Terra Grass and then Giga Drain Kyogre.
No! That was the weakness!
Checkmate.
Darn it, Lee.
I mean, I've terrestrialized 3 of my 4 Pokemon, so I don't think that is really allowed.
Okay.
I have a lot of faith in your 4. I think it's a really good shout coming into this weekend. Makes a lot of sense, and you know, we still have a lot of this tournament to play out, so you never know what we're going to see tomorrow. I think Ben's went down a pretty... It's a safe pick, isn't it?
It's way too safe. What is he doing?
Yeah, he is way too
safe. Like,
he's
turned up here and I'm just copped out again.
A little bit.
Yes.
I mean, I can't really comment too much. That was very similar to my selections in the EUIC. But on the other hand, we've got Costa going with a few... Yeah. Costa's favourite Pokemon, the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Smeargle. Goldingo as well. One of those Pokemon we haven't really seen too much of.
Not at all, really. Smeargle we have seen a lot of.
Yeah, we have.
Goldingo has its place on a different regulation.
Yeah,
sorry, he's not here to argue.
It's not hit the heights in Regulation G, has it?
No.
And sad as well, because I think Wellspring Ogerpon definitely has a place in this format. It just hasn't really settled at all. And when you use the Wellspring, you're not using the Hearthflame or the Cornerstone. And I think, you know, those two, we've seen how impactful they have been at just this event, excluding everything else that's gone on in Regulation G. And you can see why players are leaning into those options a little bit more than the Wellspring.
Yeah, and if you want a water type for your team, why are you choosing anything but Urshifu Rampage Strike?
I thought you were going to say Kyogre.
No, you put them on the same team.
Yeah.
Where's the guy? Yeah. You're right, I should have said that.
I thought
we rewind.
Okay, yeah.
Set me up again. Oh, no, it's gone.
It's gone now. But we'll see how we get on for the rest of the weekend, which caster kind of gets closest with our predictions to what ends.
There's another day.
There is another day. And I think Costa probably is edging out in front at the moment, just with that Calyrex Ice and the Smeagol, just because I think there's a lot of players out on the field at the moment that are doing well, progressing into day 2, locking that up already, that are piloting that Pokemon in particular.
Yeah, I think we could ignore Ben as well.
Yeah.
On those predictions. Like, there's nothing.
I mean, it's quite easy to do, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah.
I mean, I feel mean saying that.
I could have also just picked 4 Incineroars and been like, "Oh, I said so." I called it.
We will keep giving. You give me a lot of stick at EIC for picking Miraidon stuff, so I'm all for this.
Excellent, good. Yeah, I got your back, mate. Yeah, okay.
We're indeedy buddies, so
yeah, exactly. We are. Indeed, we are.
Yeah, but we're getting into our last round of Swiss today. More importantly, and what's been your highlights so far of the weekend?
Yeah, interesting. It's everything on my mind right now is on that previous round with Federico and just showcasing a really, really cool team that we see a lot of already. And he talked a lot about the Japanese innovation as well and how that kind of affected his decision to kind of bring this team as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's quite a very similar to the Arubega kind of style team that Luca Cherubelli won the World Championships with, but just a few little tweaks here and there kind of to update things. And he was saying how focus energy on his Ogerpon really, really critical, and he wasn't missing the grass move.
Literally critical.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I like the pun there.
Thank you so much. And because that Ivy Cudgel has that heightened critical hit ratio, and so if you focus energy you're getting guaranteed critical hits.
Pretty much, yeah.
After that.
And that can be the difference maker with winning and losing a lot of the time, you know, especially because of the way that those Ogerpon are kind of built. They're kind of designed to take a few more hits than they were maybe at the start of Regulation G. Now they can soak that damage up a lot better. So they're going to, in turn, get more opportunities to get those Ivy Cudgels off. And like you say, if you've got the room to get the focus energy off, it becomes very, very potent very quickly, especially if it terastallizes as well, gets those additional boosts.
Yeah, doesn't really matter if it resists, does it really?
Not really, no. It's one of those kind of situations like the Torkoal terastallizing eruption in the sun.
I know. Yeah, crazy, I know. But we can always look back to obviously other events and other players as well. We obviously talked about EUIC, but we can also have a look back at the Merida event in Mexico as well, which was fairly recent as well. And one of the first major tournaments that we've had in Mexico for quite a while as well, which is really great to have so many events out there at the moment now.
Yeah, it's great to see the circuit expanding all the time, and you know, Merida, one of those places, it has had one of its first, I think, official events within the VG circuit, so it's very exciting. Top 8 standings from that tournament as well. No change. There's the Goldingo there, you know, on top with Danielle playing that Miraidon. A bit of a different build with the Miraidon out there to win the entire tournament. The Tatsugiri, the Dondozo. We've seen how impactful Dragonite can be in earlier rounds today at this event, but I'm sure it played a pivotal role. It's, the double dragon combination is very interesting on that particular build.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a really cool team, and I think the final there between Daniel and Marcus was very, very close. It came right down to the wire, and I think it might have been a miss or two that might have kind of solved the very much the ending of that as well, because Zamazenta almost took it, basically.
Yeah. Zama was very, very close, and it's so popular coming into this format as well. You can see it just across the board.
And Marcus Dion as well, a very established Canadian player.
Yes.
He's doing very well at the moment. Almost actually kind of taking the invite away from the Latin America team as well, but just not quite making it. Daniel clinching it there for the home team.
Yeah, and there's some other interesting, you know, you've got Riley going over there and piloting that Ursaluna with the Miraidon and having a lot of success, getting 6th place there. Paul Ruiz, former world champion, playing the Calyrex Shadow Rider to good success. And Chestnut, I was about to say, yeah, they're really odd pick there for that team, but obviously very effective going into this tournament. And you've got to say, I always love seeing the kind of the mix, the compositions from the South American players, because they always come up with really innovative techs to get some of these more established compositions working in different ways.
Well, you can see how it's impacted future tournaments as well, because look at that 8th place there, Jonathan Baradas, using a very similar team to Alejandro's team.
Yes.
Got got finalist or runner-up at Vancouver a few weeks ago with that exact same 6.
Yeah, and that team, Alejandro ran, and how he played it as well was just phenomenal. I've already mentioned the Imprison, how impactful that was, but I thoroughly enjoyed that top 8 and the run from Alejandro into that finals, and yeah, just didn't have enough to take it all, but I think has to take a lot of praise for the work they did in Vancouver in particular.
Yeah, he did an absolute stellar job there. I think I remember watching the stream and just seeing how quickly he was clicking in with his buttons. It was like,
oh, I know, so fast. Just
so fast.
Knew immediately what I was going to do.
So chill.
No. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I think the timer is not an issue.
Not at all.
Not far.
I want lunch. Let's just get this done.
There we go. Brand new regional is coming to Mexico, and that will be next month, April the 19th to the 20th, and very exciting for our South American players. Another new regional, which is going to be great to see what new innovations come out from our players going into the top 8 of that one.
Yeah, definitely will be. And the final kind of last areas of Regulation Set G as well, to kind of, if you've got anything that you've really been burning to kind of use for Regulation Set G, then that is the time to definitely bring it. So if you want to check out those further events, then check this out here, arcanine.gg/events/Pokemon.
Yeah, find out all your details about registering for future events and for spectating if you just want to dip your toe in the water and just get a feel for how these events are over a weekend, because it's definitely, I think, even if you're a little bit hesitant to dive into the competitive side, it's a great idea to come to these events and just get a feel for it. You'll meet people that have a common interest. Everyone loves Pokemon, which is one of the big reasons about why these events are so fun. But you've got all of the extras that are going on as well. It's not just the main event, of course. You've got the side events happening. You've got the fun zone. You've got the... I saw that little photo that you got in the photo booth with Greninja. Very good posing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So there's so much going on the entire weekend for, anyone of all ages to enjoy.
It really is, yeah. It's an excellent time always to be here, and it was good that you got to kind of check out the prize area, didn't you, a little bit earlier? And Ben was checking out the fan zone, or the fun of the fan zone as well.
They had some amazing prizes on that prize wall. It makes me want to go and do some side events and try and get some points.
Exactly.
There was, some incredible things up for grabs. So, lots to do at these events. And this is a regional, of course. Imagine the scale of something like an international, what goes on at those events, and then see the World Championships later on this year. All very exciting. So, get involved.
I know.
That's it. That's what you need to do. Get involved.
Exactly. Please do get involved. Right, I've got a couple of quiz questions for you whilst we await for the next round as well. So, question 1. Who was the winner of Stockholm Regionals last year? I'll give you 3 options first, though.
Oh, I know, straight off.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, go on then.
Michelle Kelsch.
Oh, well done. Okay, fine.
Zamazenta, Galarian Moltres, and Latios. So that was the first iteration of that Zama team that we saw.
Very good, okay.
Michelle have a lot of success with.
Going to take it up a notch then.
Okay.
Right, who won the previous Swedish regional?
Oof, that is hard. That would have been in Malmo, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay, so we're on point there. The previous Swedish regional. I want to say Nils Dunlop.
No, not. No. Close, though.
Close.
And that, they're also a really good player.
That doesn't narrow it down.
What if I told you they were from Ireland?
Oh, Matty Morgan?
Matty Morgan.
There we go.
Yeah.
It
was like a Rain Golden Go sort of team.
I do remember now, yes.
Yeah, I think Golden Go had Choice Scarf Nasty Plot.
Yeah.
Because they trick away it and then they set up
away and
there.
then a Nasty Plot, yeah.
Yeah, really
Very cool, I do remember.
Yes. So yeah, lots have been happening in Sweden, obviously.
It's always a great place to come for Pokemon events. I've got some fun memories back when I used to play a little bit more seriously of Malmo, and I remember the last time I played, Ben Kiriakou got 2nd place, I think, to Nils in that event.
Is this Jönköping? Is this Jönköping regional, was it?
No, this is Malmo.
Oh, it was Malmo?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, Malmo regional, yeah.
Right, it was
Malmo. Like, what? I bubble top cut. I finished 9th, I think, so...
you just needed to be slightly better.
Yeah, it's always been the same story. Time and time again.
It's just that simple. Oh, no. Yeah, but we know, how much effort, obviously, of course, all our players, put into all of this as well, and it's depending on where you get that practice from, I know I keep harking back to it, but Federico was talking about his friend group that kind of helps him out. And he was just listing a world champion, multi-regional champions, and obviously that probably helps quite a lot.
It definitely does. But, I think just being a part of having people you can bounce ideas off makes such a difference, when you're team building. It cuts down the time needed to kind of refine the details of how that team works. And yeah, it's just, and one of the things about, I'll harp on about it now, coming coming to these events, it gives you the opportunity to meet people that you could potentially have as, you know, team building partners, testing out ideas in future events if you ever decide to take that leap. Coming into this last round, David, because this is where it's all on the line for a lot of players, whether or not these players are going to make it into day 2 or whether or not their tournament comes to an end, of course. We have a lot more to play tomorrow. Being a former regional champion yourself and being in, I don't know if you've ever been in that situation where you were on the cusp of needing to win this last round to go and progress into the rest of the tournament. How are you going to be feeling preparing going into this last round?
Well, I think going from my perspective anyway, like I had gotten to the point at Bristol when I was 5-2 in the Swiss record, so it depended on my resistance at that point as to whether I was going to get into top cut or not, which luckily I did, because the players I was facing had also slightly high rankings, but you basically just got to play one game at a time. If you start getting into your head too much about the stress of it all, then you start to kind of make different plays that you wouldn't otherwise make. So I would just say, take it, one game at a time. It's just another game of Pokemon. This is just another team of 6. They're all the same level, and so there's no kind of advantage that one person has over the other. You just got to make the right plays.
Brilliant advice there from David. Well, we have our round 8 community choice ready, lined up. So it's all down to you at home and reviewing who we are going to feature for our last round of day 1. We've got Marco Silva, Saffron McIver as our top choice. Roberto Pante versus Oliver Eskelin. Another great matchup there.
Kyogre, yes.
Kyogre and Roberto playing the Venusaur, the Cryogon combination. I'll let you take us through the last 2.
Yeah, Bart Van Dorn with a Calyrex Ice Rider and a Glimora. Remember that from last year. Luke Kroll as well with a Grimmsnarl and Entei sort of team as well. Very cool. Stella Hattensturm as well, a strong German player too. Calyrex Ice Rider stuff too. And Mark Cotter with that Indeedee female. Yes, there we go. That's for us.
And the Annihilate.
And the Annihilate.
And the Annihilate. How do you pick? Which one? If I was to put you on the spot, David, which are you picking from those? I don't think we can lose because I think each and every one of them, in their own respect, is an absolutely amazing match to take us into the last round of today.
Well, I think for me, I would have to pick the Kyogre team. It's on my predictions at the moment. That is what I want to see, and to show off why it's the play right now, especially versus a Sun team as well.
Yeah, and Oliver, one of those, he's a bit like Stefan over in the US, one of those really well-versed players with the Kyogre. I think Oliver falls into that same bracket. It's kind of their kind of territory, so you always want to see those players piloting that Pokemon in particular, and going up against Roberto, renowned for really innovative teams, I think, over the years. And I'd be down for that one. But like I say, I don't want to try and influence anyone.
I think the Iron Crown's really interesting, because I think we saw at the Merida graphic as well, where we have the top 8 there. I think Riley Factura was using it on a Miraidon team, because it activates the Quark Drive. Makes sense, right? But on this team, it's with an Indeedee female instead, so using the Psychic Terrain instead for maybe an Expanding Force option. So it's a really cool Pokemon that can utilize both Electric and Psychic Terrain.
Yeah, and I really love that Tachyon Cutter as well. I think it gives it such a nice option for that double hit, you know, to get around those pesky Sash Pokemon that can be so annoying to deal with, especially the Cornerstone Ogerpon that really doesn't appreciate sitting in front of an Iron Crown. And then it's not just that, of course, like you've mentioned, the Expanding Force. If you don't have a way to change the terrain, then it can cause a lot of damage very quickly. And then that's not even to consider before the Koraidon hits the field with maybe the Raging Bolt that's also going to benefit from that Sun and the Photosynthesis there.
I know, yeah, there's so many options that you can play with. Whatever team that you want to bring, whatever restricted you want to bring in this current format too. And there were plenty of other teams that are like the Glimora, I think we saw a little bit earlier on that screen there, is obviously that really nice option to set up those toxic spikes. And to be fair, like the most common Pokemon using that right now is for some reason Galarian Weezing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
on that Calyrex Shadow Rider team to shut off abilities and also set up the toxic spikes for Dondozo in the back as well.
Yeah, well, I think our community choice is ready to be revealed. What match will we be picking, reviewing, and featuring? And you have not let us down at home. We are going to see Roberto Pante versus Oliver Eskelin. Just a reminder as well that all of these players in the community choice are all 5-2 at the moment. The need to win to progress into day 2. So this is everything on the line for these players. They have to win, otherwise it is the end of their run here in Stockholm this weekend.
It is. I'm really hyped to see these two trainers particularly as well. Oliver Eskelin did such a good job in the previous regional seasons that we've had across the format as well. And at Birmingham, getting the finalist position there, just losing out to William Basulino's, well, the world's winning team, basically. Just very, very narrowly, almost taking it all the way. So Kyogre could definitely be a regional champion here. Can Oliver do it again, is the question.
Well, I'm sure they're more than capable of it. It's going to be difficult because it is a bit of a weather walk here. So it really will come down to who can keep control of that weather, who can keep the sun up if you're Roberto, or can you keep that rain intact. And the one thing you would say that probably isn't going in the favour of Oliver too much is the Kyogre generally tend to be that grass terrestrialization, which puts it at a really disadvantage against something like Koraidon, especially if the weather's been played well. Venusaur is another Pokemon that part poison and part grass type. You know, normally you'd say Amoonguss and it would normally have maybe Sludge Bomb, maybe Pollen Puff, but it never has that combination of both a grass and a poison type attack. So that could cause a few issues for the Kyogre in particular.
Yeah, definitely could. Yeah, there's not a lot of people preparing for that at all. So we'll have a closer look at Roberto Parente and himself, indeed, actually, because I think he was at EUIC this year as well, just a few weeks ago, actually running the same team as well. He went 5-3, so obviously hoping to do a little bit better this weekend instead. But yeah, look at those accolades there, Lee.
Yeah, imagine the accomplishments. You know, the top 8 at Liverpool Regionals last season, Malmo Regionals, top 16 there, 2023. So been playing for a long time. The Paris Special top 8 there as well. So, you know, very familiar with doing very well at this level of event, and even the bigger ones as well. Top 16 at Worlds in 2022, phenomenal. But like you say, has that kind of familiarity with this team in particular, playing the same team, the same 6 at the European International Championships, whether or not any adjustments have been made, slightly tweaking things to come into this tournament, but the comfort levels are there. That's the main thing, I think, for Roberto going into the rest of this tournament.
And I like the fact that you've got the accomplishments there from pretty much every single year for the last 5 years. So looking for that thing to put for 2025 this time.
Is it this weekend?
Exactly.
It
could be this weekend, exactly. And maybe trying to push beyond that top 8 as well into that top 4 zone. And of course, even further, of course, would be amazing. And of course, if you win this weekend, you also get that coveted invite to the World Championships in Anaheim this year.
Yeah, it's such a great addition to the season, I think, for our regional champions to get that guaranteed World Championship placement. I think it's so important to have our champions always represented at the World Championships, you know, and they're all going to be coming together and, you know, battling it out to claim that title this year, and it's very exciting. We've got a long way to go before we get to Anaheim and AIC before that, and a lot of other special events as well.
100% Lee. Like, well, I said, to be honest, I'm so excited every time we get to these seasons. And let's have a look at Oliver Eskelin as well, because obviously he's a very accomplished player himself, and also a regional champion, and also obviously a recent regional finalist, hoping to take almost the exact same team, I believe, all the way too. So let's have a look at his accolades as well to see if there's anything more recent that he can kind of like glean from or take away from this as well.
I think the most recent is Birmingham, isn't it? Where they were second place at Birmingham Regional Championships earlier this year. Yeah. And Oliver is just consistently one of those really strong players that when you see their name in an event, you kind of expect to see it the deeper the event goes. And yeah, it never surprises me to see those day 2 appearances from Oliver. And I think Oliver's one of those people we've talked about how comfortable they are with something like the Kyogre. It's just their playground when they've got access to that restricted, and figuring out a really good way to pilot that team as well, and make it difficult for opponents at each and every round.
Oliver's one of those people as well who has the kind of a close-knit of friends that he kind of really team melts with and works with as well. So, yeah, there you can see Gdansk Regional Champion in 2024, that EUIC finalist in 2022, World Top 16 and LAIC Top 8 as well. All incredible stuff, to be honest. And, yeah, holding up that Incineroar there as if, prepared to water spout on top of it.
Champion the Incineroar. Yeah, it's another Pokemon that, you know, I love the Kyogre there has a lot of functionality in this team. You've got the double faker between the Rillaboom and the Incineroar. We know all about that, and the pivoting around, the support network that those two Pokemon can provide the Kyogre. Not only that, though, it can provide it for the Urshifu as well. It can be very threatening in the rain. And then you've got the Amoonguss, the redirection there. And I love that double grass in this team, because normally with double grass, you're kind of doubling up on that fire weakness, the flying weakness as well. But I think just with the way that you've got the Roaring Moon there and you have the rain to alleviate that fire weakness, it just enables those Pokemon to perform on such a level that makes the Kyogre very threatening. Should be a Wo-Chen, though, if we're talking to you. Should it?
Absolutely. Exactly. Should be Wo-Chen. Wo-Chen's awesome, right?
I like it. I like
that grass type, and it works really well with that Kyogre. And like having that lowered attack stat is something that an Urshifu doesn't appreciate, right?
No.
Which is normally doesn't really care about intimidates, but Tablets of Ruin does affect it, so it's suddenly able to kind of take on all those attacks so much better.
It's kind of counterintuitive for you, though. A lot of the time you don't have it on the field if you've got your own Urshifu, do you? Because it could be a bit of a conflict.
Not really ideal. But look, here are our players get into our final round here of our day one at the Stockholm Regional Championships there. Roberto Parente on the left, Oliver Esklin on the right. And they are no strangers to this sort of level of tournaments at the moment here.
Yeah, it's still, even though they're familiar with it, it is still really high pressure, and I think it's the player that can block out that noise, take away that pressure from themselves, and just play this as a game of Pokemon. It's very difficult for both players because of the obstacles that are on the opposite side of the field, of course. If you are Oliver, you've got to overcome the Sun, you've got to overcome the Venusaur, but you have tools to be able to do that. You've got the Roaring Moon, it has got that booster energy, it is going to be able to kind of supersede most things if the Sun's not active, and then threaten with those big attacks like Acrobatics that the Venusaur's really not going to want to contend with. Maybe even forcing a Terastallization into a Pokemon like that means it is a bit easier to deal with something like the Koraidon. But it is going to be about that weather war, and have you got the tools to be able to switch your Pokemon in and out to get control of that weather without losing too much resource along the way?
I think the Venusaur's going to be such a key point as well. I'm glad you mentioned it, Lee, because that Kyogre is Terra Grass if it's the same team as before, and so you can hit it for super effective damage in or out of Terra with either those grass moves or those poison moves that Venusaur can offer too. And of course, there's a Rillaboom as well, which doesn't want to take those attacks either, so it looks like to be a really strong option.
Yeah, and the Sleep Powder option on there as well, it can really affect, you know, not only from an offensive standpoint, but from a disruptive standpoint. If you put something to sleep on your opponent's side of the field, then things can be a bit tricky, and you don't have Follow Me as a way to redirect that like you would normally see on the Ogerpon. You've got the Amoonguss, which is, yeah, the Rage Powder is going to be something that the Venusaur can naturally just ignore because of its grass typing.
And yeah, we're at the point where a lot of these trainers can't afford to lose too many more rounds either. They really need this win at the moment. And so both these players might have had some sort of experience going up against similar compositions, but I imagine Oliver's less likely to be going up against Koraidon, Venusaur, Iron Crown, Psy Spam stuff, to be honest. So it'd be interesting to see how Oliver kind of adapts to this probably new challenge, let's say.
I would say so. And then you've also got the Raging Bolt on the opposite side, on Roberto's team, which can cause so many issues as well, because you look at the options for what Oliver's got, and I'm sure Oliver's ran the lines many times against that particular Pokemon, what they need to do, but have you ran them against that Pokemon alongside these other threats that Roberto's kind of put together in this team that we're seeing in front of us?
Exactly. We'll have to just see how this matchup plays out here in our round 8 at Stockholm Regional Championships. And there's the accolades of these two players together this time, as they are now coming and clashing together on our match on your screen right now. Roberto Parente on the left, multiple top cuts there, and of course Oliver as well, being a champion at least on that side too. So Roberto probably hoping that he can get there too.
Like you said, wants to make that mark for 2025. Is this the event that they can do it? They've had a great start to this tournament. Got one more thing to do today to guarantee getting into tomorrow. So everything on the line for both of our players here as we get into this round 8 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. And it is a weather war, of course. It's always one of those things that we love to see, especially when the weather is the more commonly used strategy from our players. We can take a quick overview of Roberto's team. It is going to be the Crydon, Venusaur, Chi-Yu, Iron Crown, and Didi, and that Raging Bolt. We've got a few more details now to explore, David.
And we also have a terrain war as well as top of the weather war too. Psychic versus grassy terrain too. So there's going to be a lot of changes in this match. But yeah, there's the full-on team there. So some things to be expected, some maybe not. That Life Orb Raging Bolt with the Protosynthesis is suddenly going to be picking up so many knockouts there. And that Iron Crown is actually the setup with that Calm Mind. So not going for that instant damage or like Terra Blast sort of stuff that we've seen in previous regulations either. So some really innovative choices that Roberto's making.
Yeah, especially with that Terra Water on the Iron Crown. I think it gives it a nice option into that Kyogre, where the Kyogre's really only got the Origin Pulse and the Ice Beam, and Kyogre on Oliver's side, as we'll see in a minute, does rely on that Calm Mind as well, so you could almost keep pace with it. And then if you do Terastallize, you can kind of take away those weaknesses, not weaknesses, but, you know, neutral attacks to not being very effective. Whereas Oliver, they're keeping pace with the Iron Crown in that same situation, can't really do that.
No, exactly, they can't. There's going to be a lot of choices as to what to bring to the match itself, or even what to lead. Because I think you can make a case for like any of your 6, to be honest, in both of these scenarios at the moment. But does your opponent predict that? That is the question. And if Oliver has not limited experience versus Roberto's team, then he might want to experiment with lots of different versions of his team, but Oliver's team is so well known, as you can see here. Loads of people have run it back in multiple tournaments. He's made it very public, having done so well with it at Birmingham as well. I imagine Roberto has had a lot of practice versus this.
Yeah, 100%. I think you will have an idea of how to approach this matchup, what Pokemon are going to be really pivotal in this. You will look at things like that Rillaboom. I think that's going to be a really key piece of the puzzle for Oliver to get the win in this one, to undo not only the Psychic terrain, but put a lot of pressure on too. With that fake out as well, there isn't really ways for Roberto to get around that, so it gives you a little bit of room to then maneuver something like the Kyogre onto the field to get that rain up, or you know, just take control of the terrain, weaken some of those other threats. You've got to be very careful with it though, of course. You've got the Venusaur, you've got the Chi-Yu. If the Sun is active, it is going to be threatened very heavily from those Pokemon in particular, not to mention the Crydon as well. It does help out against the Raging Bolt a little bit, and the Indeedee, it's not really minding that too much either, but I think the Tailwind feels like it could be a good option, but you've got to be so cautious about that Trick Room on the Indeedee on Roberto's side.
But I think there's not a lot of slow Pokemon on Roberto's side, so the Trick Room might be there to kind of like stop other Trick Rooms, but let's see if that even is brought to this match. We're getting right into game 1 here, and there's the Iron Crown on Roberto's end, along with that really powerful Raging Bolt versus Incineroar Amoonguss. A little bit more standard there, I'd say.
Yeah, a little safe from Oliver, and a really nice lead, actually, in general. You've got the Fake Out, so you can put that pressure on to the Iron Crown and the Raging Bolt this turn to prevent either of them from getting the attack off. And you've got the pressure of the Spore as well into either one of these targets. They can't Terastallize out of the threat of being put to sleep, and they don't have any items either to kind of prevent them from being put to sleep. So Amoonguss in a nice spot. It doesn't really worry about the Thunderbolt so much. It does have to be a bit careful around a Draco Meteor onto it, because especially if we see a switch to the Crydon here, the Sun going up early on, activating that Photosynthesis with the Life Orb, it's definitely going to be enough to remove either of these targets on Oliver's side of the field, and you don't want to lose anything too early on in these games, such high stakes.
You definitely don't, Lee. And so, yeah, it looks like we're actually going to try and see the setup here versus what is arguably quite a passive lead, so it makes a lot of sense for Roberto. Amoonguss going for the Protect here, but yeah, there's that Calm Mind. Maybe a lot of us projecting an Indeedee switch in plus Expanding Force to kind of nail that KO there, but yeah, not at all falling for that. Iron Crown boosting up and even avoiding the Protect as well, going into the Incineroar slot. Look how much damage that's doing with that Raging Bolt, thanks to that Life Orb. Parting Shot comes out, lowering that special attack back down a little bit to neutral, but also switching out into what will be coming in, Lee.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, Oliver just wanting to take their time, see what Roberto commits to in this turn. The Calm Mind there, mitigating that special attack boost with the point shot. Really nice there, but for the trouble, taking a huge Thunderbolt. The Incineroar not in the best of shape when it comes back onto the field later on in this game. And the Incineroar is one of those Pokemon you want to keep around as much as possible, especially if the Sun is active, because it is one of those Pokemon that can come in and take those hits a little bit better than some of the other options, especially when you've got so many grass types in your team. We've seen the Roaring Moon come onto the field now that booster energy is activating. It's not in the greatest spot against something in particular like the Raging Bolt that is going to be threatened by those dragon type attacks in particular. You do have the support with the Amoonguss though, so you can redirect those attacks for at least one turn. It means probably sacrificing the Amoonguss, and the Iron Crown is going to be threatened heavily from something like a knockoff here.
Yeah, it 100% is. So yeah, forcing the Terror potentially on Roberto's end. What I really love about the Roaring Moonbring here as well is that obviously it's that Photosynthesis, which can be activated by the Sun in this matchup too. So may not even need to spend the booster energy at some time. So giving a little bit of freedom to switch Roaring Moon in and out and still maintain that speed boost in this match.
Yeah, it's a really good point there that you are going to be able to utilize what your opponent can use in this battle as well. We're going to see our first terrestrialization of this game in round 8, and it is going to be on Roberto's side of the field. It will be that Iron Crown to remove that weakness from that knockoff that is so present on the Roaring Moon. In response, we're seeing a terrestrialization on Oliver's side to match, to fit, and it is going to be into the Amoonguss. It doesn't want to go down so easily here. It's going to be into that Steel type, which if a Draco Meteor is into that slot, it's going to be able to eat up so comfortably.
They what's scarier than a normal Amoonguss. It's an Amoonguss with an axe on its head. Knockoff comes out into Raging Bolt, going over half damage with that Life Orb going as well, so helping to reduce damage coming in for the rest of the turn. And Calm Mind just continues to go up. Iron Crown staying nice and defiant, and also very chill too. Draco Meteor into the Roaring Moon is going to get that one-hit KO there with a critical hit too. Not sure if that mattered. Roaring Moon has decent special defense, but it's also, come on, it's a Raging Bolt.
It's a Raging Bolt, and it's got a Life Orb, and I'm sure that critical hit didn't matter one little bit. But getting some value out of this turn after losing the Roaring Moon, losing a member of their team, the Spore so crucially on to that Iron Crown, and putting it out of action for at least the next turn.
Yes, it's asleep, but it's also got 2 special defense boosts now. And what comes in? A special attacker. So Kyogre, especially versus a water type, it might be that Iron Crown can actually stall out these sleep turns fairly effectively without too much threatening it at the moment. So the just question is, can Roberto keep his other pieces kind of around enough to be able to target down what Oliver has in the back?
Yeah, and do you make a rash decision of switching out something like the Raging Bolt into, say, a Koraidon right now to get that Sun override? Because it is pretty risky, especially with an active Amoonguss on the field where it can just go for a Spore pretty freely into that slot, or do you kind of sacrifice the Raging Bolt here, just keep it on the field like we're seeing, just to try and get some additional damage off before it does go down?
There's that first turn, or that guaranteed turn of sleep for the Iron Crown. But Thunderbolt straightens his Kyogre after a come. My boost is doing like so little amounts of damage. Sludge Bomb into the Raging Bolt. Is it going to get poison? No, it's not. So Raging Bolt is able to stick around a little bit longer here. And yeah, Kyogre's on its way to healing up almost all that damage from a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, you can see the detriment of that Draco Meteor, the -2 there. Not really going to be favorable for this Raging Bolt to get the damage, but the little bit of chip is really useful. I think the thing is now the Iron Crown has taken a guaranteed turn of sleep, so this next turn it has the possibility to wake up. It can go for a big attack. It's not got the Psychic presence onto the Amoonguss because of the Steel Terror there now, but we're going to see the Kyogre just continually go for these Calm Minds, get up to +2 in both its special attack and its special defense. And the Iron Crown does wake up, going for an Expanding Force. How much is it going to do after these Calm Minds? It's not bad.
Not bad, but also could be a lot more. But yeah, so, and Thunderbolt comes out. Paralysis, though, that 10% chance is very real, especially when it happens. Sludge Bomb into the now Terra Water Iron Crown, and it gets the poison too, so we're getting all of these additional effects at the moment, and really crucial too into both Pokemon that are trying to set up and stay on the field for a long amount of time, meaning that we're much more likely to see the effects of those chance statuses like that paralysis.
Yeah, well, the poison onto the Iron Crown is really, really pivotal because it puts it on a timer now. It's only a matter of time that it is going to be on the field before it does faint. Unfortunately, the Kyogre has not that timer, but it does have the paralysis, which is going to prevent it 1 out of 4 times from not attacking. And when your Pokemon, especially restricted, doesn't attack, that is so detrimental to your overall game plan. The Amoonguss being the pivotal key in Oliver's plan at the moment. I feel like the Kyogre has got those 2 Calm Minds up, so it will be hitting a little bit harder. You do need to be cautious around it, but the Amoonguss is the big threat. It is the disruptor. You need to remove that as soon as possible.
100%. So the Indeedee does come in now, setting up that Psychic Surge. So this expanding force now becomes double target and a lot more powerful. But is it enough to punch through the special defense boost on this Kyogre? Let's find out. But it's the Protect instead, keeping itself safe a little bit longer through that paralysis still too. But with the Terra Steel on this Amoonguss, it's probably going to take this fairly well. But let's see, with all these boosts, that Psychic Terrain, let's see how much it's going to do. And that is not quite 50%. So Amoonguss does get away with it here and spores the switching in Indeedee.
Yeah, I don't think you mind that at all if you are Roberto. Getting the Indeedee put to sleep is fine, right? You're going to have your guaranteed sleep turn the next turn. But I feel like the Iron Crown's sitting in a really nice position now with that Psychic Terrain on the field. You've seen how much that expanding force has done to the Amoonguss. I think I need a couple more of those to remove it from the field. And now the Kyogre is paralyzed. It's guaranteed to be going after the Iron Crown. So is it and has it got enough to be able to take 1 expanding force? Going to be very close, I think, from picking up that knockout. And do you, if you are Oliver, maybe reposition. You do have the Incineroar in the back that you could bring in. It is going to have that immunity to the expanding force, so it could come in, alleviate some of that pressure, and allow the Amoonguss to try and chip away at that Iron Crown with the Sludge Bomb when it's got room to do so.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Lee, and we'll see if Oliver has listened to your sound advice. But first, Koraidon is coming in here, so now we are, for the first time in this set, seeing the sun override that rain now from that Kyogre and putting itself into that frenzy, giving itself so much more damage potential into the next turn. Expanding force with that Psychic Terrain is not quite enough. Those 2 Pokemon to hang on. Origin Pulse coming out, double connect, but in the sun, really not doing much damage. But a great call from Oliver to call the switching out Indeedee and putting this Koraidon to sleep.
Yeah, that's a great spore into that slot. You know, you've just went for it into the Indeedee, but suspecting that maybe there is going to be a switch up, punishing that, and it is onto the probably most important Pokemon here. You can see the effect of that poison, though, from the Sludge Bomb. It was a bit of a double-edged sword where you can obviously put that Iron Crown onto a timer, but at the same time, you can't put it to sleep anymore, and you would prefer to do that than put it on the poison timer that it is currently on, allowing it to just fire off these expanding forces one after another.
So Koraidon needs to switch out here again, it looks like, because it's not going to be doing too much on the field right now. So have a nap in the back right now, says Roberto. So Raging Bolt comes in instead. In the sun this time, though, offering a lot of damage into the next turn. Oliver smartly switching out the Amoonguss to get that Regenerator healing, so it might be able to take another Psychic boost, terrain boosted expanding force as well, as Incineroar comes in, lowering the attack stat. Not going to be doing too much right now, but let's see if there's a protect from this Kyogre or not. No, it's not, because it gets the full paralysis this turn, so it's going to be susceptible to this expanding force. Not very effective on the Incineroar at all, but Kyogre, the big restrictor on Oliver's side, down
and out, and yes, winning the Weatherall now with that Koraidon lurking in the back for Roberto, able to bring that in whenever they so please. The problem is it is asleep alongside that Indeedee, which is also asleep. You've got a very low health Raging Bolt right now, and it is going to be subjected to a potential fake out that can be thrown out from this Incineroar to shut at least one of these targets down. I think you may go after that, the Raging Bolt over the Iron Crown, because you are more threatened by that Raging Bolt than you are the Iron Crown, where you've got the immunity to that expanding force. And has the Amoonguss got enough in the tank to be able to take at least one more of these attacks?
I'm not sure, Lee, honestly. Like, I think the Psychic Terrain is still up as well, so this Iron Crown is so free to just go for that attack. Yeah, and Oliver sees it. It absolutely takes, like, Roberto just played that so incredibly well. He had all 4 Pokemon left.
Amazingly done, yeah. Really took control of that game from start to finish and really locked down the options for Oliver. Did not give them a single room to come back in. And you saw the importance of leading with that Iron Crown and saying, yeah, I'm going to go straight for my Calm Mind. I know what I need to do against this opposing threat. If I can, I'm going to lock down it. I think the other thing as well, once you've got that Calm Mind up, yes, you took a parting shot, but you got to +2 special defense, +1 in that special attack. The Psychic Terrain came up on the field. You're kind of looking at Oliver's side and thinking that Rillaboom would be really handy now, but it's so difficult to bring. You look at the Venusaur on Roberto's side, it really pressures it. If that comes, the Koraidon does. You've got the Indeedee that can switch in freely and do a lot of, you know, disruption on its own. It's got Trick Room as well to support things on its side of the field, although if the Amoonguss is present on Oliver's side, it's probably not the most, the best option to bring. But I do feel like it could play a role in this, in that double fake-up pivot that you can get with the Incineroar and the Rillaboom. It could come in useful. It might mean eating up your Terastallization on the Rillaboom, though, to give yourself a little bit of alleviation from those big threats that you're kind of facing down from.
I think it's a good point, Lee. I think Oliver really needs to focus on that Iron Crown being, like, it was just able to calm mind and just sit there, right? And even with the poison ticking down, that was a lucky poison from Oliver's end.
Yeah.
And, like, imagine not getting that would have been even more over. So I think Oliver needs to threaten this Iron Crown in or out of Terra. So in, like, out of Terra, when it hasn't terrored yet, obviously you've got your Roaring Moon, Kygo's doing a decent amount of damage to it generally, you've got your Incineroar, but in Terra, there was nothing to hit it.
Yeah, that was Oliver, the problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Oliver, as you say, Lee, does have that Rillaboom, so we might need to see that kind of dichotomy of both of these Pokemon, forcing that Terra and then trying to preserve that Rillaboom in a way that can actually deal with it in the end.
Especially if you can chip down the Iron Crown enough, if that's what we see Roberto lean on going into this second game, because the one thing Rillaboom's got in its arsenal is that Grassy Glide that doesn't care about how many Calm Mind boosts you've got under your belt.
Right, we're getting into it. Game 2 of the Stockholm Regional Championships, round 8. Roaring Moon setting up the Photosynthesis immediately with that speed, and so being able to threaten a lot of damage and a lot of support too versus both of these targets. Booster energy on Roberto's end also activates, heightening that special attack as well, so offering just immediate damage, honestly, across the board.
Yeah, especially if the Iron Crown goes for an expanding force, switches out the Raging Bolt into something like the Indeedee here. The problem is that the Roaring Moon puts on so much pressure onto that Iron Crown. If the knockoff comes off and it doesn't Terastallize, it's pretty much a one-hit KO, I think. Even though the item has been used on that Pokemon, knockoff will be slightly weakened, but I'd still say it's very heavily threatened by that attack. May be able to take it. It does come down to how it has been trained on Roberto's side, but the looming threat of that expanding force is there. You have got the immunity with the Roaring Moon. It does give you a little bit of alleviation from it, but you do have the weakness to that Draco Meteor from the Raging Bolt as well that you've got to take into consideration. You do have the Rage Powder though, so you can pull in attacks for at least one turn, but how much can that Amoonguss take?
We saw the Raging Bolt do a lot of damage in Game 1 with that immediate Thunderbolt, but now it's Terra Electric on top of that, and still with that Life Orb at the moment. But Amoonguss with the responding Terra. Terra Steel was so good on it last match, it was able to stick around for so long, so it makes a lot of sense that Oliver is going for it this time as well. But it's going to be our more fast Pokemon that are going to go first, and it is that knockoff into the Raging Bolt as well. Not doing quite as much damage as it did in the last game, but just an instant expanding force, actually, into the Amoonguss, maybe trying to catch it, getting away with trying to not Terra yet, but the Thunderbolt double up, maybe, Lee? Let's see.
Let's see. It is into the Amoonguss because of the Steel type, and it's not enough. You would have thought it would have been, but because the Life Orb got knocked off, it was actually able to take it and get that crucial Spore onto the Iron Crown.
Incredible play from Oliver there, honestly. Kind of covering all of those bases, honestly, and just knowing and trusting in the bulk of their own Amoonguss. And now Oliver can just kind of switch it out, heal it up a little bit again, and with the flexibility of so many other Pokemon in the early game, you might be able to get Amoonguss really healthy.
Yeah, and I think that's the key to this. The Amoonguss was so pivotal in that first game, and now you've committed to the Terastallization on it. You want to keep it around as long as possible, so get it off the field, bring something a bit more favorable in. What have you got in the back to bring in? Have you got that Rillaboom? Because now would feel like a good time, if there was any time, to get it onto the field. It resists those electric-type attacks that could come out onto the Amoonguss, and you don't need to worry about the Iron Crown so much either, because it is asleep, and it has to have a guaranteed sleep turn. Because of that, we're seeing it switch out. Hopefully it isn't the Rillaboom for Oliver, because a great switch from Roberto getting that Venusaur onto the field.
Yeah, there is the Venusaur here, and the knockoff going into that switching slot, doing just an amazing amount of just free damage in this turn for Oliver. The Spore does end up going into that Protect, though, but what has Roberto kind of gained from this turn is the question.
Not too much other than a lot of damage onto the Venusaur and losing that Focus Sash, which makes it a little bit more difficult to utilize going forward in this match. The one thing is there was the opportunity for a Thunderbolt onto that Amoonguss, and going into that slot and removing it removes that Spore threat going forward. But the whole time this Roaring Moon is being completely ignored. There is no pressure here. I mean, the one thing that you could do if you're Venusaur is maybe get the Cryogon onto the field, activate that Chlorophyll ability, and kind of keep your fingers crossed that you can outspeed the Roaring Moon after that booster energy to its speed and get the Sleep Powder onto it. You've also got so much damage onto you at this point that even a Sludge Bomb from Amoonguss could be enough to pick up a knockout onto the Venusaur, which is going to take neutral damage because of that Part Grass and Poison typing.
But Incineroar does what it does best and is, well, being used and just switching in. To be honest, in it comes. Not doing much with its Intimidate at the moment, but the fake out pressure next turn is very real. Protect on the Roaring Moon to kind of keep itself a little bit safe from this potential Sleep Powder coming into it there. So good call for Oliver there. And this Raging Bolt, which is a little bit weaker now with the lack of Life Orb, is going into what was that Amoonguss. And this is still probably going to do quite a decent chunk there yet. Hitting the Incineroar just for as much damage as their Venusaur took.
Yeah, and losing the Life Orb's not great, but you have Terrasilize, so you do have that additional boost on top of things. You have got the Protect as well, and the one bonus about not having the Life Orb is you're not taking that residual damage every time you do go for an attack. So you have taken that initial damage from the knockoff. You're not taking any more to put yourself in a position to be any more vulnerable. Because of the fake out threat, though, from that Incineroar, we're just seeing a Protect from both things on Roberto's side just to get through that big imposing pressure from that Incineroar.
Yeah, there's no psychic terrain that Roberto's brought here this time, so that fake out is looking pretty safe there, and Oliver probably knows that Cryogon's in the back, so not really afraid of an Indeedee female switch in at the moment. So there's the knockoff that goes into it too. Missed opportunity for a tailwind there, but with a bulky team like Oliver, it's like you know you're going to be taking hits at some point anyway, so maybe not as required in this match. But and Oliver being up like with a decent amount of bulk in the back as well. It's quite an interesting turn at the moment, isn't it? Where like both trainers are like trying to get to the point where they can switch in their restricted and set up the weather that they want. But you want to be the last one to do that.
Yeah, to overdo what your opponent's done, and that's the problem, I think, here. You've still got the threat of the Draco Meteor into the Roaring Moon, whether or not we see Roberto commit to that. Because once a Draco Meteor into that slot, it will be enough to pick up the knockout onto that Part Dragon Pokemon. We are seeing a bit of a switch up here. The Tailwind now finally executed from Oliver, making sure that everything on their side of the field for the next 3 turns is going to be the fastest as a knockoff coming out from the Incineroar. No booster energy there, so not really as effective. And the Draco Meteor into the Roaring Moon, as it does set up that Tailwind, it is going to be dispatched from that side of the field.
Yeah, great call there. So Oliver now with the Tailwind set up, even though that's quite obviously not great that you've lost a Pokemon, but Kyogre can now come in here with the Tailwind set up. It can offer a lot of damage onto both of these targets. The Iron Crown can't Terra into a water resistance, and Raging Bolt is terrored out of its water resistance.
Yeah, that's a problem there. You've got no resistance to these big Origin Pulses that can come out from Oliver's side of the field, and it does have that Calm Mind. Could you almost take the opportunity now to say, got a lot of pressure on your side of the field, I think you're going to have to switch out. Could I get a cheeky Calm Mind here to kind of get my Kyogre even more powerful, even more potent in this situation? The problem is committing to the Calm Mind, it kind of locks the Kyogre on the field, and if the Cryogon does come in, it overwrites your Raining, it makes it a bit more tougher of a decision to switch that Kyogre in and out to get the Rain back onto the field.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, well, there's the switch. I mean, we've got the Rain up, and now the Sun needs to come up. Just as a lot of Pokemon games go. Oricow Compulse putting this Cryogon into that frenzy there, but is it coming in safely or not is the question. An Ice Beam into that slot could be quite detrimental and would be quite reasonable into a Venusaur too, so we'll have to see as Oliver maybe tries and calls this. But it's the double switch from Roberto here, switching out that Raging Bolt as well into that trusty Venusaur, now being boosted in its speed by that Sun. And yeah, looking like catching a passive turn here, so looks like a fairly safe switch in for Roberto. We'll have to see what the Incineroar does as Kyogre sets up that Calm Mind. And yeah, it is that parting shot as well, so good adjustment for Roberto here to bring in that Cryogon nice and safely to threaten a lot of damage into the next turn.
Yeah, you kind of don't mind the parting shot so much into the Venusaur either, because I think the one thing that Venusaur provides more than anything else is that threat of the Sleep Powder, where it can put things to sleep. And also because Amoonguss now is well, it's a steel type, it is going to be susceptible to that sleep powder, so you can shut that supporting option down quite nicely. The Kyogre is providing a lot of offensive pressure right now. It's not on its preferable weather, of course, but it does have those ice beams, like you quite rightly pointed out. It can do nice damage into the Koraidon because of that pod dragon typing, and the Venusaur, especially on +1, it's going to be hitting extremely hard, and that's what maybe we see it lean into. But the Venusaur outspeeds in the sun, the chlorophyll ability taking full effect and outspeeding, hitting, like you say, and decommissioning that Kyogre for at least the next turn.
Yeah, so quite crucially, also still outspeeding the Kyogre, even when the Tailwind is up on Oliver's end. So, and there's the collision course into that Amoonguss. Absolutely, definitely a KO there, especially with that boost to super effective moves that collision course gives you. So, and there was no safe switch in there either. Incineroar in the back, Intimidate's not going to work versus this clear Amulet Koraidon, and still would have gone down being still that Dark type too. So, Oliver is doing what he can, to be honest, to kind of keep this Kyogre in play. Now you've got Fake Out at least here. There's no Psychic Terrain to kind of stop it at the moment, but can Kyogre wake up in time?
That's the question. Can Kyogre wake up and get rid of that Venusaur? I think that's the big thing. You can't ignore the Koraidon either. You haven't been able to drop an Intimidate onto it because of that clear amulet that the Koraidon has. So it's still, in effect, going to be hitting very hard and doesn't contemplate those Calm Minds as something to get in its way when it's throwing out those big physical attacks when it's boosted by the sun. The Incineroar does have a turn here to go for the Fake Out to slow things down, to give the Kyogre the opportunity to wake up and try and remove something on the field. But to get around that Fake Out threat, we're just seeing a protect from that Koraidon.
So yeah, you don't want to be able to be susceptible to a Fake Out plus Ice Beam into that slot and just lose your Koraidon if the Kyogre does end up waking up here. So I really like that play there. But here's the Venusaur of the Grass Knot with a lot of power behind it. Is really not doing much thanks to those Calm Minds that the Kyogre has set up there. So, like, that would have been 120 base power Grass Knot coming from that Venusaur there. But with the parting shot, like, yeah, just shows the bulk.
Yeah, and that Calm Mind boost on top of it, making it easily able to take that. Whether or not it's going to be able to take a collision course this next turn is the question. The Kyogre can hang on and get an Ice Beam off in return. That's going to be huge. The Venusaur not in the best place, but Roberto in such a commanding position with still that Raging Bolt in the back to come in, activate that Photosynthesis. It is Terra Electric as well, so it's threatening so hard down onto that Kyogre, making it very difficult as we see the sleep continue on that Kyogre.
Still going a second turn of sleep. We know that was a protect there. It was trying to outspeed the Venusaur. The collision course comes out instead into that Incineroar as well. That's definitely a KO there. And Kyogre is looking very much the lonely whale at the moment at the end of this game too.
Yeah, 4 against 1 right now, and Roberto has masterfully kept this weather on the field, brought it in the right time, made it extremely difficult for Oliver to get any grip in this match. We're going to see a collision course chosen by the Koraidon, but the cancellation is locked in forfeit. Roberto Parente is your winner from round 8 and will be progressing into day 2 of this tournament.
Massive congratulations to Roberto Parente there. A 2-game, such convincing set, both 4-0s, both games.
Absolutely incredible from start to finish. We talked about what the tools that both players have on, you know, to overcome the problems on the opposite side of the field. But Roberto really utilizing unconventional ways to approach this match with that Iron Crown, with the Psychic Terrain, and really utilizing that Calm Mind to full effect. The poison was quite fortunate, as it turned out to be in that game 1, taking full advantage of it and just utilizing that constant damage that we were able to do, even after the parting shot, closing that down, and then in game 2, turning the tables, bringing the Venusaur, and then getting the sunset up once the Kyogre kind of locked in on the field and committed to that Calm Mind, so it made it difficult for it to switch out.
Yeah, it really did. And even with trying to support with the Tailwind on with that Roaring Moon end, we saw the Venusaur still be able to outspeed it too, to be able to kind of weather the storm, literally, really, and make that Kyogre fall to sleep, stall out those little bit further turns so that the Koraidon could safely target into the other slot whilst the Kyogre is napping, and then target that slot as well. Yeah,
and it was a really smart use of the Raging Bolt in particular, I think, from Roberto, because it stopped the Roaring Moon for committing to that the flying terrestrialization that it probably wanted to go into, because once you're there, you can really pressure things like the Koraidon, like the Venusaur, so heavily with that acrobatics, but because of the threat from the Raging Bolt and the inability to remove it quickly from the field, it really stopped any sort of momentum from Oliver leaning into that Pokemon down that road to utilize it. And once it went down, I feel like the options became very slim for Oliver to kind of execute a plan to clinch that game and take it to at least a game 3.
And I think that's one of the weaknesses of this Kyogre team as well. You're a Kyogre, and so you set up the rain when you switch in. But you're also a Calm Mind leftover set, and so you want to stay on the field and start setting up. And that means, 1, your rain is going to run out at some point, and 2, your opponent can switch in and reset your rain, but then you suddenly have to pay something to switch out your Kyogre again. I lose your boosts, for instance, and lose that setup that you've been trying to work so hard to get to. And I think that's what we saw Oliver struggle a little bit. He couldn't have the weather and his boosts at the same time, and Roberto really capitalized on that.
Yeah, exactly that. And you can see how strong that Koraidon was as well in that end game, where just be able to come in and, yeah, taking advantage of the Terastallization on the Amoonguss in particular that has been so detrimental throughout the set for Roberto. The way he managed it in the end game was, yeah, collision course, it's fine, it's done. And then using the sleep powder on the Venusaur as well, which caused so many issues. We already talked at the top of the game, in the mid game, why the Venusaur was such an why the Rillaboom was such an awkward pick for Oliver. It made a lot of sense in a lot of ways, but because of the threats on Roberto's side, it was so difficult to utilize.
It really was. Yeah, look at these massive attacks that came out from this Iron Crown of all Pokemon, which was really cool to see here. And yeah, the double Draco Meteor both games to KO that Roaring Moon as well. So like you said, Lee, like really hard for Oliver to commit the Terra Electric into that, because either way it's going to get hit for super effective damage. And there it is, that Amoonguss going down to that collision course. Another very satisfying KO for any Pokemon player.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, the Kyogre at that point was just, yeah, asleep, taking 2 turns of sleep. Did not help the situation. I don't think it really meant that there would have been another outcome to this match, but it just made it a lot easier for Roberto to close things up. And yeah, what a way to do it, to take yourself into day 2 of the Stockholm Regional Championships. Very exciting for that player.
He must be feeling like really excited, because having used the same team at EUIC, maybe not quite getting that day 2 with that kind of 4-4, 5-3 sort of record, like you've suddenly pushed it a little bit further. That little bit of extra practice has really made the difference, it seems. And yeah, that's guaranteed a lot of championship points already. They just need to win a few more tomorrow.
That's it. Coming into tomorrow, take this confidence that you've had in this last round and see where it takes you. I think you've got the tools to be able to do it. It's really innovative with the Venusaur. It's always one of those Pokemon that I've wanted to see a little bit more of. We've seen kind of Jumpluff have its time because of its chlorophyll ability, but never really so much of the Venusaur, and I think it has got a place on these Koraidon teams. I know we saw it at the World Championships, maybe not in the Masters Division, more in the Seniors Division, to have a lot of success there, but I do think it's got a lot of legs, and it causes a lot of Pokemon in this format right now issues because of that kind of guaranteed grass and poison offensive options that it's got there, alongside the sleep powder, which is, as long as it hits, it's
yes,
great.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a really good point, because it's a combination of all of those that not everyone expects from the grass type slot on someone's team, for instance. Yeah, if you're an Amoonguss, you're obviously very slow, so a lot of Urshifu Rapid Strikes are running Taunt to kind of stop that a little bit more, and same Incineroars might run that something similar. But if your Venusaur's just outspeeding you, then like Taunt's not going to help you at all, especially if you just get one hit KO'd, even if you try and like get around it. So it's a really nice pick.
Yeah, it really is, and as long as you can keep control of the weather, and I think having the weather and the terrain of options on your side that you can take full advantage of, that it gives your opponent double the things to think about throughout a match. Like we said there, it was impossible really for Oliver to bring the Rillaboom. It felt so difficult because I wanted to see the Rillaboom, but in actual fact, are you going to bring a Rillaboom to a match against Koraidon, against a Venusaur? There could be a possibility of a Chi-Yu there just to be able to change the terrain, just to give you a bit of more alleviation against the Raging Ball.
Yeah.
Don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. And you could kind of see how Roberto maybe covered for that option in game 2.
Yeah.
Go, okay, if they bring the Rillaboom, my Indeedee not going to be so good at the moment. I'm probably not going to have my terrain as much. And so just, yeah, benches it at the moment. Brings the Terra Water Iron Crown anyway, because it was still just good on its own, wasn't it? The Indeedee female didn't actually end up coming in until much later on in that game 1. So it wasn't as required, really. So yeah, even if the Rillaboom had been switched up there, probably, as you say, Lee, wouldn't have been that impactful.
No, and I think it would have been difficult regardless in any situation where it had come, even though its job there would have felt a little bit easier into the Iron Crown. I just don't think it would. I don't think it would have been the right call. But really great concept, composition, I should say, of the Crydon, Venusaur, and the rest of the gang. But I think the Raging Bull was the kind of like unspoken hero of that match, really.
Yeah, it definitely was. So congratulations to Roberto for taking it there. Oliver Erskine, commiserations, but I'm sure we'll see you again at another tournament, absolutely crushing it with Kyogre. Please do. But we're going to cut to a very short break at the moment before we can wrap up the show here for day one. See you in a minute. What a whirlwind of a time we've had here in Stockholm. Woo! Oh my goodness. Woo. We've had weathers, we've had terrains, we've had amazing players here doing their best. And we are like absolutely astounded by all the amazing play we've had this weekend here. So we're going to have a look shortly at or at least some of the players that have made it into day two here. So giving us a little bit of a sneak peek as to who we might be able to see tomorrow. And of course, we may have already seen our winner. Like, who do we think is might be taking it all the way, you?
Well, I mean, you got to look at those 8-0 players.
Yep.
For the start, Michelle Kelsch, and our own resident. Champion. Yeah, exactly. Stockholm reigning champion, coming back to do it all over again.
There he is.
Of course, there's also Jamie Boyd.
There is, yeah, who we've now also seen as well. So, yeah, he likes the limelight. He wants to get back on stream again. So, at least that's a motivation as well. Got any highlights over there that you can see?
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of very familiar faces. Eric Rios, Flavio Del Pidio, Federico Tamparesi. There's so much talent and quality. So many regional champions as well as international champions we've already brought up to.
Lee, any highlights for you there? I can see actually Marcus Harmon as well.
Yeah, Marcus down there. Really great to see Marcus progressing into day 2. Oscar as well. I would like to just shout out. We had Oscar on earlier going up against Eric Rios. Managed to progress into day 2 of this tournament. Really great to see all of these players, of course, but what a selection. And the quality of play this weekend has been so high level. And I'm expecting it to get even more tomorrow, so it's very exciting seeing how the rest of this tournament will play out.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of variety, haven't we, across all of these like amazing players. Often I think we find that the really top players end up running the same sort of thing each time, but I think we've seen a lot of variety this time instead, in a regulation which we often think is kind of solved, right? So we still have all of these options and different Pokemon that people are still using. So it's really up in the air as to what sort of restricted is going to win as well, and what sort of composition. And that means Kyogre could still win. It's on my cast predictions. Please. Unfortunately, Oliver didn't get all the way this time, but surely there's someone amongst there that can help us. Anyway, we'll let you know as to what time that we start tomorrow as well, so you can make sure you set your alarm, make sure you've eaten, make sure you've gotten whatever caffeinated drink you drink as well. There it is, 9 a.m. Central Eastern Time as well, and Pacific Time as well, 1 a.m. for you night owls out there as well. Lee, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Seeing more of what we've seen today. I mean, to finish up with Roberto against Oliver, I mean, the Corride on the Venusaur, it was great to watch that, and it'll be interesting to see how well it can do into maybe the day 2 field tomorrow, because I think that's the big question, of course. Jimmy Boy, another Koraidon player. Can Koraidon take another European region?
Surely not.
Like championship. Obviously not another European regional championship because it's not taken one yet. It took EUIC, but can it follow suit with that? I'm rooting for Shadow Rider Calyrex, and there's a few players in there still using it, so we could see it, but just off my caster predictions, I'd love to see more of what we've seen today.
I mean, I'm not going to ask you about your cast predictions, Ben, I think, because as we discussed, Lee, didn't we? Like,
in depth, cop out, yes. Benjamin Kiriakou.
No. It's done. It's done.
Let the team down.
He full first named you as well.
Fair enough. Maybe I have. But at some point, I want to win the casted predictions, and I've been holding out for my favourites, right?
Worst thing
all
is,
season
if
long.
You don't win it this weekend.
I've been holding out, and do you know what? No, I'm done. I'm gonna go for what I think is actually gonna do well. And even though Miraidon usage has been falling this weekend, Federico Camparisi has been able to show us why that composition is so good. So, yeah, I'm gonna stick to my guns this weekend.
Well, we'll see how those predictions fare for maybe our future regionals and events across the rest of the 2025 season as well. As we take a look at our European calendar here, there's, of course, Stockholm there. Lovely little riverside. You've got some old buildings as well. So if you've got some time to check out the local area whilst you're here, then please do. And obviously, Seville is a really lovely place too. Lots of orange trees. I've been there once, actually. Like everywhere, beautiful place to be. And as we go into Utrecht after that, we've got our special championships as well at Bologna, and of course NAIC there.
Yeah, very exciting run up to the next international championships of the season, of course in New Orleans, and it was such an amazing event last year, so to have it in the same location this year, I'm sure all of our players are very excited in the run up to that before we get to Anaheim, before we are able to crown our world champion for the 2025 season.
Can't wait, Lee. Honestly, it's gonna be incredible. I think every single season, like, it turns up a notch, especially that Road to Worlds documentary that's going out at the moment.
Wow.
Like, I'm hooked on that, and we're living it right now. You know, right? It's amazing. So, if you're still hunkering for a little bit more Pokemon action across the next week as well, have a look at our Twitch schedule as to what the Pokemon channel is even kind of broadcasting as well. As you can see there, we've got XY Kalos Crest on the Tuesday, and a recap of the Los Angeles Regional Championship in 2024 there, which I believe was a really good Calyrex Shadow Rider run, I believe.
Yes, that is very true. So if you are a Calyrex Shadow Rider fan, you can check that event out and see it have some success, which might be repeated this weekend. Outside of that, of course, got that lovely X and Y series. I would recommend it to anyone to check it out if you haven't already.
Absolutely. So there's still plenty of Pokemon action, even if it's not the weekend just yet, because if it's anything, like, I'm definitely looking for some more Pokemon action as to wherever I can get it as well, because it makes sure that we're always seeing all of those top players, seeing what they are learning from, seeing what sort of teams that they're using as well really helps us going forward.
Yeah, and I think for good reason as well. But we're going to have to see how that unfolds tomorrow. I think aside from rooting for our fellow co-caster Jamie Boyd, rocking the Koraidon, I'm really looking forward to see if Michael Kelch can keep that reigning spree going and claim that title for a second time.
We'll have to see, Costa. I can't promise anything, but we shall see. So, if you're not already following us, follow the channel, of course. And also, you can see all of your broadcasts on Pokemon.com/broadcast, of course. Nice and simple, makes sense. Our broadcasts are on the broadcasts area. Perfect. And also, you can let us know where you're watching from, who you're watching with, and any of your drawings. We love seeing those. So follow the channel at /Pokemon YouTube, /Pokemon on Twitch, and let us know on X, on Instagram, Facebook, and of course YouTube still, with that hashtag #PlayPokemon, where you can see all of the updates, all of the match updates, all of the announcements for potential like tickets going out as well. You don't want to miss any of those because they sell out pretty quick. So that's all for us at the moment here for day 1 of the Stockholm Regional Championships, but day 2 is going to be a whole lot more exciting. So we'll see you there. See you later.